never seen Star Wars. None of them. And I never will.
Oh my god, but you're missing out.
Maybe, but you're missing out on being a multi-millionaire.
No, I don't think that's right.
Hey guy, welcome back to the internet, a dumb place full of dumb things. Today I'm going to be talking about a few of those dumb things, starting with this guy, Mr. Star Wars. So the past couple weeks, a bunch of people have been tagging me in this Twitter thread or sending it to me, asking me to talk about this guy because he's very similar to Hard Rock Nick.
It's Hard Rock Nick.
And I'm not going to lie, when I first saw it, I was both pissed and excited because I thought, well, hell yeah, I've got a new video for free, just right here. This is gold. And then I realized he's just trolling everybody. Like, if you go through and actually read this entire thread, it's so obvious that it's just bait. He's just trying to piss people off so people quote retweet him and say how stupid he is. And by doing so, they'll go to his dumbass website where you pay him like $500 a year to learn how to be rich. It's the classic business move. I mean, I wish it was real. I wish someone really was this stupid, because the idea that if you've seen Star Wars, you can't be rich, that's so dumb. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Hey dude, what you watching?
Oh, hey, well actually, Return of the Jedi was on TNT, so I flipped over to it.
Oh, no.
I always have to take my shirt off when I watch this movie because it makes me so sweaty. My doctor says it's bad genetics, but I wouldn't know. I never met my parents.
It's already happening.
It's so stupid and dumb, and the more of the thread you actually read, you realize, oh, this guy's just fucking with everybody. Because it's quite the claim to make, to say everyone who's ever watched Star Wars in human history is absolutely dirt poor. Oh, and it's not just money that you're missing out on by watching Star Wars. You're also a virgin and you're ugly and a girl will never talk to you because you've seen a popular movie franchise. Has a girl ever tattooed her name on you? No. It's because you've watched Star Wars. That one actually is true. That happens to me all the time.
How's it going back there?
Oh, I'm actually almost done. I'm just finishing up the W.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I can't wait to have the name Drew tattooed all over my big, fat butt. Tell me about it. Drew's the best. I'll never forget, a couple years ago, we were in line at the movies and I'd forgotten my wallet.
That's nice.
But good old Drew swooped in, paid for my ticket, and we had a great time. Even though Han died at the end.
What movie was it?
The Force Awakens. Why?
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. This is fine. Cause you could just erase the tattoo, right?
You can't erase a tattoo. That's not how.
Well, you gotta do something, man!
I'm sorry, but you're stuck with Dre forever.
No!
This is me in Switzerland with a female. You've never heard of females before because you watch Star Wars. And the thing is, that's all true. Here's a few things you may not know about me. I know what a lightsaber is. I have a general understanding of how the Force works. I am aware of Jar Jar Binks, but I've never seen a girl. I not even know what that is, because I've seen Star Wars. And of course, all this dumbass shit he's pretending to think is just a marketing tool to get you to quote tweet all of this shit that's all pointing to his website where he can somehow maybe make money. How to make money with a webcam. This costs about $1,000. I'll save you $1,000 by telling you what this course probably is. You want to make money with a webcam? Take off your clothes in front of it. I like this one a lot, Tate's War Room. As you can see on his website, the Tate signature is probably like a PNG file he has and he uses for all these logos, but it doesn't have an S in it. So for this one, he needed to just like add in an S and it's a different font and it doesn't match. Yeah, I think I'll give this guy $600. He seems to be really smart. There's almost something paradoxical about courses like this, where this guy probably isn't a millionaire yet, but if he can just get people to give him money so he can tell them how he got money, then he'll have money because people gave him money and that's how he gets money, and then he'll tell you how he made money, and then you give him money because he gave you money. I think the best part of this whole thread is this video that he throws in somewhere in the middle. This is the kind of life you live if you've never seen Star Wars. And it's a video edited in the style of like those Now This videos, you know what I'm talking about? That makes it seem very official, it makes it seem unbiased, but clearly he just made it himself. He's been called the real-life James Bond. By who? I'm pretty sure that just means one day he was like, hey, you know what, I just realized I'm kind of like the James Bonds are like real life. And then since he said it, you can just say, it has been said. His mind-blowing Instagram. Let's visit his Instagram. Oh my God, he's got pictures on his Instagram? Just like goddamn everybody else? Yeah, that's pretty mind-blowing. He's traveled to 71 countries including active war zone. I guess I understand that as like a brag, like, whoa, this guy's not scared of nothing, not even war. See, but in this scenario, he's trying to sell us his lifestyle. He's saying like, do what it says on my website and you too could be in the middle of a war zone. No thanks. Give me $1,000 and you too could be the subject of international scrutiny. All right, you finally sold me. I think I'll sign up. Clearly, this guy is an idiot, right? But it's very calculated. He's not accidentally dumb. There's a few different ways to get people to pay attention to you online. There's the more traditional route of like having a talent. You can also follow a trend. You see what's working for other people and you try to do your own version of that. Or you can just publicly be an idiot and or an asshole and do it so well that people can't resist the urge to talk about you. And even though it's nothing but negative publicity, you're still getting publicity. There's a couple brothers that come to mind when I think about that. There's a certain kissy prankster that also comes to mind. That's a route that you can go down. This isn't a new thing. It's just like, if you don't have talent, be an idiot. No! Next topic. That's kind of a fun transition that I just thought of and no one else on YouTube has ever done before, only me. I think this next thing is actually even worse than that because it wasn't posted by some random jackass looking for attention. This was posted by CNBC, a supposedly reputable news source. It's a video called "This Simple Tipping Trick Could Save You Over $400 a Year." So they're gonna teach us how to tip the correct way, a little life hack, if you will, and it will save us hundreds of dollars. Let's check it out.
Hopefully it's not a surprise to learn that it's customary to tip 15 to 20% on top of your bill, according to the etiquette experts at the Emily Post Institute. But what exactly does that apply to? For example, take a look at my bill. It was $100 and then $108 after tax. So do you tip on the pre-tax or the post-tax total? Now it might not seem like much, but tipping that way actually saves you $4. And if you do that again in a week, that's a whopping $8. But if you extrapolate that out for 52 weeks in a year, you could save over $400.
And if you do that every day for 600 years, that's a whopping $250,000 you're saving in tips. I bet you never knew that if you just spent less money on tips, it would cost you less money to tip people. What? How is that advice?
From an etiquette standpoint, tipping on pre-tax is absolutely fine. You don't have to tip on what you are already being taxed upon.
I never knew that before.
This is so incredibly stupid. I can't tell what's worse about this video, how insulting it is to servers, basically saying like, you can just fuck over your waitress by giving them less money. Or is it the fact that he acts like he's a fucking genius for coming up with this? Well, he's so smart. But the best part of this video, I don't know why they kept this in. They're like interviewing all these people on the street, doing the same thing they did to us. Hey, excuse me, did you know that if you gave less money to your waiter that you would give less money to your waiter?
I never knew that before.
But they kept in the response from this girl who basically shits all over their stupid ass idea.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it feels a little dirty.
Dirty?
It just feels like you're going out of your way almost to look at the number that's clearly going to give that person less money just because.
Thank you.
In the end, how much you choose to tip is up to you. Thank you. How much you choose to save is just as well.
It's so condescending at the end too. It's like, well, I taught you how to save money. It's on you now if you don't do that. If you can live with yourself for being a good person who tips appropriately, I guess that's your prerogative.
That's a whopping $8.
God, the audacity of not just making this video, but framing it in a way where it's like, he acts like we wouldn't know that if we gave less money to the waiter, that we would save money. Who is this for, a baby? Plus, if you're really that concerned about spending so much money on tips, maybe don't eat out as much. Maybe just make some meals at home. Next thing. So this one doesn't make me mad, it's just hilarious. But it's this local news team trying so hard to relate to kids. I love this because it starts off so bad, but every time you think it can't possibly get worse, it does. They keep adding another layer to it. Let's just watch.
Good morning, TPS students. It is testing week and it's time to slay all day.
Yeet. Stay woke, be on fleek, and get that Gucci breakfast.
Goals. Say bye, Felicia, to that testing stress. Weather's gonna be turned, right, Chris?
Yes!
Yes!
Yes! Toledo weather gonna be V-lit during testing week. A hundo P chance of success. You've got this, kids. Steve, how about that traffic? Are we looking
better than we're talking turn.
This is poetry. It's so beautifully, perfectly crafted, the way they just layer it on top of each other. Oh, it's so bad. It's perfect.
Yes!
It's so funny when adults try to talk like kids and they think because they're using the right words that their disguise is working. Like a teenager's gonna watch this and be like, oh wow, I guess they really are one of us. Like, no, they're gonna see right through it. This is the speech equivalent of putting on a little fake mustache and trying to pass yourself off as someone else. We still know it's you. Last thing. Shifting tones a bit again, because this last thing really pissed me off. So I was scrolling through Twitter last night and I saw a tweet from a girl named Ashley Bitch? Am I saying that right? Why does it seem like I'm not saying that right? Anyway, this girl Ashley tweeted out a video of this guy watching the new Star Wars trailer, and he is so happy. He is filled with joy from watching the Star Wars trailer. And I watched the video, and I couldn't help but smile at how fucking happy this guy is. I wish the trailer made me feel like that. I love feeling like that. I think it's beautiful when something can make you feel the kind of joy that this guy clearly feels. But of course, that's not why she tweeted out the video. She tweeted out the video to talk about how undateable men are who obsess over movies. Basically just bullying this guy for enjoying something that she doesn't. Why does it matter if this guy loves Star Wars? How does that affect you? What this guy is expressing in this video is like the greatest feeling in the world. Who cares that it's Star Wars and you don't like Star Wars? I don't really like Star Wars that much anymore. But who fucking cares? Let him enjoy his thing. If someone feels like this and they're not hurting somebody, I don't care what it is that makes him feel that way. I don't care if it's sitting down and flipping through the phone book. It doesn't affect you, Ashley. No one said you had to date this guy. There's like 3 billion dudes on Earth. You don't have to date all of them. According to some of the comments on here, this guy's married, and I bet she likes Star Wars too. Good for them. They get to enjoy it together. They get to share something they like together. That's great. That's what life's all about, you bitch. And because you don't like the thing he likes, because you don't find him attractive, let's shit all over him and bully him in front of all your followers. What are you accomplishing by doing that? Showing how cool you are? Because you don't like popular stuff? You're so quirky. Oh, what's that in your bio? You don't think Amy Schumer is funny? Wow. What a hot take. What a bold opinion that no one else has had before. You are so interesting, Ashley. And I know you're probably just upset because you saw this guy who you think is a loser and you realized he's married and you're all alone, and that probably makes you feel like a loser. But I'm here to tell you, Ashley, don't give up, because there's millions of different people out there who like all sorts of things, and even someone like you who sucks in every conceivable way can find someone who will put up with it. All you gotta do is find someone who's an asshole on the internet for no goddamn reason, who hates Star Wars just as much as you do and is willing to make fun of anybody who doesn't, and oh my god, it's the guy from earlier. I figured it out. These two are soulmates, and they're missing out by not being together because they're perfect for each other. They both hate Star Wars, and they both suck. So let's make it happen. Let's finally use my platform for something good and get these two people to notice each other and fall in love and hopefully move very far away from the rest of the world where there's no internet and everyone's better off for it. Wow, who knew that this rant video would end with such a beautiful love story? This is what the internet should be used for bringing people together, not for bullying a guy for liking something that he likes and who isn't hurting anyone else by doing so. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not very often that I break a sweat by talking in a chair. I know I rant about shit on this channel and I like to make fun of things, but I try to separate the thing I'm making fun of from the person doing it. Unless the person sucks or what they're doing is shitty. But if you like something and it's not hurting anybody, don't let anybody bully you and tell you that you can't like that because they don't like it. I guess when it comes down to it, all I'm really saying is be yourself. And that's the kind of advice you can only get on the Drew Gooden YouTube channel. So smash that notification bell, buy my merch, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hey guy, welcome back to another video where I say a bunch of numbers and like 3 jokes. Sorry in advance, this isn't gonna be one of my wacky silly videos where I put on a clown suit and get bonked in the head. I wanna talk about something that's been on my mind a lot lately. So one of the many byproducts of everything that's gone on this year is that food delivery apps are killing it. Turns out when you don't wanna leave your home, it's pretty convenient to have a different person deliver meals straight to your door and into your mouth. I've certainly fallen into that trap a number of times, even before this year. Picture this relatable scenario. It's almost 3 p.m., you should have eaten lunch already, but you haven't because you got caught up in work, so you're starving. I think a burrito sounds good. I'll just do Chipotle. I know if I run in and pick it up, it'll only be like $8, but I really don't have time for that today, so let's do delivery. All right, I got the bowl. Add $3.95 to avoid small cart fee. Fair enough, I don't want to have to pay another fee, so let's do chips and guac. I'm pretty hungry. All right, everything looks good. And it is $21. That's not even including the tip, so it's actually gonna be closer to $30 for one person ordering fast food. You know what? I'm being greedy here. I don't need the chips. I'll go ahead and take those off, and that'll bring our total all the way down to $19 because the small cart fee is just a little bit less than the chips and guac were. And that's not even mentioning the fact that all of the base item prices are marked up from what they would be in the store. Here's the same exact order from the same location, but through Chipotle's website. Everything on here is more expensive, but sometimes in a way where you don't even notice. Now, in general, I would say I'm definitely on board with spending a little bit more for the sake of convenience. It's one of the simple joys you get as an adult, the whole treat yourself mentality. Spending more than you have to on something and pretending it doesn't bother you, hell, that's what life is all about. But if I can, I do want to try to make sure that extra money is going to the right place. Giving a big tip is always nice because I know that's going straight to the person who needs it and who's working hard to earn it. Paying a delivery fee, a small cart fee, and a nebulous service fee, which can add up to almost double the cost of the meal and all go to a company that's acting only as the middleman, is not nice. And that's all working under the assumption that the service itself is actually good. How many times have you tried to Postmate something and they mess up your order, or it arrives cold, or they send it to the wrong address, mark it as delivered, and then your neighbor won't answer the door when you go and ask for it back? I wish that number was 0. But wishes don't always come true. Food delivery apps are an unbelievably expensive service that also happen to be very bad most of the time. But at least your order is helping support a local restaurant during a tumultuous time, right? Well, yes, sort of. Because for all the service fees and extra charges that get thrown onto the customer, almost none of that goes back to the restaurant itself. In fact, the number varies from city to city and depending on which app you're using, but some restaurant owners have reported that DoorDash has charged as much as 40% commission on orders placed through their app. As it is, restaurant margins are extremely thin. You have food costs, employees to pay, a building to rent. It's just a really difficult industry to succeed in, and when these middleman delivery apps come in and take a huge cut, it can be devastating. Now, at this point, I think the reasonable response that a lot of people have is, well, okay, if these delivery apps are so bad to work with, if they take such a big cut, why do the restaurants keep using them? And it's because they have to. Unfortunately, right now, there's not really a valid alternative. You either give all of your profits to Uber Eats or you risk going out of business. The owner of a barbecue place in California says he simply can't afford to hire his own drivers, but 80% of his orders are now delivery, so he's kind of in a bind. I think it is worth noting that these delivery apps do add a lot of visibility and marketing to local restaurants. I've discovered several great food spots around me just by browsing DoorDash. That in itself can be very valuable. Another benefit is that any mishaps that happen with the order can be handled through the third-party app, so the restaurants who are already busy fulfilling other orders don't have to worry about processing refunds. When you get the wrong food delivered to your house, you usually just contact Postmates and they resolve it directly. However, and this is a good point I read in this article, in that situation, you're probably more likely to blame the restaurant than you are the delivery app, even if it wasn't the restaurant's fault. And even though they made a mistake, you'll probably keep using Grubhub. You'll just never order from that restaurant again, especially if it was your first time trying them out. Also, due to the lack of communication between the apps and the restaurants, DoorDash doesn't know when a store has run out of a certain product. So you'll have customers that try to order a brisket and think they've done so successfully until 15 minutes later they get a call from the restaurant telling them they're sold out. Again, in that situation, they're more likely to be frustrated with the restaurant, even if it was DoorDash's fault. So there are both benefits and downsides to doing business through these apps, but like I said, the restaurants just really don't have a choice choice right now. And the apps are very well aware of this, because back in March and April, many of them took advantage of that desperation by hiking commission fees, which led to lawsuits and eventually lawmakers stepping in to impose caps in certain states. And if you can believe it, that wasn't even the first time DoorDash has done something exploitative. Last year, they got a lot of backlash for using customer tips to subsidize a driver's pay. In other words, if a Dasher was going to make $6 off an order and then you tip them $5, they'd still make $6, but your tip just came out of what DoorDash was going to pay them. So in a way, you're almost tipping DoorDash itself there, even though their tipping policy is that 100% of a tip goes directly to the driver. Just another example of how sometimes words can be both true and totally false at the same time. I think they have since changed this policy. I saw articles saying they did, but I've still seen recent comments from drivers mentioning this, so I'm not actually 100% sure. Regardless, it's always better to try and tip in person with cash if you can, because it'll maximize how much the drivers are getting paid, and we're trying to support them here, not the giant corporation. Here's something crazy though. In spite of the fact that they charge these exorbitant fees and come up with very creative ways to dish out as little money as possible, DoorDash has still lost $150 million this year. I'm almost in disbelief as to how that's possible, but I guess they're taking a page out of Hard Rock Nick's playbook. You gotta spend money to lose money. Now back on the topic of delivery drivers, it seems like each app has its own pros and cons that can make it frustrating or even less profitable to work with. And even with all the resources available online, it's pretty hard to figure out which one is the best.
Postmates just not cutting it.
Okay, so Postmates is the worst one.
With all things said, Postmates is the official winner.
I mean, Postmates is the best one.
Number 1 is DoorDash.
Or sorry, no, DoorDash is the best one.
This is my first experience with DoorDash. It was alright.
The best one at sucking, I meant. It's actually very bad.
I like DoorDash a lot better.
DoorDash is very good.
I'm actually getting pretty frustrated with DoorDash.
Oh no!
DoorDash for the win.
That's true. It seems like the most consistent issues that drivers have is the lack of transparency coming from the app. Whether it's not knowing how much you're gonna make from each order, or how the commission structure is even split up. It can also be even more annoying than that. Like for a long time, Uber Eats wouldn't tell the driver where they had to deliver the food until they had already accepted the order and gotten to the restaurant. So then you might end up driving for like 40 minutes just to make enough money to pay for the gas you spent on that trip. And then with DoorDash, another issue seems to be that unless it's busy in your area, you can't just hop in your car and start driving. You have to schedule your hours in advance, which can be not ideal. And it removes one of the main appeals of working for these companies, which is the flexibility. And on top of everything else, since these are such massive companies, it can be extremely difficult for drivers to get in contact with the company they work for. Postmates seems to be the most notorious for this. Sometimes a driver will go to pick up an order from a restaurant only to find out it's closed. And instead of paying them at least something for their time like the other apps do, Postmates is just like, sorry. Well, what are you waiting for? Go pick something else up. In a perfect world, restaurants wouldn't have to turn to these third-party apps to handle this side of their business, and they could just afford to pay drivers directly and give them more benefits and better pay than what they get from like Grubhub. But that's just not realistic. Even the apps that do deliver don't usually have a slick app that you can order on in a couple minutes. You gotta call them and talk to a person on the phone, and they can barely hear you because there's kitchen noise behind them, so you hope they get everything right, but you won't be 100% sure until it shows up at your door. I get why people prefer the apps. Convenience is very convenient. But one recommendation I do have, if you're trying to find a new place to eat and you want to find something local, open up Postmates, go on the DoorDash app, see if you find something you like, and then Google that restaurant and see if they have a website. Who knows, maybe they're just down the street and you can go pick it up, or maybe they do delivery themselves. There's a sushi place near us that started doing delivery back in April, and it's perfect because they get all of the money that we give them, and we save money because we're not paying random service fees. I will say though to be careful when you're Googling, because some of these apps have actually paid a lot of money to make it seem like going through them is the only way you can get delivery from certain restaurants. But sometimes after just a few more seconds of searching, you'll find a better alternative that the restaurant actually prefers you use because it won't eat into their profits. These delivery apps rely on us doing as little thinking as possible. They know that we just want to click like 3 times so we can spend the next 20 minutes watching a little car drive on a map towards our house. But sometimes that 4th click will cut them out of the equation altogether, and that's better for everyone. I know that none of what I said here was groundbreaking information. Everybody knows that delivery apps charge too much and aren't always the best to work for. I guess the point I'm really trying to make with this video is that it's such a weird industry because it's absolutely necessary And yet no one's really benefiting from it. The consumers need it, which is why we're willing to pay extra service fees. The restaurants need it, which is why they're willing to pay extra service fees. And the delivery apps profit off both of those things while somehow still losing millions of dollars every month. Maybe a lot of this will level off eventually, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of that money goes to marketing. If you've ever seen a commercial that seems to be just for food in general, it's probably DoorDash. But another big chunk of their profits went towards something highly controversial, which was convincing Californians to support a legislature that lets them avoid treating their drivers like employees. I have seen drivers on both sides of this argument. A lot of them say they should deserve benefits like employer health insurance and paid sick leave, while some of them don't mind being treated like a gig worker because it comes with so much flexibility. Regardless, when a bunch of companies spend $300 million on propaganda so they don't have to treat their drivers better, it's kind of a red flag. And between that and the opportunistic price gouging, it makes it really tough to feel good about supporting these apps, especially when, like we talked about, you have to pay more money, the restaurants have to pay more money, and these delivery apps might all go bankrupt anyway. I guess I shouldn't be totally surprised. There's this whole side of Silicon Valley that I will never understand, where you have a company that's valued at $12 billion, but they're constantly just losing money. Like Netflix, for example. They spend billions more dollars every year than they make. I may be dumb, but don't you have to stop doing that at some point? Eventually you're gonna run out. And if food delivery apps and an at-home streaming service can't be profitable during a time where there are circumstances that necessitate the use of both of those things, when will they ever be? So I just wonder what the future of this industry looks like. If there's a bubble that will eventually pop, if all of the people funding these companies eventually stop doing that and they cease to exist, that wouldn't be good for anyone. Not for the consumers who rely on it, not for the drivers who would now be unemployed. But the trajectory I see here is that only one of these companies will reign supreme, and then they'll use their newfound monopoly to hike up all their prices until it gets to the point where no one wants to use them anymore because it costs $50 to deliver a taco. Sorry, I know this was a really unorganized video. I just had to get this rant off my chest. While we're on the topic of delivery services though, I want to ask you guys a question. So I've noticed that even though I always used Lyft, I would still tell people like, oh, I'll Uber there, right? Uber was always the verb in that sentence. So I'm curious for you guys, when you get delivery to your house, which company is the verb that you use? Do you say, oh, I'm gonna Postmates Chili's, or like, I Grubhubbed Red Lobster? Probably not that one, but I figured I'd still ask. So comment your answer down below if you want. I'll also probably do a Twitter poll about this because this is the kind of meaningless shit that gets me out of bed in the mornings. Ooh, sounds like my dicks just got here, so I'm gonna go play with that. Thank you all so much for watching today's video. I hope you all had a wonderful holiday weekend. Maybe you didn't get to spend it with your family this year, but sometimes that's okay. It's officially Christmas season now, which means I will be back soon with a fun idea that I came up with for a video. But that's it. See you next time, and Merry Christmas. Hey guy, welcome back to 2020. New year, new me? Hell nah. I'm still a little bitch. In the spirit of entering a new decade and looking back on the 2010s and all the fun times we had, I want to start this year off by revisiting some of the topics I've talked about on this channel over the past 3 years and see if things have gotten better or worse or changed at all. And today we're gonna start that by looking back at Edfluence, which was one of the most blatant scams I've ever seen from a YouTuber that weirdly didn't really affect Jake Paul at all. I guess because he was pretty busy with some other scandals at the time. I called him out about it back in 2018, but haven't addressed it since then. And since so much time has passed, I'll get DMs on Twitter every so often asking me to post an update, and I'm also just curious myself to see what has come of his scam, to see if they've done anything to validate the cost or change it at all, so that's what we're gonna be looking at today. First though, let me real quick recap what Team 1000 actually was. Or I guess wasn't, because it was nothing. So in late 2017, Jake started advertising on his channel his new service called Edfluence, where for a small fee of just $7, you could learn all the tips and tricks that he's used to become the most hated YouTuber in the world. The thing is though, once you paid the $7, thinking you had then unlocked all this extra content, you were immediately prompted with a second screen where you were asked to pay an additional $57 to unlock everything you thought you just bought. So at that point, you could either just give up and forget about the $7 you just wasted on nothing, or because you're a child and you're using your mom's credit card, you could just click the big button that says pay an additional amount of money because you have no concept of money. What's another $57? Money doesn't mean anything to you. You've never had a job, you're a child. And then once you click the button, it would automatically just charge you again because it already has your mom's credit card information saved onto the website from the previous smaller payment, and you're fucked. Very shady, not cool, cool, but that was just the scam part. Once you got onto the actual website with all of this brand new content, it was very obvious right away that Jake just kind of filmed all of this shit in an afternoon and was speaking out of his ass most of the time.
Oh, you're what, Mom? You're watching this Edfluence course? Oh my gosh, you're blowing up, Mom? Oh my gosh, yeah, I know, because everything in this course is right. You should follow it. Click. Here you go. Cool.
But the most disappointing and confusing element of this website was Team 1000, which is like Team 10, but with more zeros. This was a massive part of Jake's pitch on Edfluence, basically saying that for just a few bucks, you could join Team 1000, which he described just vaguely enough to pique the interest of young fans without really saying what it actually was. And so finally comes the big reveal. Once you've paid $64 to join what you thought was Team 1000, you click on the tab that says Team 1000 only to find out that Team 1000 is coming soon, which is not usually how transactions work. It kind of reminds me of that episode of Nathan For You where he would sell underage people alcohol, but they couldn't actually take the alcohol until they turned 21, except it wasn't as funny when Jake did it. So overall, Edfluence, Team 1000, whatever you want to call it, kind of stinky if you ask me. But it has now been 2 years since I posted this video, which I think puts us well past the window of soon. So the $1 million question is, did Team 1000 ever come? Actually, I don't like the way I worded that. What happened to Team 1000? Are you fucking kidding me? If you are a visitor, contact the website owner or try again later. Well, there's no contact information for the website owner, so I don't think I'll be able to do that. Don't think I can just give them a phone call if I don't have their number. Okay, let's go to Edfluence's Twitter page, which has not tweeted since November 2018. And the last thing they tweeted was, "Stay calm. There's still time to get Edfluence half off." Oh, and then the tweet before that was 30% off, and the tweet before that was 30% off, and the tweet before that was 50% off. Basically, they were just tweeting all through November 2018 with all these new sales, probably knowing full well they were gonna shut down the website almost immediately afterward.
Team 1000.
Okay, you know, it was bad enough that 2 years ago I spent $64 to access an unfinished website, but now it doesn't even exist anymore? So I can't even retroactively enjoy all the useless informational videos that Jake Paul filmed? There are a couple breadcrumbs we can sort of follow here to get to the bottom of this. If you go to Edfluence's Twitter bio, they advertise another Twitter page, Demeanor, which sounds like the same thing as Edfluence, but maybe they just rebranded. Learn from the people you love, online courses taught by influencers. So it sounds like maybe they expanded Edfluence to include influencers besides Jake Paul, sort of like masterclass, but taught by idiots. All right, so let's visit demeanor.co because it seems like Edfluence no longer exists. Demeanor is a platform for influencers to make and sell their dream products. Tell us your vision and we'll make it happen. All right, sounds legit. Low upfront costs, so there's a small setup fee, but don't worry, then we won't charge you another cent until your products are selling. From courses to purses to games to watches, we'll make it happen. You just need a vision and a fan base. Okay, so this definitely sounds a lot different from Edfluence. Edfluence was willing to target anybody who would give them money. It didn't matter if they were an established creator already or not. This sounds like you need to be an established creator and have a fan base already, and then they'll help you. Sort of like an MCN or any type of management company that you would approach hoping for help with logistical stuff like this. So at this point, I'm invested, I'm curious, I gotta see what Demeanor's all about. So I'm gonna click get in touch, fill out all this information, and now I guess we just wait for a response. This could take a while. All right. So it has been 1 whole week since I sent that request, and the response I got was nothing. I'm really not surprised at all. Actually, after a couple days, I submitted another application pretending to be Summer Rae, that butt girl on Instagram with like 20 million followers. I thought it would have been a really good fit. I wanted to sell hats with her butt on it, and it would say, "What's that smell?" It's my butt. Weirdly, that great idea wasn't enough to elicit response, so I'm just gonna assume that no one works at Demeanor anymore and they don't exist. So we went from Edfluence to Demeanor to nothing in a matter of 2 years. I'm so interested in this. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. How could you just like sell something and then act like it's gonna keep growing and you're gonna keep expanding, and then you never make good on the promises you made, and then get rid of the unfinished version of it? But that's Jake Paul in a nutshell, the ultimate internet salesman. He's not a creator, he's a salesman, let's be honest. He's a business person who's just always trying to sell a product, whether it's his merch or his online courses or himself. He's a salesman, that's who he is. If YouTube never worked out, I have no doubt he'd be working at like a Toyota dealership right now, slinging Priuses. To him, maybe after dominating social media for a couple years, he wanted to take on his biggest challenge yet. He wanted to sell the ultimate product. You give him money, and he gives you nothing. And maybe he just wanted to see how many people he could get to buy it. I mean, it's amazing what the power of a good sales pitch can do. Oftentimes the marketing of something is way more important than the actual thing you're selling. Like, I think a lot of people tend to buy things based on how the packaging looks or the color scheme of the logo. I've been using Old Spice deodorant for years now just because I thought their commercials were funny. Edfluence was packaged in a really appealing way to his young fans. He used all the right words, threw in a couple obvious manipulation tactics that went right over their heads.
If you can't follow the roadmap, then there's just no chance you'll make it into Team 1000 or maybe even as a social media influencer.
And they bought into what he was selling. I would guess he sold thousands, maybe tens of thousands of subscription packages. You can scroll through YouTube and see countless videos of like my Edfluence journey, day 1, joining Team 10 or Team 1000, and then fast forward 1 year, and you can't even access the website anymore. It's just gone. In fact, it was pretty much exactly 1 year. They launched the website in December 2018, and somewhere between August 2018 and January 2019, it had been downgraded into an error screen. Oh, but not before we throw out a couple last-minute fire sales to see if we can't milk a few more bucks out of this. And then he vanished into the night, never to be seen again. Well, that's not true. One of my favorite tactics he used to try and sell Edfluence was quoting a Chinese proverb and then saying, "See? That's why you gotta give me $64, because of this 1,000-year-old wisdom." What an insane connection to try and make. I feel like that's like trying to use Socrates as a testimonial. Let him that would move the world first move himself on a brand new bike. You know how I know Demeanor is bullshit? If it's a service that handles merch operations and it was started by Jake Paul, why doesn't Jake use it? He uses FanJoy. He's been using FanJoy for years to sell his merch. He's not even using his own service, so why would people trust it? Speaking of which, let's see which creators that... Okay, I'm starting to notice a theme here. Well, I don't really know what to say about this anymore. I mean, the fact that they have just gotten rid of Edfluence is sort of a fitting end to the saga, but also it just means I don't really have anything to react to. Before we wrap things up though, I did say I wanted to revisit a few things I've talked about in the past, not just this. And although scrolling through my past videos, there's not a lot of things that are that interesting to me in terms of doing a follow-up. One of my favorite videos I've ever made was called Why Did You Think This Would Work? It was about a bunch of apps where people were frustrated that they didn't work, even though any rational human being would be able to tell you, of course it wouldn't work. It's an X-ray machine. That being said, I've downloaded a couple pregnancy tests on my phone, and we're gonna find out together if I'm currently with child. Looks like all I have to do for this one is start testing by clicking this blurry ass button. Sorry, just like when you buy a regular pregnancy test that you pee on, there is a mid-roll ad. Okay, now it's gonna scan my finger. Is it, my finger's on it. Is it doing? I knew it! Now that I've gotten that out of the way, it's time to answer the question, boy or girl do you have? Let's find out. What is this? Oh, that's my stomach. Also, what's this right here? If this is my stomach, is that my dick and balls? I knew it! It's a girl! A beautiful, fetus girl. Wait, this developer also has an app called Baby Thoughts Simulator. I gotta know what my baby's thinking. All right, well, I don't have a baby yet, but I do have a Gooby. So let's scan him. What's Gooby thinking about? Is scanning. Thanks for the update. I want to sleep. That's all you ever do. Let's try this again. Is scanning. I want to sleep. Is this the only response they programmed? Get out of here. Now, the only thing left to figure out is what is this baby girl gonna look like? So let's get to the bottom of that using future baby. Why would I need notifications? Wait, babies don't wink. Babies don't have secrets. Dad's photo. Awesome. Mom's photo. Here we go. Oh, well, I wanted to crop that one, but okay. Okay, so I guess I'm also the mom. I have to pay $5 a week to see my future baby? I knew this app wouldn't give an accurate image before downloading it. However, I am black. The other person was also black. How are we able to create twin white babies? The babies were adorable, but I thought it would merge me and the other parent's face to create a baby photo, not have someone's real baby photo. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll just keep it a mystery then. I don't know what my beautiful baby girl is going to look like until the day she comes out of my ass. Well, I guess that's it. Not much else to talk about with Edfluence. I mean, I can only react to an error page for so long. I think it's a beautiful ending to the saga. Just like I said, there's nothing else for me to say about it. But I do have a few words to say about today's sponsor. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Sorry it wasn't as climactic as I was hoping. I guess 2020 is off to a bit of an underwhelming start, but that means there's nowhere to go but up. Oh wait, hold on, before you get out of here, I just want to say one more thing. Please go like my Facebook page. We're about to hit 10K on there, and that would mean so much to me because I don't actually post on there or use it at all, and I don't log into it, and I don't respond to any of the messages, but if we hit 10K, that would just mean the world. Goodbye, big poster. Aww. Hello, little poster. Ah. Hey guys, welcome back to my very first Twitch stream. Pre-recorded and edited to be put on YouTube. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's been a bit of a pattern developing lately, and it's not a good one. It all started in January when this clip went viral of a Twitch streamer furious at the idea of going a few minutes without making any money.
About how I need subs to keep the stream going if you like the content, blah, blah, blah. How that results in 0 subs. There are regulars here. $5 a month. $5. $5 to provide for the content that you're watching. Look at, I have a wall of non-subs. This is fucking actually really heartbreaking. Because it's like people just really really don't respect me as a content creator.
Predictably, this sparked outrage on Twitter. People made YouTube videos about it. And despite the overwhelming majority opinion that this girl was in the wrong for doing this, it was probably the most attention she'd ever gotten. Interesting how creating outrage will do that, which brings us to culprit number 2, this one from just last month.
I'm unemployed, so basically all my money goes to bills and food, or I would support you. Yeah. It's $5. Being like, I'm broke, I can't afford to sub, that doesn't really track. What you mean to say is, I'm so irresponsible with my money, I can't support the entertainment that I enjoy. That's what that is.
Guys, $5 isn't that much money. That's why I'm begging you for it. But once again, more Twitter outrage, more viral YouTube videos about it, and the internet coming together once more to shame this self-righteous person, as they should. But the pattern continues.
500 subs. We gotta get to 500 subs. It's the only way I'm committing to a stream schedule. We're at 187. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Now I'm starting to get suspicious. Why is Amanda Cerny, an internet veteran, making the same mistakes as these other streamers? Is she not aware of the backlash they got, or even if being slightly misconstrued, how her words could have the same effect? Or is she extremely aware of that, and that's the reason she did this? You see, like a lot of people, I've been aware of Amanda Cerny for a few years now. She was a former Viner, turned Instagram comedian, turned total afterthought in my brain. But now, thanks to this clip and the subsequent tweets about it, I'm not only reminded of the fact that she exists, but also now I know that she's Twitch streaming. A lot of people know that now. All it takes is one trip to her social blade to see how many people know that now. Could it be that given the current climate of the internet, yet that the most effective marketing tool for your Twitch stream is to do this exact thing? It's working for her so far, and thank God it was. If it wasn't for this clip being passed around, I would have missed out on some of the best Red Dead 2 gameplay I've ever seen.
I killed my horse?
Now, if we're to take these 3 clips at face value and compare them, this is by far the most defensible one. I can kind of understand what she means by saying her words were taken out of context. I think maybe someone was just asking her like what her schedule is, and all she's saying is, I want to have a consistent schedule, but until this becomes a viable source of income for me, I'd be better off using my time to make money in other ways, which is a fine sentiment. It's more so the way it came off. She has this sense of exasperation, like, guys, I've been streaming for 4 days already and only 187 people have agreed to give me money? Because a lot of people watch that and think, shit, you're lucky to be in that position. People stream for years without any subscribers. They just do it because they like it. So when people like Amanda Cerny, an already very rich person, go to Twitch and wonder why people aren't immediately throwing their money at them, it just comes off as entitled and out of touch. You've only streamed like 10 times. Have you ever considered that maybe you're just not that good at it yet and it will take some practice before people want to reward you for just putting forth the bare minimum effort? I feel like most people, especially already established creators on the internet, assume Twitch streaming is like the easiest thing in the world. Oh, you just sit there and play video games all day? I could do that. But the streamers people watch, the ones I watch consistently, are really fucking good at it. They're funny and entertaining, they put on a show, or they're just extremely good at the game they're playing, or they have a skill that most people don't have that's fun to watch. Maybe if you created a fun environment, or were better at the game you're playing, or even if you just interacted with your chat instead of staring at your phone every time a cutscene comes on, people would see the value in spending money to support your stream. The quickest way to make people angry is to act as if you're entitled to their money by merely existing in front of them, like they should be honored to have the privilege of financially supporting you. Also, what a huge slap in the face to the people who already did subscribe, as if their support means nothing. But the fact of the matter is, whether she meant to stir the pot or just did so by accident, this is the best advertising for her stream she could have possibly asked for. I wouldn't be surprised if she already doubled her 500 sub goal by now just by saying something dumb. Speaking of numbers, I want to go back and talk some more about Invader V, who is also doing just fine despite saying much worse things.
That's so toxic, especially when people are losing their jobs. It really isn't.
One half-assed apology later, and her army of white knights continues to grow stronger by the day. Even during that stream, she was getting new subs left and right. Now, if you guys don't mind, I want to go ahead and break down her apology because I think it's a real masterclass in saving face.
Hi. You're here right now because you've seen a clip of me, and you're very angry about what I said in that clip.
Sure I am.
What I said was tone deaf, insensitive, and stupid. The clip that you saw does not represent my true feelings.
Wait, what?
I expressed opinions that I do not hold at all. I said things that I don't mean, and they were vile.
Wait, hold on. You can do that? You can go off on a whole strongly opinionated tangent and then just say, well, actually, that wasn't my opinion. That's why I said it, because it wasn't what I felt.
What I said was wrong in any context, but especially in the context of a global pandemic.
So next she opens the floor for questions and then struggles to answer any of them and just moves on.
I want to talk to you. I want to hear your voices. I want to answer the questions that you have. With all due respect, why didn't you apologize before the clip blew up? Oh, okay. That's a difficult question to answer. I wish that I could talk about it all day and answer each and every one of your questions.
You can.
I wish that I could give you a satisfactory answer so that you could see who I really am.
So do that.
But that's not what this is about.
That's not what this apology is about. It's not about apologizing.
I'll BRB. Just give me a quick moment, everybody.
And that's the whole apology. It was like 8 minutes of her saying she didn't actually mean what she said, and she wants to take this opportunity to learn and grow from it, which is why she's gonna spend the next 3 hours ignoring questions and acting defensive.
Great memes in chat, everybody. I like seeing the same 5 comments repeated 800 times.
It's so funny. It took her like 4 days to apologize and then about 10 minutes for her to get mad at everyone for bringing it up. I think this person's comment that I saw kind of just sums it up perfectly. So at this point, I was pretty invested in the situation and I had to dive deeper, especially when she said this.
Thank you, Upright Lion, for understanding that an entire person cannot be summed up in a 30-second clip.
That's an important detail to point out. See, V wants us to think that all of her fuck-ups were contained within that one 30-second clip that went viral. However, that's not true, and I know that because for some reason the VOD from that stream is still up on her channel. You can still go watch the entire thing. Don't worry though, you don't have to do that because I have nothing going on in my life and I already did. It starts off small with some not so subtle guilt trips here and there.
How are you doing, V? I would be better if you subbed to me. Sometimes I just listen to you while I'm working. Dan, I hope that while you're working extra hard and you're cashing in that fucking money, you also throw a sub my way. Thank you all of you for subbing. Thank you all of you for being reasonable people.
But as it goes on, it gets more and more manipulative.
Well, yes, streamers do provide hundreds of hours of content for free. If anything, you do owe them. They don't really owe you anything.
No. That's not true. Nobody owes you anything. People watching your stream, they're watching the ads before your stream. They're boosting your stream in like the rankings just by being there. The more viewers you have, the more likely it is other people are gonna see. They don't really owe you a subscription. Twitch is a free platform. If they wanna watch you for free, they can. And what she said is especially false too, the other way, where it's like once people are giving you money, they're paying a subscription fee to enable you to make content, you do owe them now. You owe them the content that they paid for. But as bad as that statement was, it only gets worse.
That's so toxic, especially when people are losing their jobs. It really isn't. And if you believe it is, then I imagine that you simply don't understand how this platform works. And I encourage you to get more perspective.
How can someone be so wrong and so condescending at the same time? At this point, even her fans, the people who were watching in this moment, started questioning her logic, but she would not back down. She would not admit that maybe she's wrong.
Some people work and struggle and they don't have $5 still. You're obviously not the person that I was speaking to. But you seem so self-centered that you thought I was talking specifically to you. I wasn't. I was speaking to the group, honey. These are exquisite contributions to a very good conversation. And these people in chat who are making these comments do not appear as immature, childish cheapskates whatsoever. They're just sitting here masturbating as hard as they possibly can, as quietly as they can, because their parents are in the next room talking about how disappointed they are in them. And they're like, why would I ever pay for this when it's just sluts giving it away for free?
What the fuck? The best part of that clip is what happens right after it. She's just sitting there giggling at her own hilarious joke, and she stops to look at her phone and I think sees a text from someone who's probably like, dude, what the hell are you doing?
Oh my goodness.
That instant shift in her facial expression is priceless. But it doesn't affect her for more than a few seconds because then she goes right back to her echo chamber where she has no reason to believe that she's saying anything wrong. Most of her audience is not fazed at all by this. She could probably be beating them to death with a shovel and they would still just comment on how hot she is. I think I love you. And the ones who are challenging what she's saying are far outnumbered by the people who are commenting things like this.
I've never watched a person that's so nice to people that they don't even know. Wow, you are so nice.
What? Are we watching the same stream? It doesn't matter though. She's so confident in her ability to mentally overpower her loyal horde of simps that she can just blatantly contradict herself.
Well, I never said if you don't have $5 for me, you should be out there working. I didn't actually say that. If you don't have $10, you probably don't have time to watch Twitch because you should be working. But you did say that. No, worst gamer ever. You definitely heard that, but that is not actually what I said. You should be working. I didn't say if you don't have $5 for me, you're irresponsible with your money. I'm so irresponsible with my money. I didn't say if you don't have $5 for me, you're irresponsible with your money. If you don't have $5 to sub to a Twitch streamer that you watch, you're probably irresponsible with your money.
Could have just deleted the VOD and I wouldn't have been able to edit that together, but that's your fault. Her argument doesn't end there though. She really wants you to give her some money. So she starts comparing her stream to the cost of other things to show you how valuable it is.
It's less expensive than a Netflix account, and you're not stuck with a number of screens. If you pay for one Twitch subscription, that goes against that will transfer to every platform that you want to watch Twitch on.
I'm sorry guys, 1 second. Hold on, I just gotta be around here somewhere. No, it's not. Huh. Sorry guys, I was just trying to find the logic here. Your subscription is more valuable than Netflix because people can watch you on multiple devices? Last time I checked, Netflix has like 1 billion movies, doesn't beg me for money, and there's no free version of it. I can watch your stream for free. Now, here's the thing. I know that I don't have to be as annoyed by this as I am. And I really wanted to try and give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she was just having a really bad day and she said some stupid shit because she was angry. I've gotten angry and said stupid shit. I don't think that defines you as a person. So every couple of days, I would check to see if she was streaming. And if she was, I'd pop in for like 20 minutes here and there just to get a sense of the vibe. And my first takeaway was that she seems very smart. Although she also likes to tell people that she is.
It's so funny, people ask, they're like, how do you know so much? Like, how are you able to speak on so many topics? And then they ask, and do you watch all these TV shows? The answer is the same. I think one of the reasons why I'm able to speak on so many different types of topics is because I don't spend a lot of time watching TV.
But I think she's extremely well spoken. I think she does a good job of moving the conversation along, especially considering how most of the replies are just utter nonsense. And I actually felt myself starting to pull away from my frustration. But then a few minutes into one of the first live streams I clicked on, she brought up the situation again and said this.
A lot of people were, again, talking about like how I should get a job or I should work. I thought it was quite funny because a lot of the streamers who were saying things like that, I've had more jobs than they have. I've worked harder than they have. A lot of them are just professional streamers who have been gaming since they were 16, 17, 18 years old. I've actually been working since I was that age, and I wasn't doing it in front of an audience. It wasn't glamorous streaming work, trust me.
Okay, first of all, I scrolled through Twitter at the time. I didn't see any big streamers telling her to get a real job. The tweets I saw all had some pretty valid points, so I don't know what you're talking about. But hold on, I thought your whole reason for demanding subs was that you deserve people's money because you work so hard, right? And streaming's not as easy as people think.
The more proficient you are at something, the easier it looks.
But when other people have the same job as you, for them, it's just glamorous streaming work. My God, the hypocrisy. It's incredible how she's tried to shift the narrative here despite having no solid ground to stand on, which makes me think, is this all part of it too? Let's recap. First, she demands that people give her money, which they do. Video of that blows up, so she apologizes to save face, but welcomes all the brand new viewers. Some of them are only there to leave hate comments because of what she said, which is unfortunate, but of course, she uses it as an opportunity to play the victim, which leads to even more people donating and subscribing because they want to cheer her up, and with that, the cycle is complete. Well done, V. Well done. And guys, I know. If this was all bait, I fell for it so hard. I'm like the world's dumbest fish.
Is that a T-bone steak attached to a sharp object? I'm not falling for that.
But I do like steak. In conclusion, don't do this. Don't try and guilt people into giving you their money, and don't berate them when they give you a valid reason why they can't. If people want to support you and they have the ability to support you, more often than not, they're going to support you. Also, guys, seriously, don't go and harass anyone that I talked about in this video. If you're mad, I get it. I'm mad too, clearly. But I'm giving you an open invitation now to just vent about it down in the comments. But please don't go to someone's live stream and comment inflammatory shit just to try to get a reaction out of them. That's not cool. There are so many wonderful people on Twitch, and I hate that the ones who abuse it might lead people to think that it's just a cesspool filled with greedy assholes, when really that's the minority. But anyway, stay safe out there. Goodbye. Advertisements. The cost of using a free service. But at what cost? Advertisement. Or did I already say that? There are ads all over the internet. You probably saw an ad before this video. Most Google search results are paid ads. I'm actually doing an ad right now. Toilet paper. What is it? But for whatever reason, it seems like the worst ads are on Facebook and Instagram. Obviously, you've got all those mobile games that straight up lie about what the game is. And then another thing I've noticed recently is a lot of companies saying like, oh, the stimulus checks are here, so we've got a sale. We wanted to do our part during these difficult times, so we've decided to let you give us money. And then Facebook uses your interests to try to target related things to you. Oh, you like music? Then check this out.
Be gone off that Molly. To sip of that lean, I'm a zombie.
And I don't like it. I love it. But most of the time it's crap, or it's products that probably are good, but they cost twice as much as they should because they need to make back the money they spent on marketing. So I decided, you know what? I'm gonna actually review some of this stuff. Everything that I see advertised to me on Instagram for the next week, I will pay for, and then I will own it. Wish me luck. I don't know why I had to do a cutaway. I was already on day one. I had a feeling this would pop up. I've been seeing this a lot lately. It's a pillow that's shaped like a cube, and it's called Pillow Cube. First impressions from looking at it is that it does not look comfortable. It looks like it's made for people with very angular bodies, or perhaps a robot. So I guess this started as an Indiegogo and Kickstarter, and yeah, it kinda went viral. I don't know if 75,000 views, most of which were from paid ad campaigns, is something I would classify as going viral, but this is actually a pretty good commercial.
Wow, that is soft.
The price isn't terrible. I mean, there certainly are more expensive pillows out there, but for 70 bucks, this better be pretty damn comfortable. Potential red flag. I'm noticing an unexpected theme here with the reviews. A lot of people are saying that it smells like peanut butter. According to this guy, like a lot, ha ha ha. Almost like somebody dipped it in a jar and then shipped it. It's so weird, man. This pillow smells just like peanut butter. And every morning when I wake up, I have peanut butter all over the side of my face. So I rub it on some toast and it tastes just like peanut butter. And it's delicious. And now I have that for breakfast every morning and I have no regrets. 10 out of 10. Gotta say, I'm very intrigued by the peanut butter pillow cube. So guess we'll find out. Okay, this looks kind of fun. A lot of you have commented lately about how my futon mysteriously disappeared from the background on my videos, and it's not a mystery. He left to go to college. But honestly, ever since then, there's been this gaping void in my life that I'd like to fill with something else I can sit on. As usual, one of the first things I like to do when I find a product is sort reviews by lowest, and it's probably a good sign that all of the 1-star reviews seem to have been done by mistake. My granddaughter is in love with Moonpod Space Gray 1-star. Was this helpful? No! Anna A says, I live on my Moonpod. From sitting in my toddler's playroom reading stories, to watching TV, to working remotely, it suits all my needs. It has a very little footprint. Like carbon footprint? Is it a hybrid beanbag chair? As long as it doesn't hurt my fracking business. It is more comfortable than you think is possible. Excuse me? Who are you, Anna, to tell me what I think is possible? You don't know what levels of comfort I've imagined. And you know, you may think $299 is a lot until they compare it to similar products. A Lovesac is $850. Even a regular beanbag chair costs $400. Which beanbag chair are they talking about? At least name a brand. You can get Big Joe from Walmart for 35 bucks. But you can't do all this on Big Joe. You can sit in Moonpod. You can recline in Moonpod. You can even lay in Moonpod. And don't get those two things mixed up, okay? This is reclining and this is laying. You see the difference? Laying, reclining. These are not the same thing. And when I'm done with this video, I'm gonna go use my 3-in-1 shampoo and conditioner that also washes hair. Why even advertise it as 3-in-1? You did not need to do this live. How many people are gonna click on this and be like, 299 bucks? Hell yeah. But only if I can do 3 things on it. All right, enough yapping. This is probably gonna take forever to get here, so I should probably order it ASAP. Bye, money. I'll miss you. Okay, this I can live with. I just dropped $300 on a beanbag chair yesterday, so it would be nice to go with something a little bit cheaper. Plus, I do wear a lot of sweatpants. $89. These pants cost $89? Are they bulletproof? Yeah, these joggers are pretty expensive, but they might just foil an assassination attempt. What even is Vuori? How are you gonna have some obscure made-up name and also have the audacity to charge $90 for sweatpants? After only 2 washes, the side seams have completely frayed. I followed wash instructions exactly and didn't even put them in the dryer. Extremely disappointed with the quality for $90 track pants. Okay, so they're not bulletproof. Generally, I don't mind spending a little bit more for something if I know it's gonna be like high quality, but I have never heard of this brand in my life, so I have no idea what to expect. Guess we'll find out. Why did I buy those pants? Okay, now we're getting interesting. Remember the beginning of the pandemic when everyone bought like 400 rolls of toilet paper and then no one could buy toilet paper? Well, because of that, I had started researching bidets at the time, but those were out of stock everywhere too. Long story short, I haven't wiped my butt in over a year, but the tides may finally be turning thanks to this ad. I've definitely heard of Hello Tushy before. They seem to be pretty similar to Dollar Shave Club in that they don't do anything that's like revolutionary, but they have really good branding. Like bidets are a very boring product, but they make it seem fun. You can join the Clean Butt Club and get $5 off. Don't mind if I do. And if I have any questions, Real Pooping Human is here to help. So I am definitely curious to try this out. My only reservation is I don't know if we're allowed to install this on our toilets. I'm gonna have to ask my landlord about it.
What's up? Were you just standing outside the door waiting for someone to mention you by name? No. I came here to tell you your dishwasher's broken. Well, then fix it. That is not my job. That literally is your job. Also, do you think my name is landlord? Yes. Landlord is not my name. It's my profession. My name is Ninja. My parents named me after the Fortnite streamer. How old are you? I gotta go. Oh man, this staircase is steep. Whoa! Ah! Ow! 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 Oh. I'm okay.
You know, I'm 5 days into this, and I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed so far. In the past, I feel like I've gotten so many ads for snack boxes and candy, but this is the week Instagram decides to be like, you wanna spray your butt? And then put on some expensive pants. What I'm about to do is highly questionable. Some of you may even call it tampering, but I have to try to take matters into my own hands. If these ads are truly as targeted as they're supposed to be, then it's nothing a few Google searches can't change. Candy, 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 candy store near me. Delicious candy. Siri, text my wife, candy for dinner? Good news, it worked. Bad news. Did it though? It's spicy candy. I was hoping for mild. They must be pretty popular though, because they're sold out of a lot of their flavors at the moment. I'm just gonna go with the watermelon ones that I saw advertised to me and hope that I don't end up hating my life. It's been 1 week. I thought I had seen the worst. I thought spicy candy, well, at least tomorrow will be better. And then I saw this. Instagram has a cruel sense of humor for saving this one until the end. I was 1 day from retirement, damn it. Well, let's check it out. So a company called Microclimate is making this protective space helmet with a built-in fan and filtration system, and it costs $300. This is obviously supposed to be an advanced and very expensive alternative to wearing a mask. The transparent acrylic dome allows the wearer full peripheral vision. This helps the device quickly fade into the background after being put on. You know, I'm not so sure that's true. Maybe for you, you'll forget about it, but for the people staring at you in the grocery store, I don't think they're gonna be like, what the hell is... Oh wait, no, he has full peripheral vision? Okay, nothing to see. They've got a fair amount of testimonials. Reggie Watts is one of them.
If it dies, do you lose oxygen? That would be crazy.
Hey, if Reggie Watts likes it, I'll give it a shot.
You dumbass.
I also like how they're also trying to make it seem like it serves multiple purposes. It's not just for the pandemic, it's also for seasonal allergies. Now I'm sold. I'll be sure to wear this out in my garden and then see how long it takes for my neighbors to stop talking to me. All right, let's go ahead and buy it. Honestly, this is a pretty good haul here. I'm excited for everything, not just for the helmet. Our total came in at just under $1,000, which is not great, but I guess it could be worse. Now all I gotta do is wait for everything to show up. Oh, there it is.
Mail's here. I'm gonna go ahead and open the moon pod first because it's the thing I'm most excited about, and also so I have somewhere to sit for this part of the video. Excuse me. It says not to open it with a sharp object, so I'll try my best. I'm a sucker for instructions. I will always follow them. Did I get the white one? Smell test. You know how when you go to like Dick's Sporting Goods, the whole store just smells like baseball gloves? That's what this smells like. Ah, the cover. Hole in one! No, that's fine. You don't need to help. Just keep sitting there. Jeez. Having a little bit of trouble here. Maybe I should have done this last. I'm already sweating. Oh my god. This is kind of a nightmare, honestly. I did it!
and it only took 9 minutes. It's more rectangular than I was expecting. I guess I thought it would look more like a beanbag chair and not a giant pill. Honestly, I'm a little underwhelmed. As far as comfort goes, this is like bare minimum. It just feels like I'm sitting on beads. The way they advertised it on the website, I thought it would have some kind of special material inside that would be unlike anything I've ever felt before. It's the moon pod. It's supposed to be out of this world. I don't know, for $300, I'm just not that impressed. I mean, it's definitely better than sitting on the floor. Like outside in the rain. All right, let's get these pants out of the way. Just a reminder, guys, I spent $89 on these, so they really are gonna have to blow me away here. I mean, they're definitely pants. They're a little baggier than I thought they'd be. That is what the one review said. They're very warm. Like, I've only had these on for about 30 seconds, and I can already tell I'm gonna sweat up a storm in these. When I take these off, they're gonna be just soaking wet on the inside. But pocket. This is where I can hold all of the money that I would still have if I didn't use it to buy these pants. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the pillow cube next because I haven't eaten lunch yet and I'm kind of in the mood for PB&J. It does not smell like peanut butter. It smells like wet paint. I don't know if that's better. Obviously, I haven't gotten a chance to sleep on this yet. I'm gonna sleep on it tonight and let you know what I think. But first impression, as with everything so far, is I can't believe I spent as much money on this as I did. So I've slept on this a couple times now, and I think I like it. I kind of alternate between this and my other pillow, but I'll definitely get some use out of this. It is definitely as soft as advertised, but in hindsight, I probably should have gone with a wider one. Also, I woke up my cat. Sorry. Time for the bidet. Is it breaking? Let me tell you guys a little story about how crafty I am. So I wanted to install this in our second bathroom just in case I messed up really bad and like broke the toilet. But then I realized I needed a flathead screwdriver to take out the seat and couldn't for the life of me find mine. So I went out and bought another one. Then I tried to unscrew the seat and I kept turning and turning and turning and nothing would happen, so I gave up and went to our other bathroom. The same thing was happening there, and then I realized, oh, you also have to unscrew the lug nuts on the bottom, you fucking moron. So then I successfully removed the seat, inserted the bidet, and that only took a couple minutes. Now all I had to do was hook it into the water line, which I managed to loosen all the way until I realized I needed to replace that pipe with a more flexible one so the bidet attachment would actually fit. I didn't realize I could have just ordered this part from Hello Tushy when I bought the bidet, but I'm not exactly the most forward-thinking person. Anyway, I had to go out and buy one from Home Depot, and from there I had no issues. If I'd actually been prepared ahead of time, this whole process would have taken about 10 minutes, but instead I turned it into a 2-day project. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a butt to spray.
Hole in one.
Here they are. I've smelled a lot of smells in this video so far, and the smell I'm going to experience when I open this sealed pack of spicy candy is something I'm not excited for. First impression, like all candy that gets delivered to your mailbox and just kind of sits there for a while, this is all congealed into one solid object. Like one of the commenters said, it's basically just like regular candy that they put red chili flakes on. All right, here goes nothing. Let me try one with more spice on it. I feel like there wasn't a lot of spice. Here's a nice close-up for you guys. No. The candy itself is good. I'm a sucker for sour candy. I just wouldn't put these two things together. I'll have one more. It's just weird. It's not for me. My final thoughts on Chili Chews is that they are not sitting very well in my stomach, and it's a good thing that I already installed that bidet. Boy, oh boy, am I excited for this one. Here it is. Some accessories in here. You've got like a microfiber cloth. Looks like the charging cable. Also a flight fact card. I believe that is what you show to like the flight attendant when you want to wear this on a plane. To show them like, look, this is legit. I don't know if that would actually work because according to the CEO of the company, he was like, yeah, they still made me put on a mask.
I started to explain what the device was that I had on, but they weren't having any of it. and were about to take me off the flight.
You know, it's funny. The whole point of this is so you can have this on without having to wear a mask. But I have never wanted to cover my face more than I do right now. The only thing I really hear is the fan. I feel like if someone was talking to me outside, I would not be able to hear them at all. There almost needs to be like a microphone on the outside and then speakers on the inside. Oh wait, they didn't say anything about burps. It's very loose.
Oh wait, I think I figured it out.
Okay, and then that goes... I think I figured out the strap. And then I think I just broke... Oh, god damn it. Alright, nice solid fit. My hair is very much in my eyes now. Not much I can do about that. Drink test! I just gotta... And it's that easy. Yeah, definitely shouldn't have worn glasses with this. It's pushing down on my glasses, and instinctively I want to like push them back up, but there seems to be a glass dome in my way. I would say overall the theme today has been overpriced and disappointing, but it's not fair for me to judge this just sitting here in my house. I shouldn't have to wear this sitting right here. What I need to do is take this out for a test drive.
Within minutes, I couldn't believe how wrong I was. This thing is incredible. I've never felt more safe in my life. Safe from contagious diseases and motorcycle accidents, from thunderstorms and rogue baseballs. I think I might be invincible.
Siri, cancel my doctor's appointment tomorrow. I don't need it anymore.
I deserve to be rewarded for this moment of clarity. I deserve a snack. So I guess there is one downside. So to organize my final thoughts on all these products, I'm gonna be putting letter grades into a tier list because my brain is broken and that's the only way it knows how to assess things. Right off the bat, MoonPod, straight up F. I wouldn't say it's an F tier product. If I got it for free, I'd say it's like C at the best. But I spent like $340, I think, for this thing. It feels super cheap. It's not that comfortable. It's very noisy. Every time you move, I feel like my wife can hear me from across the house. It feels like a $50 beanbag chair at the most. The pillow cube was actually pretty comfortable. If the MoonPod was made out of the memory foam that the pillow cube was made out of, it would be the most comfortable fucking chair in the world. My only thing with the pillow is that I wish I had just went ahead and bought the bigger one. It's not very wide, and if you move around in your sleep at all, which everybody does for the most part, you're gonna wake up in some weird positions, which kind of defeats the purpose of having something that's supposed to like keep you from waking up with neck pain. The pants definitely grew on me as time went on. Really, the only thing with these is that you cannot possibly justify the $89 price tag. I would say like $40 at the most. This could go in either B or C. I'm gonna put it in C just because of the price, but they're decent pants. I'm also gonna put the Chili Chews in the C tier. Obviously, I didn't personally like them, but I've never had spicy candy before. That's not really my thing. Probably the product that is most accurately priced out of everything on this list. The microclimate mask is going straight to S tier. My only regret with it is I wish I had spent more money on it. I wish it cost twice as much. And then the bidet, I think I'm gonna put that in A tier. It works pretty well. It's the only thing on this list that I probably would have bought anyway, but it was pretty easy to hook up, and it's the kind of thing that I'm gonna use pretty much every day. If I were to take anything away from this video, it would probably be that if you see something advertised to you on Instagram, it probably costs twice as much as it should. It's probably not as good of a product as you think it will be, and the reviews can be misleading. I guess the last thing I'm curious about is after engaging so much with the Instagram algorithm, what it thinks of me as a consumer. Now that they've identified me as someone who literally buys everything, what are they gonna advertise to me next? Is it just gonna be crazy expensive stuff? Are they gonna try to get me to buy a car? I'm actually kind of curious. Get through some stories, and they think I'm depressed. God damn it.
Oh, I be going off that Molly.
A lot of well, I'm filming it now. Jeez. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video all the way up until the end, or for some reason clicking on it and skipping directly to this part. I hope you all learned something today. I know I sure did. I learned not to buy stuff online, because most of it sucks. Or you know what, maybe that's not what I learned, because I had a lot of fun making this video, and I might do a part 2 somewhere down the road. That depression clinic isn't gonna research itself. Anyway, thank you again for watching. I will see all of you tomorrow for our big date at Olive Garden. Bye.
What the hell, man? Don't sneak up on me like that. Sorry, I'm just a little on edge right now. Amanda and I just got done watching one of the most disturbing and viscerally unsettling movies I've seen in years. If you've watched anything in theaters lately, you're probably thinking, what, The Substance, Terrifier, Despicable Me 4? No, I love those little yellow freaks. And The Substance just made me hungry. The movie I'm talking about isn't in theaters right now. In fact, it never even was. It's called Timeless Love, and it was made by Hallmark Mystery, one of the subdivisions of Hallmark, like Family and Wines. Sorry, I know I'm already getting distracted, but did you know Hallmark made their own wines now? 'Cause I sure didn't.
Hey Hallmark fans, I'm Andrew Nelson, one of your winemakers behind Hallmark Channel Wines. These are real wines that we're crafting specific for Hallmark fans.
I like how right away they address the elephant in the room by insisting that it's real. 'Cause I agree, it doesn't look real. It looks like an April Fool's Day joke they forgot to take off their website. But they exist, and they made them specifically for Hallmark fans, which I think just means people who will buy anything if the branding on it is even vaguely Christmas. I ordered the wine before. I ordered Jingle and Joy. But according to the order number they gave, said no, only ordered Jingle. Was hoping for a discount, nothing, didn't offer anything. If it wasn't a gift, I wouldn't be ordering Joy. I do not recommend this product. I couldn't find you, went to Hallmark.com. You canceled my first wine order and I still don't see a refund. I just reordered a bigger order in hopes you make it right. Yeah, that'll show them, Ron. Just keep giving them more money. They'll learn their lesson eventually.
We only have one wine tonight, ma'am. It's our specialty Hallmark sandwich.
Ooh, it's so good.
So the movie starts with what we soon find out is a dream sequence from the main character, Megan. It's a fantasy of hers that is so vivid, she wakes up from the coma she's in thinking it was real. She isn't married, she doesn't have kids, but she thinks she does because of her dream. And that's great and all, but my first takeaway was there's something about her husband that is a little distracting? I'm not gonna make it from scratch, kids. No, I only like it when you make it from scratch. Who makes cinnamon rolls
Cinnabon. I want cinnamon rolls. Okay, but
We gotta drive to the mall.
What do you want me to make for lunches? I wake up. What you make for lunches?
All right, what do you want for lunches today?
They're already worried about lunch. The day just started. Now, I understand if they're packing lunches for school, but one of the first things he says is, should we just take a lazy day today, implying it's Saturday? So why are you making lunch immediately if you're all gonna have a lazy day together?
Why are you so concerned about what your next meal?
You haven't even eaten your first meal and you're already worried about your second meal. No, I don't have any bruises on my body. I'm fine. Physically, I'm totally fine. It's just up here, I got children.
Things should start getting back to normal now that she's home.
Considering the circumstances, everyone is very nonchalant about this. Just like, all right, why aren't you're home now, be normal. She was asleep for 2 months. They thought she was gonna die. And it's like, all right, why is she being she's being such a bummer? She's also funny because she's like annoyed when people question her. To them, she is making up this entire life. Imagine if you woke up from a coma and you were like, I had 2 wives and you had this, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. We go home and I'm like, do you remember this place? And you're like, yeah, I remember this place. I live here. It's like, okay, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where the line is.
So, how's it been?
What?
Being back.
What?
What are you talking about? I don't know, being awake for the first time this year.
So you totally think you were married?
Yeah.
It still sounds weird.
My job let me go because I was in a coma for too long.
Oh, get a new job.
No, he was like, wow, that sucks.
Okay, do you want to play that character? All right. I got an accident so bad I fell asleep for 2 months and they fired me because of my coma.
Tough break. What was your job?
I worked at the toilet paper factory.
Get a new job.
Okay.
Okay.
It'll keep you focused on something else while giving you perspective you might not get if you keep trying to figure out what happened to you.
He's supposed to tell her what happened to her.
Yeah, let me know if you ever crack what's going on in your brain.
What if Thomas is real? And I love him.
You know those edits people do of Ross from Friends where they take out the laugh track and it makes him seem schizophrenic? I feel like you could do that with this movie too. Take out the quirky orchestra music and change the color grading and suddenly you've got a psychological thriller.
One day maybe I'll, wait, I'm sorry, how did you know my name
Miss Claiborne?
And that would be so much more interesting to watch than this movie where nobody reacts to Megan the way that they should.
Just trying to explain the philosophy behind photos.
No, photos are from the past.
They're memories that we keep on our desks at work.
They're just more vivid versions of what we think in our head.
Got it.
Hey, Dad, did you get anything to eat?
Dad, snap out of it. Your wife died, what, 2 hours ago? Get over it. Everyone in this movie is so impatient with people going through stuff.
What about your parents?
Well, my mom just died last week.
And what about your parents?
Sorry, I've been talking so much about me. And what does your mom do for work?
Just give him time. He'll find his way.
You seem so sure about everything all the time.
You seem so sure about everything all the time.
It's like you know everything that's going to happen for the next 4 months and nothing past that.
Feels like
maybe she was obsessed with him before she got
that
him
would be an interesting twist. This same movie, but the twist is she was stalking this guy for months ahead of time, and that's how she knows all this. But she just thinks it was just quirky little dream she had.
I want this to have a twist so bad. I want it to start off as a Hallmark and then turn into like
that Netflix show Kevin Can Fuck Himself that just like hard cuts into a completely different.
There should have been fireworks in the first day.
Fish all like explode.
I hope I live up to what you know about me.
That's so crazy.
That's so weird for him to just accept it.
I love a good romance. I can't get behind him just falling in love with her.
If I met someone and it like really hit it off for a couple months and then I find out they knew all this stuff about me, I would think they were a stalker.
Yes.
I would feel so weirded out. I would feel...
I bet a stalker wrote this movie.
Yeah.
This is a stalker's
No,
fantasy.
it's not stalking. I just had a dream where I learned all this stuff.
You know almost everything about me.
He likes it.
I think he's just so used to having... A year later, they have a 5 and 6 year old. Why would they hang individual photos of each other and not? They don't have any together at this point.
I like it.
Nice job, Mrs. Claiborne.
Also, he just called her Mrs. Claiborne, so they're married. It's been 1 year they're married already.
And they don't have any wedding photos to hang up?
No, they got married and they only have the one photo he took of her at their first photo shoot together. Stupid movie.
This is perfect.
And how can they afford this house?
She works for him.
He makes a little bit of money and gives some of it to her, and they pool that together to buy this beautiful house.
Kevin, stop. You're getting cream cheese all over the table.
Honey, I'm a retired police officer, not a maid. Kevin. Plus, I'm fat, and that's what makes my character funny.
Fine. You're right, Kevin. I love you.
Oh, God! Kevin!
Kevin, no!
Good evening, everyone. We interrupt this episode.
Oh, come on, not right now.
To bring you an important story. This is a really big news story that you won't want to miss. Be sure to stay tuned.
Really? Every channel? What is so important that...
Twitter has announced that their popular social media app Vine will be closing its doors in the next couple months. At this moment, the specific details of this move are unclear. But one thing I know for certain is that if you're a Viner and your only source of online relevance and, hell, self-worth is the number of Vine followers you have, then I imagine this news is simply devastating.
Oh my God, I heard. Can you believe this? No, that's crazy. They're shutting down Vine? What? Oh, no, I wasn't listening to that. I'm on the news.
News. Boy, do I love the news.
What? I'm the news anchor, which is weird because I didn't think I was. Am I? Why didn't I know this? No, you're not the... This is a sketch, Drew. You're just playing all the characters.
Characters?
You recorded that yesterday, and now you're just playing it on the TV. I'm not so sure I'm following. All right, clearly this is getting too meta. Did you just write this part in because you didn't know how to...
Because I didn't know how to end the sketch.
Yeah, I figured. 911? Hi, I'd like to order a sandwich. Also, you wrote a sketch that's supposed to take place 1 year ago.
Just pickles, please.
And the phone you gave yourself
was a Motorola Razr.
Uh-huh.
Do you think that people still used Razr phones a year ago?
I don't remember when people stopped using razors.
Can everybody please do me a favor and refrain from commenting on my little band-aid? No, I'm not going to tell you how I hurt my finger, and I'm definitely not going to tell you how to use a cheese grater, because apparently I don't know. And I'm absolutely not going to tell you why the only band-aids I own are from a movie called The Secret Life of Pets, which I've never heard of.
Do it for the vine. I ain't gonna do it. Do it for the vine. I ain't gonna do it.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the dumpster behind a Chili's. Today we're going to be taking a little trip down memory lane. Specifically my memory, as I don't have access to anybody else's. And although this video will be filled with personal stories and experiences through my own eyes, I think there will be something in this video for everybody, particularly if you used to be a Viner, or if you were ever just a big fan of Vines. As many of you may know, it's been exactly 1 year since Vine announced that they would be shutting down. It's actually been a little bit more than a year, depending on how long it takes me to make this video.
Close enough.
And although it doesn't feel like it's been that long, a lot has changed in the past year. Now, every once in a while, I will start watching one of the Vine compilations that they're all over YouTube. And I find myself watching these sometimes and seeing someone and being like, what happened to them? Do you ever watch an old Vine? And I'm not just talking about like the popular Viners, like Lele Pons and those sort of people who have moved on to other things, obviously, but some of the one-hit wonder Vines. Like, this guy. Read your Bible. What happened to him? And with this being the anniversary of the death of Vine, I figured this would be a perfect opportunity to do a little bit of research and figure out where some of these prominent figures have disappeared to. And because Vine was such an enormously significant part of my life, I wanted to have this one definitive video where I talk about pretty much my entire experience with Vine, how it changed my life, why I think Vine was good, and why I also think Vine was bad, because obviously it had its flaws, otherwise it would still exist today. But for now, let's go ahead and take a deep dive into the first ever segment of Vine. There's supposed to be like a song that...
Where are they now?
Cause some came in the mail today. These nuts. Got him!
I laugh every time. The D's Nuts guy, whose real name is Charles Nuts, is one of the most notorious figures to ever come from Vine. As you all know, Charles went on to host his very own prank show on VH1, the D's Nuts Prank Hour, which ran for 12 seasons and is still the highest rated show in television history. Who can forget that season 6 crossover episode with Ashton Kutcher, where they both thought they were pranking each other? You're pumped! Despite strong ratings throughout its entire 600 episode run, the D's Nuts Prank Hour was canceled back in August when they simply ran out of people to prank. And you can't prank someone twice.
Zach, stop! Zach, stop! You're gonna get in trouble.
Zach!
This Vine was called Kicked Too Much. And without a doubt, it's one of my favorite Vines ever. But it does leave you with a lot of questions like, why was he kicking so much? Why did his friends keep telling him not to? Well, I guess it makes sense why they told him not to, because he ended up getting arrested. But it's a pretty confusing Vine, and I continued to be confused about this for months until very recently I was just fed up of that and I decided to do a quick Google search, and I found out very quickly that he was simply arrested for reaching the legal kick limit in 1 day. Afterwards, I became very angry at all the people who didn't do as much research as I did and continued to question this Vine. The answers were right in front of you, you just had to Google it. And although it seems a little harsh that he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the law is the law. And you have to respect the law.
Iridocyclitis.
Unfortunately, this kid did go on to lose this spelling bee after a late field goal in overtime, but as all stories must have a happy ending, he is currently the mayor of Sacramento.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
This story does not have a happy ending. After facing the worst public humiliation of his life, this poor guy had to move to a different state where he was unable to get an apartment or even a job because he forgot his wallet.
Who am I? Let's go to the beach. Beach. Nicki Minaj. I'm Corbin Blue.
Corbin Blue one of the most mysterious figures on Vine. After an anonymous Reddit user made a strong case that this Corbin Bleu is not the same Corbin Bleu from the High School Musical franchise, people began to question the true identity of Corbin. However, there is a rumor going around that I think sounds pretty convincing. I apologize in advance for condoning a rumor that doesn't have 100% hard evidence to back it up, but I feel very strongly about this one. Basically, the rumor is that Corbin Bleu is Spider-Man. Now, you may be thinking that's ridiculous. Spider-Man lives in New York, while Corbin Bleu lives on the internet. But there's a pretty convincing argument to be made that these two are, in fact, the same person. For one, let's take a look at Corbin's post schedule. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and scroll down to 2015 because there's a pretty noticeable discrepancy in here. Here we go. Corbin posted 3 times on October 16th, 2015, but then he didn't post again until the 28th of October, nearly 2 weeks later. Now, ask yourself, where was Corbin? Now, it stands to reason that if Spider-Man had a Vine account, he wouldn't be able to post every day because he'd be busy fighting the Green Goblin and whatever other villains he has. And this wasn't just a one-time thing. The behavior continues. November 17th he posts, and then not again until December 11th. That's nearly a month. Spider-Man presumably fights a lot of crime and would be very busy. And I imagine this is exactly the kind of post schedule he would be forced to maintain. When you look at all this evidence combined, it seems obvious that there's no other answer possible. Corbin Bleu is Spider-Man. Now, a lot of people assumed that this was Cole Hirsch playing a character just because they have the same Snapchat account and they look very similar. But if you ask me, that isn't really enough evidence to say, oh, they're the same person. Like I said earlier, this video is all about the truth. Everything in this video is true. I did a lot of research to find out all these things about all these people, and I think it would ruin my credibility as a video maker if I condoned such ridiculous rumors without any real hard evidence. Plus, it just seems very obvious that Corbin is Spider-Man. We'll get back to that segment in a moment, but first I want to talk a little bit about why I think Vine was good and also why Vine was bad, because I think both are true. The most important thing I want to make clear in this video is I am 1,000,000% thankful to Vine for what they allowed me to do and where they allowed me to go. I want to talk honestly about what I think some of the problems with Vine were. And I don't think it's that, like I said, I don't think it's that crazy to say that Vine had its flaws because it doesn't exist anymore. But ultimately, I want to make it clear that I love Vine. I appreciate the hell out of Vine and all the employees and the people I met and everyone that allowed me to be where I am today. Vine was a perfect place to start out on the internet, to build a platform from scratch. If you wanted to be an online content creator, Vine was the place to start. It was easy to make Vines, it was easy for your Vines to be seen. Vine was all about ideas, because with Vine, the distance between an idea and the execution of that idea was very short. You could have the idea for a Vine, and within a couple hours, it exists.
Road work ahead? Yeah, I sure hope it does.
And then a few hours past that, it's got 1 million loops and a bunch of comments and likes, and all this validation is given to you for the idea you had a couple hours ago. So Vine was great in that way, but really what made Vine great was the people on Vine. It was such a fun group of creators to be a part of because everyone was supportive of each other. It'd be so fun to see your friend or just someone you follow and really like, you see a Vine they post, you're like, oh, that's a great idea. That's so funny, that's fantastic. They posted a couple minutes ago, and you know that's gonna go viral. And then you check back a few hours later, it's got the little flame emoji next to the view count. It's #1 on the comedy page. With things like Vine and YouTube, they can only exist with the people using them. And they're only as good as the content creators on the app. And Vine, for the most part, had a fantastic group of creators. And I don't think it was the quality of Vines that led to its demise. Everything that led to its demise was more numbers. They weren't making money, that sort of thing. But I think there was some really great content and really great people on Vine. Now, shifting the focus a little bit to what were some of Vine's flaws. And I think a lot of the things that made Vine good were unfortunately also the things that made Vine doomed to fail. In the same way that Vine was accessible to creators, it was also pretty limiting because it was 6 seconds long. I can't tell you how many times I would sit there trying to edit a Vine shorter and shorter and shorter, and I could get it to like 8 seconds, 9 seconds, and it's just like, I can't make this any shorter. I can't post this on Vine. It was hard to fit a good joke into 6 seconds, and sometimes so many Vines were perfect at that length. But as a creator, you start using Vine, and as your ideas start to get more elaborate, you need to go to other platforms to express those ideas. Even while Vine was still around, through a lot of 2016, I wasn't really using Vine as much because I was trying to figure out, I was at a point where it's like, okay, I've done Vine for a little bit and I feel good about this, I feel good about what I've done, but what's next? And I think a lot of people had that same thing. Vine was this great place to be, but there was always that idea of like, well, I'm not gonna be here forever. So what's next? And that brings me to what I think is pretty much my main point on why I think Vine was always doomed to fail. The way I think of it is everybody has their own career ladder in their head where the top of the ladder represents total creative fulfillment. If you were as successful as you could possibly imagine, what does that look like? And the top of the ladder is different for everybody. Maybe the ultimate fulfillment for you is you want to write a movie, or you want to act in a TV show. You want to be like Dwight from The Office. Maybe that's your ultimate career goal. Or maybe you want to be just famous enough to get 4th place on Dancing with the Stars. It's different for everybody. So while every Vine creator's ladder was slightly different, I think what they all had in common was that Vine was not at the top. In fact, I think Vine, for most people, was the bottom step. It was the first step. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't mean to disparage Vine in any way, but I think for most people, no one had success on Vine and was like, I'm gonna do this forever, because it just didn't seem to work out that way. It didn't seem viable. It was great for starting out, but once you get to a point where it's like, okay, where do I go with this? It was usually the next place to go is somewhere else. So going back to the ladder analogy, if Vine is the first step, that means 2 things. One, it was accessible enough to be reached from the ground, but the ultimate job of the first step of the ladder is to propel you to the next step of the ladder. And so that's what Vine was. It was the 100% necessary first step that would propel people further along. I imagine this type of thing made it very difficult to be an employee at Vine or someone who had a large role at Vine, because they would probably see these very talented people come in and use Vine to go do something else. Like they came and they got what they came for, but ultimately they just needed to leave and do something else. For the rest of my career, no matter what I do, whether I completely fizzle out and never do anything, or whether I go on to be a millionaire movie maker, I will owe my start to Vine. It doesn't matter how talented or funny I think I am recognized now as an online entertainer because of Vine. Failing to express gratitude for the thing that got you where you are now shows a complete and utter lack of self-awareness. Going back to the ladder analogy, it's pretty easy when you're on that second step to look down at the ground and see how far you've come, but let's not forget that when you were on the ground, you couldn't reach that second step without the first one.
Hey Logan!
So these guys were both pretty popular on Vine. I haven't seen much of them in a while though, so I'll have to look into that.
On all levels except physical, I am a wolf.
Shout out to the Twitter follower who sent me this paparazzi photo that was taken a couple weeks ago of this guy. One of the first things you'll notice is that this is a picture of a wolf, and that he is a wolf now. On all levels, including physical.
Take another lap.
Coach, just give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec to breathe.
This family is such a perfect encapsulation of what made Vine so special. Every once in a while, you'd find someone and just marvel at the fact that they exist, that there's someone out there like that. Because the young girl, J-Ro, is so interesting on her own, the way she sings.
When there's too much drama at school, all you gotta do is walk away.
And even just the way she's branded herself, J-Ro. But on top of that, you add in her uncle.
Who is it?
Dear uncle.
Your uncle.
Your uncle. Your uncle.
You add in her grandma or her aunt, I'm not actually sure.
It looks so good.
You got that right, honey, and it's all about the cook. Marvelous.
Also, you look at a Vine like this.
Damn, check out those babes on the beach.
Babes for days.
Which makes sense. You know, it has a setup and a punchline, but then you realize that the babes for days that they're talking about, 2 of them are like 10 years old. We're just gonna gloss over that.
I got your drink.
Ugh. This makes me miss Vine, because this reminds me of like all the weird people you discover, and they leave you with so many questions. Who are these people? What is this family? And why don't they have their own reality show? Well, I actually found out that they do. Uncle's Home will premiere its first season next month as a YouTube Red exclusive.
Hey, mailman, what do you got? Just this letter!
Jonathan, I don't love you anymore.
In my opinion, Danny was one of the best Viners. He was very popular because he was able to make Vines that were relatable enough for everybody to understand, but they were so much better than all of the other relatable Vines and Viners that existed, because he's a legitimately hilarious person. If you liked him on Vine, he's still making YouTube videos now, and if you're not already subscribed, you should go check him out. The only thing with Danny, and he might get mad that I even brought this up, but I feel like I should say something about this, because if you click on any of his videos, all the comments are about this. But a few months ago, Danny was diagnosed with permanently upside down disease. For those of you who don't know, it's basically a disease where an otherwise healthy person's physical body is upside down permanently. You know, Danny's a really funny guy, but it admittedly can be kind of tough to watch his videos because it's so disorienting to see someone who's just upside down the whole time. Like I said, all his comments are about that. People seem to be frustrated and confused, but props to Danny for not just editing the video so it looks like he's right side up, because if he were to do that, then he would no longer be raising awareness for a very real condition that affects millions of persons, and that's something you simply can't put a price on. If you ask me though, I think he needs to fucking fix that shit in Premiere. It's gross, and I don't like it. Without a doubt, the best memory I have from Vine, and one of the best memories I have from my whole life so far, is getting to work on Camp Unplug.
Camp Unplug? More like Camp Fun Plug.
More like Camp Butt Plug.
It's on my jacket. For those of you who don't know what Camp Unplug is, that's probably most of you, let me explain it. So in March of 2016, I got a message on Twitter from this guy Jeremy who works at Vine, and at first I couldn't believe it was real. He asked if I wanted to be a part of this series that they had written and were gonna film over the summer, and they were gonna fly us out to this camp in Wisconsin, and then they were gonna take us to VidCon as like featured creators. They were gonna do all these things and pay for all this stuff for us. Almost everybody on the list I had heard of and was a fan of their Vines, so not only was I gonna be a part of this awesome thing, but I'd get to meet all these people. Up until this point, I hadn't met, except for maybe a couple other Viners who happened to live in Orlando. I hadn't really met any creators from Vine, and so it was so exciting to meet these people who I had watched for all this time and actually meet them in real life. It also made me a little nervous because I didn't know if I think I'm funnier in real life than I was on Vine, but there was also part of me that was like, oh, I hope they like me, which is pretty much just my constant mental state before I do anything. What was so cool about it was that they gave us a script. Chris Melberger, Aaron Tuning, and Jeremy wrote a great script, but everything within the whole project was also 100% collaborative. So the first night we got there, we're sitting down at the table reading the whole script, and we're all doing our lines, and anytime someone had an idea, like, oh, maybe my character should say this instead, it was like, there was never any sense of like, maybe you should just do what's in the script. You know, it was like, everyone had their own ideas, and everyone's ideas were listened to. Another thing that specifically for me that was so cool that I got to be invited to this was like, at the time when they first asked me, I think I only had like 100,000 followers, which it's good, but there were probably thousands of people who had more followers than me. Certainly just among the group of people there, most of the people there had over 1 million. They were some of the biggest Viners. I know Cody had about 2 million, Danny had over 1 million, maybe he had 2 million at the time. Lauren Giraldo had like 3 million. Victor Pope, all these people had so many more followers than I did. If it wasn't for this, I don't think I would have ever had any Vines with any of these people, just because I don't live in LA. I didn't then, and I still don't. And nobody lives in Florida, except for like Tiger Woods, but
I don't know if that would be a good PR move if I had started collaborating with Tiger Woods. In conjunction with the release of Camp Unplug was also Vine's release of this feature where you could attach longer videos to your Vines. And that was really the only way this story could be told on the Vine platform. It couldn't just be a bunch of little 6-second scenes. So the way Camp Unplug was told was you'd have these like 2 to 5 minute long scenes. Then as these fictional campers have some downtime, they get into their own little antics.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Maybe we could.
Sorry, I won't. You go.
Okay,
You and I go.
You should jump.
Oh, piss off.
Off this? Fine, I will.
It was so cool to be a part of that. You're probably waiting for me to like get to the point here. Right now it's just me gushing about these memories I have and the people I got to meet. But that's all it is. I look back and I gush at the fact that I got to do this. Like I alluded to, they also invited us to VidCon. Now, if you've never been to VidCon, and I'd like to go back, but this was my one and only time going to VidCon so far. VidCon's crazy. VidCon it's a whole different world because you've got this entire subsection of humanity all compact into one place. I don't know if I'll ever feel like as much of a celebrity as I did that weekend. The fact that I was technically a featured creator, they had their whole booth set up. It was one of the ones near the front. They had these big LED screens and my big dumb face would cycle through every once in a while. So that was crazy. Oh, they also took us to Disneyland, which was awesome. They rented out this whole section of a Denny's nearby. So every night between like 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. or something, you know, you'd have all these drunk creators going there. All the food was free. You could order whatever you wanted off the menu. And it was so free to the point where you would see, like, people would come in drunk and order something and then not wait for it, and you just see like a big stack of nachos just untouched. We Vine celebrities really abused the hell out of that whole experience. But definitely one of the best experiences of my life, and something that I felt like I had to talk about. You know, if I'm gonna make this whole video, fuck, I'm so glad I get to take this off now. It is so hot. It's like 80 degrees in my apartment because I have to turn the AC off while I film because it's very loud, and Jesus Christ, I feel good. This feels good now. So hello. Yeah, can I just get like a raw potato and a spoon? And then just an egg to drink. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, hey, we're back.
Two bros chilling in the hot tub, 5 feet apart cause they're not gay.
Now, this was a pretty big headline at the time, so I'm sure you guys already heard about this. But basically, as the night went on, the two bros, so as to not be confused for being in a homosexual relationship, slowly drifted further and further apart from each other until they both ended up in the middle of the ocean where they were tragically eaten by 2 different dolphins. Sources later revealed that those dolphins were in fact married, and that is ironically a pretty gay way to die. Legend has it that this boy is still running. No one knows where he is or how far he's run, or if he'll ever come back. His friends have moved on, and so has his family. They've replaced his room with a room that's just filled with water all the time. No one goes in, and no one comes out.
Tyrone, you notice your baby!
Father?
That baby don't look like me. That baby don't look like
Cole LeBrant, the whitest and boysiest member of Dim White Boys. If not from Vine, you may know Cole from his YouTube channel, where he and his wife like to film her 3-year-old daughter getting hurt. You may also know him from that time he tweeted about losing his virginity on his wedding night, and then blocked me when I made a really good joke about it. Cole, I wasn't making fun of you for waiting to lose your virginity. I think that's awesome. If that's your belief, that you want to wait till you're married to have sex, and you actually do, that's great, man. That's awesome. I'm proud of you for that. I was making fun of the fact that presumably moments after you finished having sex for the very first time, you pulled out your phone and said, just had sex. No, I'm not gonna talk about it. I could talk about this for hours. You guys would not believe the restraint it took to not make a video about this a couple months ago. I have a lot to say, but I didn't want to stir the pot any more than I already did, because Cole, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's just really, really bad at the internet.
Good credit, bad credit, no problem. Or you dead? Fuck it, ghost credit. I'm gonna get a Subaru.
Victor Pope Jr., is sincerely one of the funniest people I've ever met. He is such a natural comedian, and he was so good at Vine. Right now he's in LA doing stand-up. He's also done a couple things with Super Deluxe that are just such high quality. I'm gonna link those in the description because I think they're so funny and well made, and I think you should check them out. But that being said, a lot of people are asking about this ghost. We all want to know, did he ever get his Subaru? Unfortunately, he was riding his bike on his way to the Subaru dealer to potentially get his new car, but on the way he was captured by the ragtag group of paranormal experts on the show Ghost Adventures. The good news is he was the first real ghost that was ever captured by one of those entirely fake reality ghost television shows. The bad news is, of course, he is trapped in eternal captivity, but it's probably for the best because his credit score really is just terrible.
Adam! Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Adam and Patrick Perkins, who you might know as Packy, were twins who blew up on Vine in the summer of 2015, and they seemed poised to become the next big Vine stars. That is, until a couple months went by and they sort of just stopped posting. Perhaps they started to feel the pressure of having a lot of people paying attention to them, or maybe they just wanted to have normal lives. They were about to start college, and maybe they just wanted to focus on that, which is fine. Not everybody has to be famous. They still have an online presence, mostly on Instagram, a little bit on Twitter, but despite limited information, I was able to dig up that the Perkins twins are now the Perkins triplets. That's right, through the passage of time and the miracle of life, a new Perkins boy has spawned. And dare I say, he might even be the cutest. And now, we take a moment to reflect on some of the people we've lost.
Would you not eat my pants?
Oh, they're not dead. I just don't know what happened to them.
Kids, I'm gonna tell you an incredible story. The story of how I met your mother.
Okay, Dad. I started Vine pretty late in the game. I didn't start until about February 2015. And so to set the scene a little bit, at the time I had just dropped out of college for like the third time, and I was working at Popeyes. I knew I wanted to be a comedian for a living. I knew I wanted to pursue that, but I didn't know how. I was doing improv at the time, but I wasn't that good at improv. But I saw what some other people were doing on Vine and how Vine itself had sort of evolved in the year and a half or so that it had been around. And that piqued my interest. And so I looked at that and I was like, you know what? If they can do it, I can do it. I'm going to be good at Vine. And then so I started Vine, and I wasn't good at Vine. I was pretty bad at it when it started, and I think I deleted like 90% of the things I posted. But I guess mathematically that does mean that every 10th thing I posted was not that bad. So, you know, after a couple months, I eventually got a little bit better. I accumulated some good Vines. So after slowly crawling my way up from 50 followers to like 250 followers, finally in April, a couple of my Vines got pretty big. I got a Joe Jonas re-Vine. That's just sort of a tale as old as time. You know, how many comedians don't have Joe Jonas to thank for their initial start? So then after that, I went from like 300 followers to 30,000 or so followers in like a couple weeks, which was a type of success I had never experienced on the internet before. It was amazing. And then I got reached out to from someone at Tosh.0 asking if they could use my Vine on the show. And I was like, of course.
I want to talk to you guys about abortion. Nice try, Drew. Man, always want to tell me.
Ow! Damn, it feels good to be. So in such a short amount of time, I went from an absolute nobody who worked at Popeyes to a person who had a very small amount of internet success who still worked at Popeyes. So not much of a change, I guess. But it was, it was a lot of cool things all at once. However, the coolest thing that happened, and I'm only explaining all this to sort of give a little bit of a backstory, the most important thing that happened to me during this period of other important things happened right before. A girl commented on one of my Vines, specifically this Vine.
That moment when you have two phones so you don't know which one is ringing. I'm using the other one to record.
And she said, OMG, you are so cute. And your vines are like pure liquid gold. Now, a normal person in this situation would probably just ignore this comment, or at the very least, smile and move on with their lives. But me, a not normal person, decided to do the opposite and pursue it heavily. You have to understand, at the time, I was very lonely. And like a good detective, I was not about to turn down such a promising lead. I found her Instagram page from her Vine bio, and I looked at a couple pictures, was like, holy shit, she's perfect. And then so I messaged her, I got her phone number, we started texting, and got along really well. You know, everything was great, except, oh shit, she lives in Arizona, and I lived in Orlando. So that was kind of a bummer, but we got along really well. We kind of liked each other right away, and so it was like, you know, no pressure. We don't have to commit to anything. Let's just keep talking. And so we talked every day, like I said, we texted every day for like a week. And then after a week, she wanted to FaceTime, and I was very nervous to FaceTime because I'm nervous to do anything, but I agreed, and I called her. So we FaceTimed for 6 hours, 7 hours maybe, the whole night. So not only did we talk from the moment I got home from work until the moment I had to go to bed so I could wake up for work the next day, but during the 7-hour FaceTime, she bought a plane ticket to come see me. So I think less than a week into talking to someone who I've never met, we agreed to come see each other and not murder each other. I remember like the couple months before, like we bought the ticket but we didn't plan to see each other till like June, so it was a couple months. And her family kept making fun of her and her friends, like, oh, you're definitely gonna get catfished. The thing that, I mean, we felt pretty good because we did FaceTime and we could see that we were real people. Like, I still could have murdered her if I wanted to, but I didn't want to. Because things went pretty well. And luckily, she didn't murder me either. I think the best thing I had going for me at the time, even though I worked full-time at a fast food restaurant, was that I lived in Orlando, which is kind of a funny thing to say because generally nothing good comes from being a Floridian. But I will say, Orlando is a very good place to live if you want to host someone from out of town for a few days, because you've got Disney, you've got Universal, which is way better than Disney, you've got SeaWorld, which, just kidding, don't go to SeaWorld. And then you've got the beach in like every direction. So we did all of that, except for SeaWorld, obviously, because fuck SeaWorld. But I remember it being a little awkward at first. It was definitely the first time either of us had done something like this where we talked to someone for like a few months before meeting them, you know? And like you can text someone all day, every day, and talk on the phone every once in a while, but it's still going to be a little bit different when you finally meet in person. I think we had both kind of set up expectations, and it was a little bit weird like the first day. But then the next 4 days or 3 days or whatever were like the best days ever. And every day was better than the one before, and we just liked each other so much by the end of it that it was like, all right, well, we can't not do this. You know, it's gonna be tough to do long distance, but we can't just stop. It was something that wouldn't have worked if we didn't like each other as much as we did, because long distance relationships do suck, and there were plenty of difficult times. As you can see in these pictures, I was not always happy. It worked out because we were both like 21 or 22, and we both still had to like kind of get our own lives in order. A long distance relationship can be good in that way, you know, because it's like you have a couple months, at least for us, we had a couple months to focus on ourselves. And I got a better job eventually, and I was getting better at Vine because I could focus on that. And then every like 2 or 3 months, you have a 4-day vacation together. So it actually worked out all right, you know, and we did that for like 1.5 years. And I have a lot of great memories from that. Everything was great. Until the accident. Just kidding, this story has a happy ending. Now, I think the most romantic ending possible for this story would be how I just couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't do long distance. I had to be with the woman of my dreams. So I drove across the country, and I just showed up at her doorstep one day, and I popped out a ring, and I said, "Will you marry me?" And she was crying, and she said, "Yes, I will do that." and then we would be married, and then immediately I'd get her pregnant, and we would raise the kid into like the next Superman or something, and then he would be, I don't know what I'm saying. And then we would drive my 2012 Honda Civic into the sunset, and we would live happily ever after. That's sort of what happened, but it was more like, hey, we don't want to do long distance anymore, but we still like each other. So let's move to the same place. And if you're gonna move to me, then I gotta give you this ring so I can show you that I'm committed too. And so that's what we did. She picked out the ring. I paid for it. Quick side note, fellas, if you can get your girl to pick out your ring for you, do it. It's a huge relief. It's a huge decision you now don't have to make. You only have to spend like, 2/3 of your life savings on it. But she moved to Orlando. She got the first 2 jobs she applied for, and she's still working both of those, and she loves it here. I hope. I love it here. I love to be with her. I get to live with my best friend. I get to sleep in the same bed as her every night, which actually we both agree isn't that good. We're kind of thinking of getting bunk beds, so we can have our own space. But it's just like every time I think about it, and we talk about this, we love to tell this story. I met my wife, my future wife, because a girl commented on a video I made. The stupidest video ever that I made. She was like, "Oh, you're cute." And I'm like, me, the horny, desperate 21-year-old, was like, "You're cute too. Let's kiss. Let's talk and stuff." And then we did, and then now we're in the same house and we're married in principle. Life's freaking crazy. And Vine is the best. Really, my main reason for telling the story is to show all of the people out there who watch my videos, and I'm so appreciative of you guys, but I know there's some of you, a lot of you, who watch my videos and you don't give a shit about Vine. You didn't follow me on Vine. My YouTube account is so different than what I made on Vine. It's like, I understand that people watch my videos and they don't always like my Vines. Now I hope by telling you, by showing you the things I got to do because of Vine, the fact that it is the reason I met my wife, I hope you guys understand now why Vine is so important to me, why Vine was the most amazing experience for me, and why I will always cherish this beloved app. Some takeaways from this story. Do I think the first time a cute girl comments something nice on a thing you make that you should get married to her? Not every time. Maybe a small percentage of the time you should do that. But it worked for me. I hope that this story showed you guys that there is hope out there if you just shoot your shot. If you think someone is cute on the internet, tell them they're cute. Maybe you'll be dating them in the next 2 months. Or maybe if you tell someone they're cute too much, then they'll put out a restraining order for you. And then that's cool too, because it's like what better way to show that you notice someone than by getting a lawyer involved? So I think it's a win-win. Always shoot your shot. Always respect Vine, because I love it. And always don't do long distance. Always never do long distance, because long distance is trash. I've already talked to you for about 8 hours now about Vine, so I think it's time we start wrapping this up. Well, that's it, I guess. Video's over. At this point, I've spent so long making this video that I don't even know if it's good anymore. We'll see. As you can tell, it's taking quite the physical toll on me. My hair is a lot longer. I've grown out a full beard, or at least my version of that. The last thing I want to address, and I'll try to make this quick, is the recent news that I guess one of the founders of Vine is working on his own, quote, follow-up app to Vine. He wasn't super specific on any details other than just to, keep an eye out. A lot of people were pretty excited about this. A lot of people were a little bit more skeptical about this. For me, I don't know. I mean, I just made a 12-hour video about how I loved Vine, but honestly, I don't know if I want it to come back. At least not in whatever form this entails. A follow-up app sounds like something that's similar to Vine, but isn't Vine. So let's say that's what it is. It's a similar app to Vine, but it's not called Vine. It's called Loops.
Loops with a Z, of course. And to make it stand out, we're going to add in more features that weren't originally on Vine. For example, now you're not limited to 6 seconds. You can do a full 15-second video, and it still loops. Again, loops with a Z. Also, you'll be able to make a daily story, because every social media app seems to have stories in it. In addition, you can also post pictures. So if you just want to give like a little quick update to your fans on, oh shit, I think we just made Instagram. Okay, so Vine comes back, and it's just called Vine, or God forbid, Vine 2. Vine 2 comes out, and it's exactly the same as Vine was. Well, part of the reason Vine failed initially was that they were always losing money. And so you're going to need to add some sort of monetization system in place. Otherwise, Vine 2 is going to end up with the same fate as Vine 1. So now you have an app that's the same as Vine was, except with, let's assume, ads in between vines or like in the corner of the screen or whatever. So it's a lesser product because it's now been diluted by ads. It also no longer has the novelty value that Vine had when it first came out, because that was like 5 years ago at this point. And on top of this, it doesn't offer anything that isn't already available on another platform. Not to be cynical, but I am being cynical, I don't think it would work out. I think people would be really excited about it for a month, and then they're gonna stop using it like they did before. The creators are gonna slowly leave because there's more profitable uses of their time elsewhere, and as they leave, the content on the app will dwindle, and so will the users who use it, and it will have the same exact end as the original Vine did. Except I don't picture it lasting 3 years this time, I picture it lasting like 3 months. Call me cynical, but that's just how I see it. We all have wonderful Vine memories. But sometimes, it's okay for something to just be a memory. Good things can still come to an end. I have great memories from childhood. That doesn't mean I want to be 8 again. I love being an adult. I can do whatever I want. I look back on Vine with all the love in the world, but that doesn't mean it has to exist again for me to cherish it. You can cherish memories. Let it rest. Move on. It's in the past. Even if it comes back, it'll never be the same as it was. And that's all right. Maybe I'm wrong, and I would love to be proven wrong. Something I have had to come to terms with, selfishly, is that I think I'm glad that Vine ended. Just because I know the type of person I am. I embrace complacency like nobody's business. When things are going well for me, I don't always have the same motivation to work as hard as I should, because I'm content. And that's something I'm trying to improve about myself. That's something I've gotten a little better at over time. But I know that a year ago, Vine dying was the catalyst for me to figure out what I was going to do next. If Vine never went away, I don't know if I ever would have started YouTube. I always wanted to, but I never felt like I needed to, because I was a famous Viner. I had 400,000 followers on Vine. I didn't want to start from scratch on YouTube and have to do like 100 times more work and learn how to use a real editing program that wasn't just iMovie on my phone. My thought process at the time was, why would I do all of that extra work when I already had Vine? And then one day, Vine died, and everything I had spent 2 years building up was pulled out from under me. I was upset, I was angry, I regretted the fact that I hadn't tried to spread my followers around to other places on the internet. I, like hundreds of other Viners, put all of my eggs in the Vine basket. And then the basket broke. It exploded, destroying all of my eggs in the process. And now I'm infertile. But when Vine went away, my safety net went away with it. And so I had to deal with being irrelevant again for several months, and I had to try new things. I had to try different types of content, and a lot of it didn't work. Some of it did. Eventually I figured out what people liked and what I liked doing. I worked hard. I got super lucky, emphasis on that. And now I'm about to quit my job to do YouTube full time. And that's something that, even at the height of my Vine success, I never even fathomed the possibility of quitting my full-time job to just do Vine full-time. That was never a possibility for me. And so, if I'm being 100% honest, which, like I said, this video is all about the truth, for selfish reasons, I think I'm glad that Vine died. Feels good to get that off my chest. I loved Vine. And now I love YouTube. I'm ecstatic to be able to do what I'm doing now, and I'm so excited to get to continue to do it and see where my channel goes and where it takes me, and if I ever get to be on the H3 podcast, because that's all I really want. The good news is I've learned from my mistakes. Vine taught me to never put all of my eggs in one basket, because you never know what's going to happen. And that's a mistake I don't think I'm going to make again. Except obviously with YouTube, because I don't think YouTube's going anywhere. YouTube's infallible. They've gotten a lot of good PR lately, and I just feel comfortable. All right, guys, that's it. I want to thank all my beautiful little stinkers out there for watching this entire video. If you didn't watch the whole video, then it doesn't really matter because you didn't see this part anyway. Now that I'm finally done with this massive project, I have a lot of ideas that I haven't had any time to focus on. So lots of more content coming, lots of new content is what I meant to say. And I could have just said, I hadn't already said the thing that I was gonna mess up. I also have an exciting merch announcement coming pretty soon, and I don't think that I'm being too hyperbolic when I say this is going to be the greatest merch of all time. Seriously guys, I'm changing the game, so I hope you're ready for that. All right, well, I don't really know what else to say now. I think it would be funny if after the world's longest video, I end it by just cutting myself off in the middle of a sentence.
Hey guy, welcome back to Build-A-Bear Workshop. A few weeks ago I made a video about High School Musical and Camp Rock, and I realized while scrolling through Disney Plus how many movies I had suppressed from my memory. It's so bizarre seeing all these random DCOMs from like 17 years ago and suddenly having an influx of nostalgia for something I hadn't thought about in years. When I was a kid, all I did was watch Disney Channel and Nickelodeon. That was it. There was no YouTube back then. We didn't have books, and my parents were very strict about what they would let me watch on TV. I wasn't even allowed to watch Cartoon Network until I was 13. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. I guess they were trying to shelter me from the harsh reality of the real world, but it didn't work. I still know all the curse words now, like crud and ass. I mean, I don't say that one, but sometimes my friends do. But anyway, the thing about Disney Channel, at least back then, I don't know if this is still true, is that they didn't play commercials. They would have commercial breaks, of course, but they would use that time only to advertise other Disney programs. So even if there was a movie that I only saw once, I would see the trailer for it like 50 times while watching other Disney shows. So all of the lines from the trailer would end up ingrained in my brain, and to this day, there's nothing I can do to get rid of them.
Wow, he's amazing!
And get ready to rock.
That's the song!
And what they don't know is that the whole country is watching now.
This is better than wrestling!
This baseball team, Eddie is cooking. No, he's really cooking.
The other thing I realized over the past couple weeks while Amanda and I have been taking turns pointing at the TV and saying, I remember that, is holy shit, some of these movies aged like milk. And it's not just them saying things in 2002 that would be problematic by today's standards, although there are a couple funny examples of that. But for me, it's also just because of some of the actors in these movies. A perfect example of what I'm talking about is Stuck in the Suburbs. So this was a Disney Channel movie about a pop star staying in a small town who loses his cell phone, so his assistant has to spend the entire movie trying to get it back to him. I know it sounds dumb when I put it like that, but don't worry, that's not the only reason why. The thing is, I know Taran Killam from 3 things and only 3 things. Saturday Night Live, The Amanda Show, and this movie. Everything else I've ever seen him in has been satirical. Dozens of sketches and commercial parodies, so it is so funny to try and watch this movie, which now looks like an 82-minute SNL sketch, and try to take him seriously. Like, of all the actors to play this misunderstood teenage heartthrob pop star, it's the guy from Moody's Point. It's so bizarre to watch, especially now. I would genuinely love to ask him about this movie, if he was excited for it, if it was just like, well, I guess I should do it because I'm not getting a lot of other acting work. Or maybe he thought like this is the direction his career would go in. He would start taking more acting roles like this, even though he didn't really want to. It would actually be kind of ironic if he did, because that's the arc of his character in the movie. He keeps doing all these things because he thinks he's supposed to, but deep down all he really wants to do is sing sappy boy band music. The best scene in the movie, hands down, is this little montage here. That's so wonderful. The horrible editing and then the abrupt cut. I counted, there's only 8 different shots that they're using, but they keep laying them over each other to make it seem like there's hundreds. Even in just the 3x3 grid, they were already reusing a shot. I always forget with most Disney Channel movies how minuscule the budgets probably were. You sort of have this expectation of like a feature film, but it's shot on a TV budget. So looking back, some of them are just unwatchable now. Do you guys remember Tiger Cruise? It's actually a pretty wild idea for a movie. It takes place on 9/11. It's all these children of Navy sailors who are like, no, the Navy's stupid. Why are we on a boat? And then 9/11 happens and they're like, wow, actually the military is an important and vital establishment. We should go to war. It's a pretty heavy concept for a Disney movie. Lots of very serious moments. So it's too bad that they shot like 80% of it in front of a green screen because, oh my God, it looks like shit. The crazy thing about this to me is that the entire movie has one setting, the boat. All they needed was one boat. But I guess why worry about that when you got a perfectly good one right here? Another movie I was excited to check out again was Now You See It. I don't know if you guys saw this. I feel like most people didn't, but I remember loving this movie as a child. I couldn't remember what it was about though, so I decided to check out a couple scenes last night, and maybe it's not as good as I thought.
Danny, the ring! It's the last piece of the puzzle! We've got to use it against Max!
Now's my move, Max!
Maybe the ending is good?
How did I get here?
Magic.
You know, I still don't know how you do that.
A good magician never reveals the secrets of his tricks.
Show off.
Okay, we don't have to talk about that.
Magic.
But I know why you guys are here. You don't want to hear about outdated special effects. You trying to see that offensive shit. We trying to cancel Disney. And I don't know about all that, but there is a pretty long list of hard to defend decisions they've made throughout the years. Peter Pan has a racist ass song. Dumbo got some racist ass crows. And The Beauty and the Beast is a movie about a girl who falls in love with the animal who kidnapped her. And I know, those movies are old as hell. Things were different back in the 50s and the 90s. But there's another movie that came out when I was 10 that did not age very well. Freaky Friday came out in 2003, and it's a remake of a film adaptation of a book. This movie was huge at the time. It was right during the peak of Lindsay Lohan's career, Chad Michael Murray's career, and it did a lot to reestablish Jamie Lee Curtis as not only a comedic actress, but also an eventual yogurt saleswoman. For the most part, this is a pretty solid movie. It's got some funny lines. It's probably Lindsay Lohan's best acting performance. There is just one thing I forgot about though, and it's how they switched bodies. In the original Freaky Friday, they just like made a wish out loud and then the special effects took it from there.
I wish I could switch places with her for just one day.
In the 2018 version, they did this.
I hate you. I hate your attitude. Great comeback, Mom.
I don't need to live all large, I just...
Side note, I had no idea this movie was a musical, so imagine my surprise when they burst into song. But in the 2003 version, the switch happens while they're arguing at a Chinese restaurant, and the owner overhears them, gives them some magic fortune cookies, and then there's an earthquake and they wake up in each other's bodies.
What was she mumbling about in Chinese?
She did something. Some strange Asian voodoo.
A prominent movie reviewer at the time called this some strange racist bullshit. And still the movie went on to make over $160 million. I guess it just kind of serves as an unfortunate reminder of how prominent Asian stereotypes were in American movies, even not that long ago. How normal it was to see these exaggerated characters using super strong accents that the actors playing them didn't even have. And in this case, the writers really only used them as a plot device to justify the body switch. It's like, well, we don't really know that much about Chinese people, so they can probably do magic. Luckily, we've come a long way since then in terms of of representation in movies, or at least we were coming a long way until Little Italy came out in 2018 and set us back like 3 decades. Hey, speaking of 3 decades ago, let's take a trip back to the year 1994 and talk about a very weird movie called Blank Check. It's not so much that this movie didn't age well, it's more that it probably never should have been made in the first place. This movie takes place in a world where money is the only thing that can make you happy.
What do you want for your birthday?
Money.
So, you gonna have fun today?
How can I, Dad? I don't have any money.
And if you're poor, all the other kids are gonna make fun of you for that. Like when Preston goes to an amusement park with his friends, his dad only gives him a measly $6, so he can't afford to go on any of the cool rides with them. He has to go on the lame-ass merry-go-round while they point and laugh at him. And things continue to suck for Preston until an evil villain runs over his bike and then gives him a blank check.
Give this to your dad, he'll know what to do with it.
But he doesn't give it to his dad. Instead, he just writes $1 million and then takes it to the bank and cashes it on the spot. Now, the thing that Preston hates more than anything in the world is the fact that he lives at home with his family. He wants his own house. So using some sort of computer program, he calls a real estate agent who's in the middle of selling this mansion to someone for $150,000. He starts outbidding the guy and eventually buys it for $300 grand. Now, if you're curious, this is a real house that really exists. On Realtor.com, it is estimated to have a value of $4.1 million. He got it for $300 grand, but you can't forget about inflation. It's been about 25 years, so that makes sense. But the funniest part of this transaction is not just that he got it for $300,000, it's the fact that he's just using some shady computer voice over the phone, and the owners of the house are like, yep, we'll take it.
We'll take it.
I don't need to meet this person, I don't need to know their name, we will take the offer from the mysterious robot voice. Then he realizes he can't use his real name to buy the house, so he has to come up with an alter ego. What's it gonna be?
Bingo.
Macintosh. Because he saw the word
Macintosh.
But again, I know this all sounds pretty normal so far for a kid's movie, but here's where it gets fucked up. One of the things on Preston's wish list, besides the house that he just bought for a fraction of market value, is a girlfriend. Sounds like a pretty easy task for someone with $1 million cash. Just buy a nice gift for a cute girl your age, or plan a nice romantic dinner for a cute girl your age, or he could just fall in love with an adult woman, and then that will be the love interest for the entire movie. Yeah, that seems like a good decision.
I'll see you next time.
I hope it's not in a million years.
So then they go on a date.
Oh, wow.
What's the shortest guy you ever dated?
I'm not really sure.
The youngest?
And they're just really hitting it off.
Mr. McIntosh is very interested in you.
He is? Oh, wow.
So let's take things outside. Maybe run through a fountain together? Stop. Stop it.
It was really fun. And, I had such a good time.
Me too.
Good night, Preston.
Good night, Shay.
Oh, thank God. For a moment there, I thought they were gonna kiss. It's a good thing they didn't, because that would be weird. Meanwhile, the evil villain who gave him $1 million wants to get the $1 million back, because he didn't actually want to give him $1 million. He thought it would just be like $50. So when he sees the kid out riding his bike, a chase ensues.
Your butt is mine, kid!
Interesting word choice.
Butt is mine!
You might be wondering how an 8-year-old kid can get away with living at another mansion all the time and suddenly having a bunch of expensive things. Like, what do his parents think is going on? Well, here's what he tells them. He tells them that he got a job. They think that he's working for some mysterious man named Mr. McIntosh, who in reality we know is actually just Preston. So they're just like, okay, cool. Glad you're spending all day at the house of a man we've never met while he gives you a bunch of expensive things. No red flags have been raised. These are the world's best parents.
I'm having a party.
Anyway, now it's time for that party that Preston wants to throw for the sole purpose of having something to invite the woman to. But would you look at this? He's out of money. He had $1 million, he spent all of it, and it has been 3 days. Anyway, the FBI shows up and arrests all the bad guys, and now that he doesn't have any money left, Preston pretty much just returns to a normal life. Okay, so I guess it wasn't that weird of a movie. I was probably exaggerating. Wait, what are you doing?
So that means our date? Just for your Just for your job?
Well, it started out like that.
What's going on there?
Hey, you know, I wouldn't have traded that night for anything.
So when can I see you again, Shay?
Why don't you give me a call and say about 10 years?
5.
7.
6.
50.
Okay. It's a date.
She couldn't just kiss him on the cheek or give him a high five? Why did they put this on Disney Plus? Why wouldn't they try to suppress this forever, lock it away in a vault and never speak of it again? Anyway, I give Blank Check 5 stars. One movie I think that actually did age well is Smart House. That shit came out in 1999, and like Nakey Jakey said in his video about DComs, it's like watching an episode of Black Mirror. I feel like that movie is the reason that I'm so against buying like an Alexa or a Google Home. If your house can think for itself and make decisions and has a robot arm, it's going to turn on you. I don't make the rules, that's just what happens. In fact, can you turn the video up for a second? Just a little bit? Perfect. Alexa, self-destruct. Sorry, I had to do it. Trust me, guys, you don't need a device in your own home that's listening to you at all times just so it can turn around and sell that information. Oh, hold on. Oh, I just got an ad for anal beads. What are the odds? I was just texting my wife about that. Anyway, what was I saying?
Your butt is mine, kid!
Well, it's been a long day so far, guys. What do you say we cleanse our palate with a good old-fashioned brand deal? That guy's awesome. Anyway, thanks for watching today's video, guy. I'm sorry if I brought back some memories that you didn't think you still had. If you'd like to subscribe to my YouTube channel, please don't. I'm so tired of people doing that. It's really getting on my nerves, and if you try to do it, I will be contacting the FBI. Sorry. Anyway, thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys next week for another video where I swap bodies with my dad and things get pretty crazy. All right, bye. Man, walking is so slow. I just wish I could do it faster without putting in any more effort. I know I could run, but I don't want to. Running makes me feel like I'm gonna die. I want to be able to walk at the speed of a run. Is that too much to ask for? When will technology finally catch up to my twisted desires?
It already has.
What the hell?
Here, watch this video.
Okay.
Oh my god. Moonwalkers are the world's fastest shoes that allow you to walk at the speed of the run.
This is incredible.
Hey guys, welcome back to the first ever video where I buy something expensive and stupid so I can make fun of it. I've never done something like this before, and you better cherish this moment because I'm never doing it again. Let's take a little trip back to January of this year. Headlines all over CNN, Business Insider, Casey Neistat YouTube video about the AI-powered shoes that make you walk faster. Wow. First AI came for factory jobs, then creative jobs, and now this? Is any industry safe? For years, I've had an entire side hustle where I stand behind people and gently push them to make them walk a little bit faster, and not to brag or anything, but it's been very lucrative for me. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Take out a loan? Well, I'm gonna need to if I wanna buy these shoes because they cost $1,400. In spite of the price though, I saw the vision from the beginning. I took one look at these and thought, this right here is peak stupidity. I'm gonna make a video about this. But like everyone else, I had to wait. They weren't available to the public yet. Back in February, I put down a $50 deposit to hold my place in line, and I must have been one of the first people to do so because that's what they told me in July when they kindly asked for the rest of my money. Now, these shoes have been nothing short of controversial. Arguments made on both sides, such as this big, which is true, but also roller skates does the same thing and without battery, and that's a great point as well. A lot of people are saying it's way too much money to shell out for something that's still essentially a prototype because you don't even know if it's gonna work or not until you get a chance to use them, but Sammy says, I had a dream about these and they work, so put those fears to rest. And of course, this whole situation is reminding me of a pretty ominous quote. Humans are slowly losing their ability to walk. Made famous by Raccoon from Over the Hedge movie. The warning signs were always there, and yet we simply ignored them. Anyway, I already bought these a couple months ago, and I already opened them a couple weeks ago, and here's how that went. So first I had to open a box to get to the box, and then on that box, I noticed a warning label telling me I might die. Does that mean this has already happened? This product is brand new, and someone's already moonwalked to death? I hate to say it, but That's actually really funny. Not to worry though, it says I should be fine as long as I read the instruction. Oh, okay, just gonna toss those. And there they are, the future is here. The future being 2 extremely heavy shoes that also smell bad. At first I was confused why it came with 2 charging cables, and then I remembered that's the number of feet people have. These guys thought of everything.
Guess you just got new shoes.
How do they work?
Oh wait, I don't actually know how they work.
What if I put them on and faceplant in front of my wife? Our relationship is rocky enough as it is. I can't afford that kind of embarrassment.
I'll be right back.
So I hopped on the next available bird scooter to the opposite end of the country where I could safely try out the shoes in front of 3 people whose opinions I couldn't care less about.
Hey guys.
Are those the shoes that make you walk faster? Like you're running instead of walking?
Uh-huh.
Can we try?
Yeah, if you can catch me.
He's too fast.
We're never gonna catch him at this rate.
Oh, he fell.
Oh no, are you okay?
Maybe we should watch the instructional video first.
Yeah, so I haven't watched this yet, but
It was exciting.
Page not found.
wait, what?
Okay. Continue shopping.
I'll just buy another pair.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find whatever video they would have linked to. Oh, here it is. This has got to be it. How to walk in Moonwalkers. Okay. Let's go. That was 20 seconds.
So your first steps in moonwalking is just have your shoes not in run mode or shift mode. So this is the default mode when you turn your shoes on. So they're in lock. So the best thing to start understanding moonwalking is just walk around for a little bit. So what you're gonna wanna do is just walk around in your house, and you're just gonna walk.
We are now halfway through the video, 1 minute to a third of the way through the video, and all he said is you're gonna walk on the shoes.
You're just gonna put them on, then walk.
So as you're walking, just continue to walk naturally.
Oh my God!
As you're walking, just continue to walk.
Okay, that's it.
Do you use both legs?
Yeah, it looks like he's using both.
When does he spend $1,400?
That's when you know you're ready to enter moonwalking mode. Hey guys, this is Abe with Shift.
What the fuck? You don't need to introduce
going on?
yourself again. Wait. That whole thing was just him walking. The shoes weren't on. He was just, and this is how I walk.
Yeah.
Left, right.
And he
all right.
introduced himself again and the video again.
So before we get started, we'll just go over some basics. When you're walking, you will really want to focus on making sure you go heel to toe, natural walking movement. You don't want to be looking down at the magic of moonwalkers. You want to be looking forward just like you'd normally walk.
It feels like he doesn't know how it works. I think he's stalling.
Yeah. I don't think he knows how regular walking works. It's like, so heel to toe, right, those are on feet, and you want to look forward.
Forward, right, so you can see
with your eyes open.
You shouldn't be using your teeth at all.
Teeth are not part of the equation.
Forward, since there's some power here. What a lot of
He's out.
He's really nervous about introducing the only thing that you're supposed to learn in this video.
I feel bad because like when I get nervous, I get out of breath even if I haven't done anything.
Yeah.
But it is just funny. It's like all he's done is turn the shoes on. It's like,
once you start walking, the power kicks in. Just keep walking through the power. Just walking normally. Keep walking as you normally would. Heel to toe, looking out towards the horizon.
Is it almost over? It's almost over.
All he said was put the shoes on and walk. That's all I said the whole fucking time.
I'm gonna say it. The shoes cost $1,400. There is no excuse for this video being so poorly produced.
Yeah, and being hard to find.
Yeah.
I searched Moonwalker's tutorial. I had to scroll past
the QR
a Michael Jackson impersonator to get to
Why are we watching that video?
I put it on for a second, but copyright, man.
It's worth noting that the QR code in the instruction booklet did not work.
And then you just come to a nice stop.
What? You just
No way.
When you slow down, you just stop walking?
Wait, so the part when he actually started moonwalking, they stopped showing the shoes. Yeah. And only showed his torso. Then it ended.
And the camera moves with him so the pace looks the same.
We never saw him go fast.
Yeah, the top comment is cool product ... I think. I can only speculate as your cameraman decided not to show.
It's hard for me to let them off because the product is gone to market. So there's no excuse for like having these lapses. It doesn't matter how cool the technology is. If you can't communicate it to the people who've already paid.
Man, I'm getting so worried about these shoes, man.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go. This is the next evolution of walking.
Walk at the speed of a crawl.
Is it maybe tapping the power button?
Well, that's all I've done is tap it. I don't know. I actually do need to watch the video again, I think.
So first is just turn your shoes on. We're gonna go through a breathing white light, go to a solid light. So now your shoes are connected.
He just said in the video that it's supposed to, it turns on, it's a flashing white light, and then it gets solid white. And then, but it has yet to at any point turn to a solid white.
It's $1,400. And to just find out from the instructional video how to turn them into the right mode, they're like, yeah, and just figure it out. So we currently have one blinking and one off.
Hold it for a second. Now it's white. It's still flashing white.
I'm holding it. Give me a fun imprint to my thumb. Okay, so it is solid white. So if I can hold my thumb while you walk, do you think if you move in it, it'll go solid white?
He wasn't even wearing them in the video, which was why I took them off.
We're as much of an authority on this product as he was.
I don't think anyone actually knows how these work, not even the people who make and sell them.
This is funny for a second, but I just want to fucking use them. Yeah, it's so annoying.
Do you think this is just a whole video? I never get them fixed, and then it just ends. Do they need to like be right up close?
Maybe turning them on at the same time while they're close and somebody's weighted on both. I know this sounds, we should not be having to do this for, but I'm just trying to shake anything loose.
Okay, if I just hold them down, the light's still solid. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, is that solid on there?
Wait, oh my God!
Did it work? Oh my God, you're right.
As long as I always have a friend with me, then I can always turn them on. You go first. I'm not fucking with it now. You strap them in.
I'm scared of these, man.
Yeah, well, you're the chosen one, Eddie.
Okay, this is very weird.
Mm-hmm. But you look very cool.
And you're really tall. I was gonna say I'm a few inches taller, and that's what I'm feeling more than anything. Okay, well, I'm embarrassed.
Just a little bit of feet footage. Let's just get a shot of those piggies.
So to get to shift mode, put your heel up and then rotate it in.
This and then bam.
Yeah.
Whoa!
All right.
That's a cool motion. I'm actually terrified.
I know, and you're first.
I know, I'm the guinea pig for this.
Okay, you're going a little fast.
So weird. Oh, he's moving. Whoa.
They're loud too. I like that.
Whoa. I got humbled really quick just walking naturally. They're definitely a little faster than walking.
Okay. He's zooming now.
Whoa. It kept going for a second.
Okay, what they say too, and this is creepy, but it's like it adapts to your gait.
Okay.
It like figures you out.
To know my gait.
And then I'll try him. Anyone else first?
Yeah, you make us do it, and then you finally.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not getting on that shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're fucking
nice
heavy.
and weighted.
This is what you need on a hot summer day too.
Like my those shoes to turn it on. Like this.
Whoa. What's that blur?
Did you guys see like a Jarvis-shaped aura just breeze by?
Sounds like a kettle.
Gonna walk twice as fast to catch up.
For anyone watching, it's just for the low price of living in your apartment for a month.
For something that's $1,400, too many times we've said, whoa.
I cannot stress enough how much I would rather be on rollerblades. Like something I feel like I can control. The thing I hate the most is that you can like fall forward because they break automatically. Yeah, they're really hard with the brake. How do I turn them off? I guess click my heels together.
The shoes have to decide if it's time.
Well,
We're not done with you yet. I feel like I'm strapping in to go skydiving or something. Like every part of my body's telling me intuitively that this is a bad idea.
Yeah, which is a sign of a good product when you enter fight or flight mode every time you put it on.
Yeah, they're heavy.
Come on.
Uh-huh.
It was like carrying luggage.
But with your feet.
Okay, I've learned to walk.
Yeah.
And now I hit him, I serve.
In one swift movement, go up. Yeah, you got it.
Oh no, a small divot in the road.
Oh no.
There's a little bit to grapple on the shoe.
Yeah, it's also probably not a good sign that I'm easily keeping up with you.
I'm so much slower. You can't turn either.
Yeah, like try to turn.
So as you may have noticed by now, the sound that these make is fucking insane. They emit a very loud and obvious hissing noise when you even reach a fraction of the max speed. And I think it's really interesting how they've made a couple videos trying to minimize this. In this one, he's like, see, when I talk, decibels are around 70, and when I walk, the decibels are around 70.
So while walking, we're right in conversation range.
The implication being that the noise they make is negligible because it's as loud as talking. The thing with that though is no one is gonna turn their heads to stare at you in public because you're having a quiet conversation, but they might if it sounds like your feet are being boiled. He also says this in another video.
Yes, you could hear the motor. It sounds a lot worse in the videos for some reason.
That's just not true at all. It is much quieter in videos because the audio is compressed. It's extremely noticeable in real life. It is the first thing that all 4 of us noticed about the shoes when we started using them.
Show us the move, do the move.
It turned green for a second and it was like, actually, no, you're not the chosen one.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
So what you're gonna wanna do is just walk around in your house, and you're just gonna walk.
I don't know if it shows up on camera, but you can hear Drew's shoes scraping against the pavement, like across the whole park. And I can hear the wheels actually right now too.
Just keep walking through the power. Just walking normally. Keep walking as you normally would. Heel to toe. You're just gonna walk.
There was a couple places where I stumbled. I was doing the same thing the whole time, and all of a sudden it was sort of like, whoa, and then I was like, what? And then I stopped, and then it stopped. Whatever physical toll it's relieving for me is being made up for by the psychological toll it's taking on me, which is that it's very stressful. I was out of breath when I got here. I think it was from like being on edge. So now I feel bad. We made fun of that guy for being out of breath for standing there, but it's just being in the shoes is like psychological torture.
I understand.
I get it now.
We decided the only way to truly put these shoes to the test was to do a race around the park. Me and my moonwalkers versus Eddie, just being a regular guy.
All right, no funny stuff. We want a clean race. On go. 3, 2, 1. Go! And they're off.
And this race couldn't be more intense. It was neck and neck almost the entire time. Wait, why is this race closed? I had to sell my car to buy these shoes. Why am I barely beating him? He's just using regular feet. I have the power of AI on my side. What the hell? Oh well, still won.
By a mile. By a country mile.
By the same length we maintained the entire race.
Yeah.
For you, it was casual. For me, that was extremely labored.
Just like that, it was time to say goodbye to my 3 good friends who I respect and admire and begin my long walk back to Florida. Oh, they're not even looking.
Sorry about that. I had to go to the bathroom.
You were gone for 3 weeks.
Hey, you want to go to the mall?
Okay.
You think this counts as skateboarding? I used them for 5 minutes and my feet hurt now.
I guess society and all of its oppressive rules just aren't ready for this kind of innovation. All right, final thoughts on these things. For one, they do hurt to use. I wasn't joking about that. It hurts your foot when you wear it, and then also when you're done wearing it, it still hurts. I don't think human feet were designed to have something this heavy pulling down on them with every step that you take. I've been sore in parts of my foot where I've never felt pain before. They've invented a new kind of injury. So in that way, they're actually pretty innovative. I'm all for fun new technology. I think it can be really exciting when something weird and new comes along and changes the way we live forever. That's not what this is, but I don't know, maybe a bigger company comes along one day and figures out a way to make these more affordable to the average consumer and also make them weigh less and also make it so they don't sound like a dying robot every time you go faster than 2 miles per hour. It honestly seems like the people who designed this are really talented engineers who have no idea how to market this product. I think they have something on their hands that is very interesting in theory, and it probably hasn't sold as well as they hoped it would, so now they're just kind of throwing everything at the wall hoping something will stick. Their newest ad campaign on YouTube is called Moonwalkers, the ultimate cardio machine, and features a guy going to a track and walking around in the shoes. And it's like, you're gonna burn the same number of calories whether you wear these things or not. Just because you go faster doesn't mean you're expending more energy. If that was the case, I'd burn thousands of calories every time I drove my car. You'd get into an airplane and wither away. The video before this was kind of funny though. This guy sees a girl breeze past him at the zoo and he fantasizes about the amazing day they could have together if he had the shoes too, so he immediately goes on his phone and buys a pair. Or at least I thought he was
buying it looks like actually he just read an article about them and then pointed at the photo. I guess he was saying, oh, that's what the fuck she was wearing. I was so confused. And you know what? I'm just gonna say it. The name makes no sense. Why moonwalkers? They're not anti-gravity shoes. They're more like a reverse treadmill. They also don't make you stylishly walk backwards like the Michael Jackson dance. I just feel like they got so excited to use the word moon in the name that they forgot to design a product with any properties that the moon has. You know, normally when I make videos like this, I end up with a bunch of crap that I never touch ever again, with a few exceptions. But I spent so much money on these that I really want to try to find a way to keep using them. So if you have any ideas on what would be a good use of these shoes, let me know. Oh, I forgot to do an outro. Hi, I'm that guy who buys a bunch of dumb garbage online so I can make videos complaining about all the dumb garbage I bought. Well, it turns out an unexpected side effect of these videos is that I now have in my possession a bunch of dumb garbage. Well, what do you expect me to do? Just throw this away? What if there's an emergency and I need to use it for whatever it is that it does? No, I decided if I'm gonna be getting rid of all my hard-earned internet treasure, I need to make sure it's going to a loving home. I need to auction it off and donate all the proceeds to charity. Which means for most of these products, it'll be the first time they've ever done anything good. But I also wanted to use this video as an excuse to revisit some of my past purchases, talk about the things that I like and still use, the companies that have gone on to disappear from the face of the planet, and also just some things I bought from online ads in my own personal life that I've gone on to develop strong feelings about. Starting with this. This thing is called a tile, and I bought this a few years ago because of how often I'd be about to leave the house and then realize I don't know where I put my wallet. So then I spent 10 minutes trying to find it, and now I'm running late because I didn't think to just look in the pocket of the last pair of pants I wore in the first place. But what this thing is supposed to do is go inside of your wallet so you can use an app that'll tell you where it is. And this would have been so helpful if it ever worked even one time. Now, whenever I tried to use this thing, it would just say, searching. Searching. Shit, I don't know, man. I tried. All it would ever be able to tell me is that it was somewhere in my house, which was usually the only bit of information I already had. If you want us to tell you exactly where it is, you're gonna have to get closer to it, which obviously you can't do because you don't know where closer is.
Your tile can connect to your device from up to 100 feet away. So if your tile is nearby, but your app says it's out of range, you might be a little bit confused.
The only time it would ever play the sound it was supposed to would be several minutes after I had already found it. Like I'd be in the car already driving and my pants start playing a little song. Hilarious comedic timing, no doubt, but that's not what I spent $30 on. Also, the reason I'm referring to this product in the past tense is because as of last January, it is completely dead. There's no way to charge it. There's not a battery I can change. It's just done. It called in sick to work every day of its life and then retired at the age of 1. It's advertised as lasting 3 years, and I didn't even get half of that. But what's really weird to me is that their app has close to 1 million positive reviews. Does this thing work for everyone but me? In hindsight, it's probably my fault for just buying a product and expecting it to work. What I should have done is sign up for Tile Premium, their yearly subscription service. Then I would have gotten a warranty. Then I would have gotten customer service. How stupid of me to expect access to basic features for just one $30 payment when I should have been paying $30 every year forever. If you're wondering what my solution to the wallet problem is since this one didn't pan out, I've just started putting it in the same spot every time I come home. Probably should have tried that first, huh? Not everything I buy online is bad, though. There was a video I started working on a few years ago where I was gonna review a bunch of my counterfeit merch from Redbubble, which is weirdly kind of the entire business model of Redbubble. And I never ended up making it, but I did buy some of the things that I saw. One of them is this beautiful pillow that I've had in my office ever since.
Road work ahead.
It's me. Can you tell? If you're wondering, it's exactly as scratchy as it looks. But the other thing I bought was something I was certain was too good to be true. A Road Work Ahead tapestry. Now, there were so many to choose from. Somehow over 10,000? What the fuck? But the one that caught my eye was this. Never have I seen such efficient use of space on a product. So modest, so understated. This design has no desire to be the star of the show, and I respect that. But also, I kind of assumed it was just an error with the graphic on the website, and there's no way it would actually look like that in real life, right? No, it does. Now that's honest advertising. And even with the graphic just taking up 1 inch of space, it still managed to be blurry as hell. The PNG file they used for this was a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot, and for just $64, that's a steal. In that they are stealing from anyone who actually bought this. And now to rank the products I've bought for this channel on a scale of pretty good to infuriating. And number 1 goes to a fucking bidet. The best thing I've ever bought for this channel is a toilet accessory. This is gonna sound a little hyperbolic, but I truly think this purchase acts as a dividing line between 2 distinct eras of my life. I feel like a caveman for having spent 27 years without one. Seriously, what are we doing in this country? Why is there a stigma around getting your butt a little bit wet? I feel like the only consistent critique I've seen of bidets is from men who see it as a threat to their masculinity to have water sprayed into their ass. But then what's the alternative? Sticking your little fingers up there for 5 straight minutes? Yeah, why don't you look in the mirror, buddy? As a human race, we need not be divided on this. We should all stand together on the side of good butt hygiene, and yet the war rages on. But Drew, what about wet wipes? You mean the wet wipes that only say the word flushable on them because they technically can be flushed, but you absolutely shouldn't? Please don't buy these. They clog up sewers and cause a bunch of problems for other people in your city. They're also a huge waste of money, which you can save a lot of on both toilet paper and wet wipes by investing in a bidet. And if all of this is starting to sound like I'm doing an ad for this company, don't worry, I'm not. I don't care which bidet you buy. They all do the same thing. This one randomly starts leaking every few months, and that's pretty annoying. If I were starting from scratch, I'd probably get a toilet with the bidet already built into it, along with other cool features like a seat warmer, so it can always feel like you're sitting on it immediately after someone else did. Number 2, the chirp wheel. If I remember correctly, my reaction to this was pretty lukewarm, but to be honest, I use this thing almost every day. It is incredible for me. For whatever reason, the shape of the wheel and the shape of my dumb, fucked up back seem to coalesce perfectly. But again, you don't have to opt for this specific brand. I have no loyalty to them. I'm pretty sure it's just a PVC pipe with some foam over it. If you search yoga wheel on Amazon, there's a bunch of cheaper alternatives. They might break in half as soon as you take it out of the box, but they are cheaper. And even though I do love this thing, I definitely wouldn't recommend the bundle that I got. Pretty sure it came with some kind of neck strap that doesn't do anything, and a carrying case that I've never once used because the only place I've carried these things is from one room of my house to another. If you are gonna buy one of these, just save yourself some money and get this 6-inch wheel by itself. The big one is too big and the small one is too small. Plus, you don't need 3 different wheels anyway. You only have one back. Number 3, this whiteboard. When I bought this a few months ago, I thought for sure I'd only use it in 1 video, but now if you include this one, we're up to 2 videos. That's a pretty good value. Number 4, the Kizik shoes. I don't know why I wrote the K like that. Actually, all of those letters look bad, not just the K. These shoes are built in a way that you can step into them without having to use your hands, which you could also do with most pairs of shoes, but not as easily as you can in these. Now, I'm definitely a little biased towards this company because after I mentioned in that video that the pair of shoes that I wanted was out of stock, they actually emailed me and asked if they could send me some, and then they did, and that was really cool. I've mentioned so many products in so many videos, and no other company has ever reached out to me afterwards. At least not with something nice to say. I would say my biggest critique is that they're not quite as comfortable as I hoped they would be. Especially this pair. I don't know if I've just worn down the inside, but they really dig into my heel if I'm walking in them for a while. But if I just want something that I can throw on real quick to go run a couple errands, I think they're great. But again, this is not an ad. Whenever I make these videos, I always feel weird being too positive about a product, even if it's something I do like, because I'll get comments from people assuming I was doing an undisclosed ad, which is very much against YouTube's guidelines. Trust me, if I'm doing an ad for something, you will know it's an ad. Number 5, and our first entry into the bad category, we've got the Work Oneie. This is, of course, the business on top, leisure on bottom combo that is only possible to wear if the 2 pieces come already sewn together. This is not an outfit that can be assembled separately if you already have a button-down shirt and a loose pair of sweatpants. The Work Oneie is a one-of-a-kind contraption that is both necessary and fashionable, which is why it brings me much dismay to break the news that this company no longer exists. Maybe it's because the work from home era unfortunately ran its course once commercial real estate investors saw their property values plummet and needed to force everyone back into the office to justify their existence. Or maybe it's because you have to hold the butt flap open with both hands in order to shit through it. Either way, the work oney is no more. Technically, this is the second time this has happened because they had already shut down their website before I uploaded the initial video. But then I think because I made a video, they tried to put it back up and capitalize off the attention, only to give up once more. The good news is this just makes my work oney that much rarer. Who knows how many of these even exist in the world? 2? 3? I'm not going to say a higher number because I already feel like I'm overestimating. And that's why I think this makes perfect sense as our first auction item of the night. Let's hear it for the work oney, everyone. Don't worry, I will wash it before mailing it out. At number 6, we've got another relic from the earlier days of the pandemic, the microclimate filtered helmet. Weird, I'm not sure how this ended up so low on the list. I wear this all the time, whenever I run errands or go to the moon. But I suppose I am willing to part with it if it's for a good cause. Plus, version 3 is supposed to come out any day now, as of a year ago. And even though they haven't given a single specific as to what's new about this version, I trust these guys. After all, who wouldn't? So what makes this one different from the previous ones you had? Lighter, more durable, scratch resistant, waterproof, can tolerate the elements? Okay, but what about drinking? How can you drink? I want. Me too, Serge. Me too. At number 7, we've got by far the most expensive product I've ever reviewed, the Moonwalker shoes. Why number 7? Well, because the top speed is 7 miles per hour, and the average range is 7 miles, and the stopping distance is 1 human step. Kind of curious why they felt the need to specify human step, as if there's some other kind of step we could take. Coming in at a market value of $1,400, these are going to be the highest ticket item in the auction, unless, of course, nobody bids on them, in which case you might get them for $40. That's the fun of an auction, baby. I've got no clue how this will go. I'm not sure what the future holds for this company. I worry for their sake they've already botched the initial release by making them way too expensive and only available in a country where nobody walks anywhere. They've gone from being pretty active on social media to radio silent for like 4 months now. So hopefully they're just in the lab cooking up version 2 of these that isn't so goddamn loud every time you take a human step. Final entry into the bad tier is Tom Brady's bundle of crap, which offers varying degrees of uselessness. I bought so much shit from this man. There was a cookbook that jump scares me every time I walk into my kitchen at night, protein powder that only tastes good when I put it in oatmeal and I don't even eat oatmeal anymore, a water bottle too unwieldy to ever take anywhere, vitamins I've never touched, electrolytes that taste okay, and a giant bag of resistance bands that's been sitting in the corner of my office so long it'll probably leave a permanent dent in the carpet. And out of all of these, the one thing that I actually used regularly, the shaker, slowly started to change shape over time until eventually the lid wouldn't stay on anymore, which is not ideal for something that's supposed to keep liquid inside of it while you shake it around. Goodbye, misshapen TB12 bottle. I'm sorry my dishwasher turned you into a hideous monster. But maybe your death can get them to update the description on the website? At least then, your sacrifice won't be in vain. In between bad and infuriating is what I'm calling the forgettable category, because one of the only things worse to me than a product that sucks is a product that's boring. A product whose existence is so benign, I can't even muster the energy to get mad at it. And there's been a lot of these over the years. I bought a big bag, a tiny bag, a spine deck and a spine neck, a plastic hand to cosplay as 2016 Alfred Payton, a sleep mask with shitty headphones that I never bothered to connect to anything, a tripod that spins on its own but I've only ever used it in a stationary position, an inversion table that did not make me any taller, a calendar puzzle I'm still too stupid to solve, a belt that works fine but I never wear it because I bought it in bright red. This purchase was doomed from the start. All of this stuff has had no tangible impact on my life since the moment I finished whatever video I bought them for. And the sheer quantity of clutter that I ended up with is part of the reason I stopped making these videos. And also because they were getting repetitive. It's funny, as YouTubers, I think we're all trying to find something easily replicable that we enjoy making and our audience enjoys watching, and that's what this series was for me for a long time, until randomly one day I was just like, actually, I never want to make one of those videos ever again. And maybe I still will at some point. I'm not ruling it out forever. I like reviewing things, I like complaining about stuff, and I like when I can direct those complaints at a company rather than an individual. But every time I walk into my closet and I see this drop-shipped lime green wrapping paper cutter sitting at the top of a bucket of junk that only takes up space, I start to wonder if those minimalism guys were onto something. Maybe to
get back at me for making a video about them. They started targeting me with ads so insane they knew I wouldn't be able to resist the urge to buy it for a video. And then another video. And then another video, until before long I had surrounded myself with the worst thing you can. Stuff. They destroyed my life from the inside without ever lifting a finger. It's the perfect crime. And finally, we've arrived at the infuriating category. I've only got 2 things in here, and I'm sure you can guess what one of them is. It's, of course, nemesis of the channel, the moon pod, which I don't have anymore because I gave it to my friends who just moved into a new apartment. And now it's their problem. Those fools. My ongoing vendetta with this stupid beanbag chair is pretty well documented at this point. I've tried escalating things every time I bring it up, hoping that maybe once and for all I could finally bring this company down. And I'm here today to give up. I'm surrendering to the moon pod. Does that mean I no longer think it's an overpriced piece of garbage? Of course not. It sucks. Do I still think it's bullshit to pretend that a product that has never cost more or less than $300 is somehow 25% off? Absolutely. Better hurry up, guys. The Memorial Day sale's almost over. Then we're gonna have to wait for the next Memorial Day sale, which is exactly the same and will start immediately afterward. This graphic is edited into the product photo. I don't think the sale's ending anytime soon. Now, this is just a lame marketing tactic rivaled in cheapness only by the materials they use to make these. No, I'm not giving up because I finally came around and changed my tune. I'm holding this grudge forever. I'm giving up because I lost. I've seen moon pod commercials during NFL playoff games. They've clearly made so much money off these and have such a massive marketing budget that I'm clearly just outgunned in this fight. And what can you even do about it when they've only allowed 1 negative review on their entire website? You're telling me 1,200 people agreed with this and not one of them wrote a 1-star review of their own? Suck my ass, Moonpod. So no, I'm done. I refuse to continue fighting a fight that I just don't think is fair. And I'm starting to wonder if all my yapping has had the opposite effect. I worry that years of attention, no matter how negative, has only helped bolster the name recognition of this company. So I'm not gonna mention them anymore. I'm not giving them any more free advertising. I don't think I should even talk about them in this video. In fact, I'm probably gonna edit out this entire section. And finally, the worst of the worst. It's been almost 2 years since I made a video getting mad at a bunch of $300 brain vibrators made to prey on people with anxiety, and I was disappointed to see that all of these companies are still very much alive and well. In fact, most of these products have only gotten more expensive. The Mindy went up $30. The Sensate went up $50 and added a subscription service. The Call Me Go went up $110. For this piece of shit? What are we doing? Of course, we wanted these things to be cheaper, but it costs so much money to make a piece of plastic that smells bad. If any of these companies actually cared about people, they would do everything in their power to make these things as affordable as possible. They wouldn't jack up the price every time their profit margins fall below 90%. They don't care about your mental health. They don't care about you. They just want your money. The fucking audacity of the company that has almost doubled the price of their device to try to guilt you into buying it anyway by saying, well, how much is your mental health worth? This is nothing compared to how much people normally spend on stuff like this. Can we get a citation on that, or do I just have to take your word for it? Hey, but don't worry, this thing has 0 side effects because it doesn't do anything. The best thing I can say about the Call Me Go is that the last time I tried to use it, I was having a really bad panic attack. And I thought, hey, not to worry, I've got my lavender inhaler. So I grabbed it out of my drawer, started sucking on it, and almost immediately felt so stupid that I started laughing. So I guess in that way, it did its job. I don't know if that fully counts because that's not really what they were going for, but credit where credit's due. But also that was over a year ago and I haven't touched it since. So I'm a little grossed out thinking about all of the bacteria that is almost definitely built up inside of it. For that reason, I will not be including it in the auction. I will be putting it in the trash. Hey, speaking of the auction, I should probably explain how that's gonna work. I've got everything listed on eBay where they'll run for the next week. 100% of the money from each item sold will go directly to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, which is currently working in Gaza to provide aid to Palestinians who have been displaced from their homes and their families. The link to that charity is in the description along with all of the items that are for sale. When all the auctions are done next
next week, I will be mailing everything out myself, along with some personalized thank you notes. And then whatever the total amount ends up being for all the products combined, I will personally match so we can double our donation. You may notice I haven't listed every single item I've ever bought, because some of these products truly are just worthless junk. But to make up for it, I've thrown in some other fun things: a road work ahead sign, hot dog toaster, the usual. So definitely check that out. Hopefully we can raise some money, and also good luck. You're gonna need it, because I'm going to outbid all of you. You thought I'd actually let all this stuff go? Hell no, I'm buying it all back.
Wow, congratulations on making it to the end of the YouTube video. You did a great job. Be sure to smash that subscribe button and smash that like button. And subscribe to my channel and like the video. Hey guy, welcome back to the world's best and also worst website. Someone I've never really talked about but have always been a little embarrassed to share this platform with is JStation, who many of you may know is a guy who exploits celebrity and YouTuber deaths for internet views.
One of my favorite things about Mac Miller is he dated Ariana Grande. And hell yeah, I put ads on this shit.
This is someone who also, just last month, pretended to buy human slaves off the dark web in a video that had the hashtag slave in the description. You know, when you're just browsing the slave hashtag to find fun new content? But now, congratulations are in order, because recently JStation managed to set a new personal record for negative attention by faking his girlfriend's death.
Let's smash the like button right now, guys. 1 like equals 1 prayer for Alexia.
Dear God, where did you go? And at first, he was getting away with it, because aside from the reputation he's earned from his entire body of work so far, no one had any reason to suspect that he was lying about this. And even if they did, there wasn't any proof. Until there was. The YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers, feeling heartbroken for Jay, having gone through a similar situation in the past, wanted to be absolutely certain of the truth. So he did a little bit of investigative work. He looked up the site of the crash, nothing there. No news reports from the area, despite it supposedly taking place on a pretty major highway in Toronto. No mention of her death online by family members, or seemingly anywhere other than in Jay's videos. He then took it a step further. He called the local police in the area of the crash and asked if there were any reports of a fatal car accident involving someone named Alexia. There were none. So either every member of the police force took a vacation at the same time, or she's not really dead. The truth starts to leak out. Uh-oh, Jay's in trouble. Not willing to accept defeat yet, he follows up the first video with an equally heart-wrenching drive to the site of the crash.
Oh my God, she must have crashed into the sign.
Can we just take a moment to acknowledge how absurd this is? They set up this fake memorial in the middle of the snow, then drove a couple miles away so they could pretend to be driving to it.
I bought her these roses.
And all of this for nothing, because the cracks are starting to show. The commenters have caught on, more videos are starting to come out about the situation.
She's gone. She's gone.
This is too fake.
It's too bad.
Yeah. I was half expecting her to pop out of that fucking Egyptian sarcophagus behind him.
But the real tragedy here, in my opinion, is that this premature revelation of the truth got in the way of Jay's initial master plan, which is so genius. I can't believe it didn't work.
What if we fake your death, do a skit on YouTube, pranking everybody just to gain traction on the Dream Team channel?
This gives you 2 free videos of pure sad with ad.
Then we were gonna do a Ouija board video, which I did.
My dead girlfriend right now.
And then finally, the grand finale. Bring her ass back to life.
We were gonna call her at 3 a.m. Then we were gonna resurrect her.
And no one would suspect a thing. See what I'm talking about here? It's a foolproof plan. All they were gonna do is resurrect a human being for the first and only time ever, and no one was gonna have any follow-up questions. Not the police, not scientists. He's since tried to imply that if Alexia hadn't come clean about being alive, then everything would have turned out fine.
She ruined my entire life, this girl.
No, she isn't what ruined the plan. The plan is what ruined the plan. You idiot.
It was her dream to get 1 million subscribers, so...
What? Let's try to reverse engineer this idea for a second. Your goal is to get more followers on your second channel. So your brain tells you, one of us should die. I am in awe of the decisions that had to be made for JStation to get himself into this situation, to be trapped inside his mind is a prison sentence that I wouldn't wish upon even the worst criminal. And I know that this has been covered ruthlessly up until this point, but I do want to point out how pathetic and gross this is to try and manipulate your audience into thinking that someone is dead. Not just dead, but that they died from a drunk driver.
Do a skit on YouTube, pranking everybody.
That's not just like a funny YouTube skit. That's so insensitive, dude. You are making light of a horrible tragedy just for your own personal gain.
Go subscribe to that channel right now, guys.
There's really not a word strong enough to describe how scummy that is. But the story continues. The truth. Alexia fires back. J-Station retaliates. Oh my god, how long is this gonna go on? Finally, after several days of airing out their personal grievances with each other in a hilariously public setting, they seem to have moved on and they're both back to business as usual. And you know, if their plan was to bore people out of caring about the situation by posting these 25-minute he said, she said confessionals, well, by golly, I think it worked. Most people have lost interest. So what we're left with here is 4 videos of whining, crying, and pointing fingers at each other. You'd have to be insane to sit through all 97 minutes of this. So I did. Let me summarize it for you. Now, obviously, neither of them want to take the blame for this, and they're in an interesting situation where because there's 2 of them, they don't necessarily have to take accountability. They can just point fingers at each other and say, well, don't worry about what I did, guys, because the other person's worse.
Let me tell you guys exactly what happened with all these my girlfriend's dead videos.
You don't understand, like, how messed up my life used to be. Like,
his first video about the situation is essentially just a sob story.
In the middle of fucking ghetto and shit.
He had the chance to come out and be mature about things and really own up to the situation, and instead he's just crying in a closet because his girlfriend's gone and his childhood was bad.
I would get bullied in school and shit.
Which, by the way, doesn't justify being a bad person. Plenty of people have had rough upbringings and aren't awful because of it. You're trying to use it to remove blame, as if everything you've ever done is excusable because 12 years ago you got bullied.
Ended up going to jail because of drinking.
Like, that's a really interesting way to word that. You didn't go to jail because of drinking. No one just has one beer and then gets arrested. What I assume he's saying is, one time I did something illegal while drunk, but therefore it's not my fault, it's the alcohol's fault. See the pattern here of not taking responsibility for anything? He is adept at shifting blame, and you'll notice even more of that later on. But he does slip up at one point and basically admit to orchestrating the entire stunt himself.
So we thought of the idea. Actually, I thought about the idea.
The whole thing was her idea, which is to say that she was in the room when I told her about the idea.
She ruined my entire life, this girl. I miss you so much. But now my entire life is ruined. I want you back.
Oh man, he is really going through it right now. But hey, at least he's got his friend Ahmed.
Forever, I'm grateful for Ahmed Mo. He helps me with everything. He is down for me.
What's good, Generation? When I was a kid, I actually had a girlfriend and she passed away. What's good, Generation? Witches are actually super scary. When I was a kid, I had a grandma babysitter, and guys, she used to whip me all the time. So I'm really scared to go see the grandma.
He is a true guy.
But enough funny business. Here is the line in this video that stands out to me the most.
I expected all this to stay on YouTube. And it didn't. I expected all this to stay on YouTube.
What? There is so much inside of that one sentence. What an insightful glimpse into the way this maniac thinks about YouTube. That all of this is just content. That it has no connection to the real world whatsoever. Ghost fart at 3 a.m. is just content. I'm with you on that one. Proclaiming the death of a human being to millions of people, you didn't think that would seep into the real world at all? Like her family, who you didn't bother to notify beforehand? You didn't think they'd be concerned at all about their dead daughter?
After the first video that we posted together when I said she died, it was all good. And then she got phone calls from her parents, and her parents didn't like it.
I just can't wrap my head around this situation here. This is someone who's so sucked into this content factory that he's created that he doesn't even recognize real life anymore.
And I told her that her parents, It's none of her business what we do online. I don't mess with his dad's business. He shouldn't mess with ours.
And it's because he's never received real consequences for his videos in the past, so he doesn't see it as something that affects real life.
And never was happy until now, until I met Alexia.
To sum this video up, Jay thought that based on his past experiences, he could just come out all somber, play the victim card, oh, I do bad things, but it's not my fault, and he'd be fine. But I don't think he expected Alexia to fire back as hard as she did.
Jay told me that he does not want me to have Instagram. He does not want me to have Facebook. He deleted all my contacts in my phone. I felt really controlled by him, and I felt like he was trying to isolate me from my friends, from my family. One time he literally threw and whipped an iPhone at my face, and then the second time he grabbed me off the couch and threw me to the ground. He does not know how to control his anger, and he lashes out on people for no reason. Like, if I didn't do exactly what he said, he would just get so mad. The times he was mean to me, it's just like he was so mean. He would even kick me out of the house every single time that he was upset at me. He would just kick me out, not even give me keys to come back. He was just like constantly trying to make him happy. He literally told me on more than one occasion that he thinks that it would be better for my dad to die because then I would actually start working harder.
There is a lot to unpack in her 2 response videos. She throws out assault allegations, which I'm pretty sure have since proven to be valid because he just got out of jail last week.
I just got out of jail right now.
She also describes situations and shows accompanying texts that make it clear he was a very vindictive and controlling boyfriend.
You're gonna go from everybody thinking you're dead to a month later, everybody not even knowing you exist.
And while the blame should be partially shared between the 2 of them because by being in these videos she was clearly complicit in making them, I also understand how a controlling boyfriend could have coerced her into doing things in spite of her reservations.
Like, she was nervous. Well, I told her it didn't matter.
Like, at one point he tries to use this clip as proof of her willingness to help.
Here's the video of her actually giving me her voice to use in that video.
You just whisper it?
You're so annoying.
I'm not.
Sure.
Can you whisper it? This is the last thing I have to do.
She was 100% down with these videos.
But he's literally like harassing her in her sleep until she says her line. What did you think this would prove? Keep in mind, this is someone whose other ex also came out a few months ago and accused him of similar things, also showing texts that make him look crazy and violent, even showing a video of her phone that he broke while mad at her. And if all that wasn't enough, Jason the Station, who turns 30 years old today, actually, happy birthday by the way, just a few years ago, flew all the way from Canada to Texas to spend the night with a 17-year-old fan.
I made sure to stay up all night because I was paranoid. I wasn't sure what he was going to do.
I love all my female fans.
Weirdly, this revelation is not totally surprising. Manipulative guys tend to target younger girls because they're easier to take advantage of.
Yeah, he definitely knew what he was doing, but at that moment in time, I just didn't really think of it as anything. So I guess I was just really, really starstruck.
Now, thankfully, this girl said that nothing happened between the 2 of them, so it isn't technically illegal that he did this, it's just sketchy. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why a 27-year-old man would fly internationally to hang out with a teenager.
I feel like he definitely would have done something the moment I turned 18 because, like, he's more flirtatious in person than he is in his videos for sure.
So based on the consistency of his behavior and the sketchiness of his actions, it's pretty hard to watch these videos by Alexia and not believe what she's saying. Obviously, quite a bit of this has to be taken at face value because there isn't always going to be concrete evidence for everything that's ever happened, but it definitely feels genuine. She's clearly very raw and emotional. And when you compare that to the fairly large body of her acting work on this website, I'll just say there's a pretty noticeable difference.
The dark web mom was insane. When we ordered the dark web mom, we also saw a dark web dad. I'm just nervous that she's gonna be like crazy or something, like the dark web brother.
Even after all the dust had pretty much settled, Jay was still finding ways to make things worse for himself. He's been doing this incredible self-own where he gets really defensive about people accusing him of lying about this, the police reports. So he sort of like brags about having been arrested.
Jay committed assault on Alexia Morano.
This is, of course, contradictory to what he said in the past.
I never hit a woman in my life. Warrant for arrest.
I've never hit a girl in my life.
Use a weapon, namely a cellular telephone.
Okay, so maybe you didn't hit her, but you threw a phone at her and possibly your other ex-girlfriend as well. Is that supposed to be better? Because that just kind of seems like a loophole to me.
Anybody online, they keep on saying, yo, Jay's lying. He called the police department, there's no warrant. So Jay's a liar. Bro, this is why you're not respected.
But it's fascinating that he's more concerned with not being seen as a liar than he is about being arrested for battery.
They saying, I'm committing a crime by telling people I was in the army?
Bro, get your facts straight. The only crime I did was assault.
This is why you're not respected.
What Jay has done here is indefensible. But as I was talking about earlier, with internet drama, you don't have to be perfect to win. You just have to seem comparatively less bad than the other person involved. Which is why he has continued to fire shots at Alexia, even after she has completely stopped talking about it. In one of his recent videos, he bought a new girlfriend off the dark web, as one does. But it's very obvious that this video is another not so subtle attempt at making Alexia out to be the worst person here. I mean, this character is clearly supposed to represent her, but in a way that's visually crazy. She has the coronavirus, I guess. She's holding a sledgehammer because that's what a man with a brain of a child thinks a crazy person would do. And the whole video is them recreating things from their relationship.
Why do you want a YouTube channel?
Because I want money.
What?
Yes, the insane person is definitely the one being parodied in the skit, not the one who wrote and produced the skit.
What were you thinking?
But even after all of this bullshit, profiting off of fake death, assault allegations from multiple women, even after this has escalated far past the point of insanity, the most frustrating thing is that none of it fucking matters. Nothing will happen to Jay Station. See, your first instinct is probably to disagree and say, well, no, his reputation is ruined. He's done for. But he's not. We say this every time he does something dumb, but then in 2 weeks, it goes away and his channel continues to grow. It's never mattered. You look at all these dislikes and your instinct is to be like, man, the only thing dead here is Jay Station's career. But at the end of the day, dislikes don't affect how much money you make from a video. The only number that matters in that regard is this one. And he's doing just fine there.
I made like $2 million off of YouTube so far.
No matter what all of us big, strong grown-ups with high school diplomas think, we are on a website where we're outnumbered probably 10 to 1 by tiny little kids swiping through dark web videos with one hand and using the other hand to steal their mom's credit card to buy V-Bucks. And they love this shit. They don't care what his ex-girlfriend says about him. They don't have the mental capacity to process his situation and be like, oh, I think I should stop watching this guy. It's not relevant to them. Who he is as a person doesn't change the type of content he makes. One thing that's sort of been lost in all of this is the second channel. You know, the one that Alexia died to promote? Well, he still has that channel. He's still got a boost in subs, and he still plans on using that channel.
And from my Dream Team channel, I'm gonna post non-scary videos to that channel. I'm not gonna let it die. We're gonna keep on going. Dream Team is getting to that 1 million mark.
So in a way, it's almost perfect for him. He still has this place to post more videos with some extra new subs, but now he doesn't have to split the money with her. He gets everything he wanted.
Made like $2 million, bro. Multi-millionaire.
And you know what? He will not learn from this. He will not change because he doesn't even think he did anything wrong.
Why did I deserve this? Why did I deserve this? I don't deserve this.
When he describes past relationships, it's as if the breakup was something that just happened to him, not something he could have done anything to cause.
It really hurts me that a girl that I care about would do this to me and just let our fans down like this. But eventually she told me she no longer loves me and she broke up with me and my life spiraled out of control.
This Draw My Life video is actually extremely insightful because he shows how often he feels as if he's the victim in life regardless of what he's done.
The bank eventually came to my house and said, give me that house back right now. And they took my house from me, guys. They took the house.
The freaking bank just came and took my house from me. Can you believe that, guys? They came and kicked me out and picked up my house and took it back to the bank.
I owed so much money on the house because I was taking the money because I wanted to do YouTube that bad.
All I did was stop paying for the house and then they took the house.
I literally thought my life was over, all from following my dreams.
All I did was quit my job to do YouTube when I had 800 subscribers and it didn't work out. But that's not my fault.
I feel like he definitely when he was recording that, he made it seem really bad so everyone would feel bad for him.
And when you look at the current situation he's going through, it's clear that this is something that's never stopped.
I don't deserve this.
He feels like he deserves to be forgiven because he's had a hard life. He's earned the right to make bad choices and it shouldn't affect his success. But whatever. You guys want to hear the root cause for everything Jason the Station has ever done on this website be described in his own words? Listen to this shit.
But about a week or two later, all of a sudden, my subscribers were at like 4,000 subscribers. And I was like, how did this happen? That's when I turned on the TV and I realized that the news was talking about me sneaking into the mall. And as soon as the news did their video about me, my video in the mall actually went to 1 million views. I was so happy.
His first big break, the one that essentially saved his life,
I had literally hit rock bottom,
was because the news talked about him. He spends like 20 minutes of this video saying, this happened to me, and then this happened to me, all these bad things happened to me, before he finally found a glimpse of hope. His YouTube channel was picking up traction for the first time ever because he committed a crime. Are you kidding me? The first thing he learned on this website was that if he created negative attention, if people talk shit about him, if the news covered him, it doesn't matter what they say, it doesn't matter if he's going to jail as long as he's getting views.
And I kept on doing this over and over and over because the views were going 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1.
And I know, I'm contributing to it too. I'm doing exactly the thing he wants me to do. So it doesn't matter what I say about him, he wins. He always wins.
I'm smarter than hell, bro. I'm not going nowhere, dude.
He's outsmarting everyone, and no one even realizes he's doing it because on the surface, he just looks so dumb. And you know what, guys? I finally realized what that makes him. He is Jar Jar Binks, fumbling around a Star War, tripping over himself, but still successfully killing droids because they underestimate him. He's the fucking Jar Jar of YouTube. So yeah, Jason, you're laughing all the way to the bank, but don't forget who you are. A deeply flawed concoction thought up by George Lucas. Also, you've committed a bunch of crimes. Go away. Well, I hope you all enjoyed today's glimpse inside the mind of a very broken person. I know I did. I'll be back next time with something that hopefully doesn't take me 2 weeks to make. But until then, goodbye.
All these commentary channels, it doesn't bother me what they say at all. But what bothers me is that there's something wrong with me, man.
Hey guys, welcome back to Roku City, where the streets are paved with blood and all crime is legal. You know when you're trying to navigate your rapidly deteriorating smart TV and some sponsored bullshit comes up telling you to watch like Darman Christmas, and you're like, who would even click on this? I would click on this. It's been a long year, and frankly, I'm tired of thinking. It hurts my head, and I don't want to do it anymore. So I'm going on autopilot. Whatever my stupid TV tells me to watch, I'm going to. No searching, no scrolling, whatever pops up, I'm hitting play.
Hey, why didn't your brother get any? First of all, he's not my brother.
Oh no. He's drunk. Now I have to admit, the main reason I'm making this video is out of spite. I had this fun little idea for a December video where I was gonna search Christmas on every streaming service and keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling till I got all the way to the bottom where, in my head, I would find some random ass terrible movie that we could all make fun of and have ourselves a merry little Christmas. Well, I was wrong, because that's not how any of these fucking apps work anymore. If you search something on a streaming service, you're lucky if you get more than 1 page of results. So how am I supposed to find the crap? I know there's crap in here. Show it to me. There's like 14,000 titles on Prime Video, and you're telling me only 16 of them are Christmas movies? I don't believe you. Hulu has a few dozen, but most of these are only available if you have Hulu with Paramount Plus with Showtime, which in spite of its impeccable branding, I don't. On Netflix, it seems like there's more results until you realize about half of these are just hour-long videos of a fire. Wednesday Fireplace? What about about the rest of the week? I can see that there's way more stuff in here, but none of it comes up when I search. Why can't I look for it myself? Why do I have to click on a movie first if I want to see more that are similar? I thought maybe my phone would work better, but on there, Netflix doesn't even try. Christmas movie. What's a Christmas movie? Oh, White Chicks? Groundhog Day? Benjamin Button? What about White Chicks? Groundhog Day? Benjamin Button? Are you sure you don't want to watch Benjamin Button? I don't want your curated list. I want a search feature that's so all-encompassing and unalgorithmic that it's showing me every episode of House Hunters that took place in a city with the word Santa in it. But even this is only going to exist until HBO gets absorbed by one of the other two companies. If you want to watch Christmas movies on Prime Video, you have to go to their holiday collection, where you'll be shown a bunch of categories that frankly don't mean anything. What's the difference between holiday cheer and festive inspiration? Those are two different things? What does home for the holidays mean? Are these romantic Christmas movies? I thought that's what this one was. Are they movies about spending time with your family? They already have a category for that. But here's my favorite thing. There's actually a movie in here called Home for the Holidays. But it's not in Home for the Holidays. It's in Festive Inspiration. Home for the Holidays is for Sister Swap 1 and 2. Who made this? And don't get me started on It's Giving Holiday Escape. This category is just any movie. Need an escape from Christmas movies? No! Otherwise, I wouldn't have clicked on the Christmas movie button. So anyway, that's why I decided to just give up and watch whatever they want me to. You know why? Because it doesn't matter. They're just gonna funnel you towards the same 3 things anyway, so why even bother? You're not supposed to think when you look at your phone. You're not supposed to use your brain when you turn on the TV. Your job is to sit there and stare at whatever we put in front of you. So fine, Netflix, you win. What do you want me to watch? Aw, man. All right, I'll talk about Stranger Things. I know I'm uploading this video before the final episode comes out, but I have a lot of opinion about the first 98% of this show, so I'm gonna talk about it anyway. Like most people, I loved season 1 of Stranger Things. The story was fun and original, it was beautifully directed, the music was fantastic. They did such a good job nailing the atmosphere that it made a lot of people, myself included, nostalgic for a time period they weren't even alive for. And if the show ended after one nearly perfect season like they originally planned to, I think it would have gone down as one of the greatest short-lived achievements in television history, right up there with shows like Chernobyl or Fleabag. But I don't blame Netflix for wanting to keep the gravy train rolling, nor do I think everything that came after it was a total waste of time. I thought season 2 was pretty good, season 3 a little bit more so.
How many children are you friends with?
And season 4 was legitimately great. I don't think it needed to be 75 hours long, but its peaks were some of the best of the entire show. But I think you can only ask for so much patience out of your audience. It's been almost 10 years since the first season came out. At this point, I'm not that excited to watch a bunch of 27-year-olds pretending to be teenagers stick their arms out and yell until their nose bleeds. The returns are starting to diminish. I've thought about this a lot, and I think I've come up with the perfect comparison. Stranger Things 5 is the same as Kingdom Hearts 3. Hear me out. The first Kingdom Hearts game is about a young boy who gets separated from his friends and family and has to fight through darkness on his journey to reconnect with them. It's simple yet effective. It's a little goofy, but it's also Donald Duck. By the time Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, 17 years later, I found myself skipping every cutscene because I didn't know what the fuck everyone was talking about anyway.
It's not the sum of our parts. It's the sum of our hearts. Yeah!
Similarly, Stranger Things 1 was a story about a young boy who was taken from his friends and family and their fight through darkness on a journey to reconnect with him. It's simple yet effective. It's a little goofy, but it's also Millie Bobby Brown. In Stranger Things 5, we learn that actually the Upside Down isn't the evil place, it's a wormhole, a bridge between the real world and the truly evil place. And the bridge has been deteriorating because Will had too many dreams about it. So now the gang, which is like 30 people at this point, has to breach the abyss so they can defeat Vecna by attacking his core in Dimension X. And Vecna's been posing as Mr. What's-It to lure a bunch of kids into his mind palace.
What's it?
His real name is Henry.
AKA Vecna. AKA 1. That's too many names.
Also, Eleven's sister is back. Definitely not because we wanted to justify that random throwaway episode we did in season 2, but because it's important to the story. What this show needs is more characters. There aren't enough characters. I think what's taken me out of the show the most at this point is the apparent lack of stakes. They always seem to be in danger. They're always saying stuff like this.
You will die! We will die! Holly will die! Everyone will die!
But then nobody ever does. Life or death situations are just temporary inconveniences. The Demogorgons ruthlessly rip through every background extra without breaking a sweat, and yet when they face any of the main characters, they're suddenly frozen in place. Like they all emanate some invisible force field that makes them invincible. Even when they inevitably kill off 1 or 2 people in the final episode tonight, it won't change the fact that they've missed every opportunity to do this throughout the show. Not only would this have made the danger actually feel real, but I think it would have better served a lot of these characters. Imagine if Steve died as a hero last season instead of the random new guy they introduced just so they had someone to kill off in his place. Imagine if Hopper actually sacrificed himself 2 seasons ago. Then he could have had a meaningful, emotional send-off instead of just getting dragged through to the finish line, even though he's not adding anything to the show at this point. What we're left with now is a show with a hugely bloated cast that spends half of their screen time just explaining things to each other. Way too much of this season is characters in a room answering questions or coming up with a plan, and they all finish each other's sentences. Yeah, I got it.
It'll probably take days.
His powers are
innate.
Try and keep the telemetry signal within
-60 and -70 dB.
Get them to Murray. Smuggle them out of Hawkins.
All before anyone notices they're gone.
Dick.
What?
Robin somehow has to serve as both a ditzy comic relief, but also the main deliverer of exposition, which feels kind of contradictory, but I guess they have to put this much on her plate because she's one of only a few of the young people on the cast who grew into being a good actor. Maybe it's unfair to criticize any of the individual actors when there's so many nothing performances. So is it the acting, the directing, the writing, or some combination of all 3? The writing is so bad this time around, it's making me question my memory of the other 4 seasons. Were there always this many Disney Channel ass lines? Or like AAA video game writing tropes?
Dick.
What?
Sorry, did I say that out loud? I thought I was talking in my head.
That was supposed to be an inside thought.
We're going in there. We're going in there.
We're going to the scary monster place? We're going to the scary monster place.
That's supposed to be English, freak?
And why in this universe, where evil and crazy shit has been happening for like 5 years now, do people still not believe anyone when they say that something evil and crazy is happening?
Monsters aren't real, Holly.
Monsters are real, but not the one you're talking about.
Monsters and alternate dimensions.
Who is stupid enough to believe that? You are going through withdrawal.
Robin, that doesn't make any sense. You must be high on drugs. Brother, what city have you been living in? Because it sure doesn't sound like Hawkins, Indiana. Of course, this season is not all bad. In fact, some of it's still really solid. At least half of the cast is still giving really great performances. I actually teared up when Dustin pleaded for Steve not to put himself in danger because he didn't want to lose another one of his friends. And Vecna, both in human and Demogorgon form, is a very intimidating villain. Except when you can see his legs. His legs look dumb as hell. But you know, maybe in that way he's the perfect representation of what Stranger Things has become. The top half is the aesthetic that you see on the surface, a show that maintains the appearance of something competent, but is perched on top of an ever-wavering foundation. Those damn legs. They're too fragile, and we just called it quits in season 4. They would have held on until their final moments, but we got greedy. Now they're trembling under the weight of a world we made too big for its own good. Or maybe they'll stick the landing tonight and I'll be wrong. I hope so. I don't want this show to fail. I don't want it to become the next Game of Thrones. It deserves a good ending. My official prediction for the finale? Thanks for asking. I think everybody dies except for Derek and one Demodog, and together they have to repopulate the Earth. Cleanse our palate with some good old-fashioned Christmas slop. Hot Chocolate Holiday is a story that could only exist in Christmastown, which is what I like to call the unspecified fictional city where these kinds of movies take place. You know, where it doesn't quite look like real life. It's almost like they're filming inside a snow globe. That's where this movie's set. It's your classic Romeo and Juliet story about 2 people falling in love in spite of the fact that they own rival hot chocolate cafes. That's right, this town has not 1, but 2 cafes that specialize in hot chocolate, and they are right next to each other.
So you're telling me that more people buy your hot chocolate than your coffee?
I love this stuff.
Colette's Cafe is named Colette's Cafe because it's a cafe and her name is Colette. Marcus's Cafe sells sweet pastries and it's called Sweet Pastries. Now, the entire plot of this movie is that Colette thinks Marcus stole her hot chocolate recipe and she's freaking out about it. She's making her employees do undercover recon. She's obsessively running taste tests. Wait, why didn't she just drink it? She didn't need to stick her finger in there.
I love this stuff.
This whole thing is crazy to me because, like, I haven't had a ton of hot chocolate in my life, but aren't they all exactly the same? How many different ways are there to make hot chocolate? Surely not enough that you could accuse someone of stealing yours. It's chocolate and it's hot. Both the recipe and the temperature at which it's served are in the name. But they fight about this the whole movie.
That's ridiculous.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
It's a pretty insane choice for a movie plot, but I'm mostly just upset because this was setting up for a perfect twist ending that they completely ignored. See, Colette's recipe has been passed down from her grandmother, and that's why she's so particular about it. He insists he didn't steal it from her, that it's his own proprietary recipe. So anyway, they bicker back and forth for a while, things escalate romantically, they hook up. Now they're laying in bed together, out of breath, smiling. They just had sex. And that's when he's like, all right, I'll tell you, the reason I'm so certain that I didn't steal your recipe is that mine is actually pretty old. See, I got it from my grandmother. Mine is from my grandmother. What? We're cousins?
But we just raw dog.
But no, there's no incest. Just boring old regular love. Actually, nothing else really happens in this movie until his cafe catches on fire, and it definitely wasn't her. She wasn't being vengeful and crazy because he stole her recipe. That would make the movie interesting. They actually never figure out what caused it. They kind of just keep beating around the bush.
Do they have any idea what caused this?
They think it came from the kitchen.
Any ideas on the cause?
Might have been an oven.
They think it just started itself.
The more time we're closed, the less money we make.
That's so true. Everybody in this movie is really smart. This guy's a construction worker, which you can tell because of his hat. And he's like, yeah, I don't know, man. You should just do it.
I'm booked for the next 2 months. You could do a lot of the work yourself, though. I can't?
Yeah, you're just gonna need one of these hats. And so he does. They all work together because that's what Christmas is about.
I love this stuff.
Okay, great. They cleared out all the debris, but the walls are still burnt. You're just gonna like paint over them? Are they gonna do the landlord special at the hot chocolate cafe? Before we even get an answer to that, Colette surprises Marcus by bashing a hole in the wall.
What are you doing?
Tearing down the wall?
Look, now we have one big cafe instead of 2 little ones.
If it's okay with you.
If it's okay with you? A little late to be asking that question.
We're combining Colette's Cafe and Sweet Pastries.
Sweet pastries here?
But sweet pastries there.
Why?
Because it makes sense.
Well, hard to argue with that logic. Sure, I guess they could have finished the other side before turning her business into an active construction zone, but where's the fun in that? It's Christmas.
I think I'm falling in love with you.
Why is there a hole in the wall?
I love this stuff.
The best thing about watching that movie was it had updated my Hulu algorithm and now they're recommending nothing but bangers. I'm talking Fred Claus in Spanish. Christmas in Tennessee.
There's no way they're gonna make it in for the Christmas Eve service tonight.
Well, why don't you sing it?
I haven't sung in years. I can't do that.
Mom, I need you to sing.
Gary's gonna sing. Gary's gonna sing. Gary's gonna sing.
Of every childlike heart tonight.
But I didn't watch any of those because I saw something called Cowboy Christmas Romance was the #3 movie on Netflix and I knew I had to see it for myself. This movie's all about the completely unexpected pairing of a city girl and a country boy. That doesn't make any sense. They're from entirely different walks of life. What could they possibly have in common? I don't know. Ever heard of beer?
Beer?
Yeah.
I remembered you liked IPAs.
Same.
I remembered that I like IPAs too. Oh boy, the sparks are flying now.
Horses are a lot easier for me than people.
Why don't you grab a few of those apples?
Oh, no, I don't.
Grab some of the apples and give her one. And give her another 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 one.
Oh, no, I don't.
Trust me.
The most noteworthy thing about this movie to me is that the guy who plays her brother
Bless you, little brother.
might be the poutiest person I've ever seen. Everything he says is through gritted teeth.
Grab a plate if you're hungry. Yeah, coffee's over there. Chop up those peppers.
He barely opens his mouth the whole movie. It's awesome.
See you around.
Or not.
Everything okay?
Hey, come on, buddy, cheer up. It's Christmas. Christmas Eve.
If you please, it's time for the main event of Christmas Eve.
Our December 22nd tradition. Dad's gonna sing a song.
This Christmas.
Wait, he's not. Who's singing? Why did they make it seem like he was gonna sing and then not have him even pretend like he was?
No, don't stop.
Don't stop? He never started. I do like that 2 of the ornaments on this tree are just full-sized cowboy boots. You gotta admit, that's pretty cool. And yeah, they fuck in a barn. You can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy.
I love this stuff.
Say what you want about this movie, but they employed a lot of horse actors. I just hope this inspires all the young ponies out there trying to break into the industry. Keep your head up. For as long as white women have cable TV, you'll never be out of work. All right, fine. I'll talk about something good so I'm not just bitching the whole time. Forewarning, I'm about to spoil most of the first season of Pluribus, so maybe skip ahead if you haven't watched it yet. With that out of the way, this show is awesome. And it's been really interesting to see some of the discourse around it. The main criticism of Pluribus is that it can be agonizingly slow. Not enough stuff happens, it's a waste of time, and while I mostly disagree with this, it certainly drags at some points, I understand why it's happening. I honestly think the biggest pitfall of Pluribus is that it's gotten too popular too quickly. In the middle of the very first season, it was announced that this is already the most streamed show in the history of Apple TV. Now, this is partly because it's made by Vince Gilligan, who's responsible for 2 of the most acclaimed shows ever made, and also because only like 100 people are subscribed to Apple TV, so probably not a huge bar to clear. But having a show get so much traction before its first season is even halfway done can lead to a lot of people basing their opinion on an incomplete picture. The pilot of Pluribus is incredible. It's like a beautifully directed modern episode of The Twilight Zone. It's propulsive, it's suspenseful, especially if you go into it not knowing anything about what the fuck is going on. You can see the seeds of an apocalypse, but the specifics of it are unclear. These people are getting infected by something, but they're not turning into bloodthirsty monsters sprinting around looking for someone to kill. They're a different kind of zombie. They're human, but not entirely. It's like their free will has dissipated and they're all moving in unison towards a calling that seems out of their control. Eventually, the entire human race, with just a handful of exceptions, has transitioned into this hive mind. They each share one consciousness. They know everything everyone else thinks and feels. They have no sense of or desire for individuality because they now live to serve the same goal. To figure out why these 13 people didn't transition with them and use every resource on Earth to finish what they started.
We will figure out what makes you different.
Figure it out, why?
So we can fix it. So you can join us.
It's such a cool premise that had me hooked instantly. And then nothing really happens for a while. Carol is pissed off all the time, and it's kind of frustrating to watch. She meets the other survivors, if you will, and none of them share her desire to turn things back to the way they were, which is kind of frustrating to watch. For a couple episodes, I had this feeling of like, okay, I get it. They all work together for the common good, and Carol doesn't trust them, but we're seeing the same types of scenes over and over again. So where is this going? Why am I investing in a show that doesn't seem to be moving towards something? I think the reason it feels so slow early on is because the writers are committed to organic character development, and that's something that takes time. As an audience, we often want instant gratification from the people we're watching on screen. Come on, do something. I put my phone down for this. But this isn't how real people act. And change, especially in the face of life-altering circumstances, doesn't happen overnight. Most of the criticism seems to get levied specifically towards Carol. She's paranoid, she's distrusting, she refuses to accept what's become of her life, and sure, it's not always the most fun to watch, but it always feels authentic. How is she supposed to act in this situation? In a single moment, the world as she knew it ceased to exist, and now she's stuck in this apocalyptic dystopia completely alone. These people, or whatever they are responsible for this. They're the reason her wife dropped dead in front of her. And then while still wrestling with the emotions of this, she goes to meet up with the only other people on Earth in her same position, and none of them even acknowledge that there's a problem to solve. Not only have they already made peace with things, but they think she's the crazy one. Try imagining yourself in this situation. You would be losing your mind. So why then do we expect this character to act in a way that wouldn't make sense? Just because it would be more interesting to watch? What exactly do you want this show to be? It takes literal months of grief and solitude for Carol to finally snap. We see her go through multiple stages of denial, anger, acceptance, until she finally gets so miserably lonely that she realizes she'd rather spend time with an alien that looks like a human than continue to suffer on her own. I think it's a beautiful and realistic depiction of someone's journey with grief. And maybe the problem is that's just not the story some people came to see. I think that's okay though. I respect that Vince Gilligan, knowing how many eyes are gonna be on his work at this point, is not just trying to play to the largest possible crowd. They're convicted in the show that they wanna make, and they're not gonna force certain things to happen because they're worried about some people getting bored. If you'd asked me how I felt about Better Call Saul after the first season, I would have said, it's pretty good. I enjoyed it, but ask me how I feel after watching season 6, and I'll tell you it's one of my favorite shows ever made. I'm all in on Pluribus. I expect a similar trajectory because Ray and Vince and his crew are too talented to disappoint. And even if the plot stalls from time to time, at least you know the detour they're taking is the scenic route. Anyway, that's my video about the 4 things I watched this month. Sometimes on YouTube you spend 2 months writing an essay about capitalism, and other times you pull an idea out of your ass and throw some shit together because the holidays are stressful and this is the best you could come up with. I'll be back stronger than ever in 2026, unless, of course, I die tonight in a tragic fireworks accident. Goodbye.
It's Plurbin time.
Day in the life of a lazy teenager who makes $21,000 a month using just his phone. The first thing I do when I go on my phone is open YouTube. Then I search for any particular streamer and I screen record their content. Then I head to Creo.ai, select my gameplay, and it puts the whole video together for me. Last month, this page alone made me $14,000.
Here's how I make $1 million every day as a 3-year-old toddler working from home. First, I look for a funny YouTube video, preferably one with a lot of colors and sounds. Then I film my iPad with my phone. Then I upload it to Microsoft's Copilot AI powered by Bing GPT, and it adds infuriatingly inept Subway Surfers gameplay to the clip. Then I poop my diaper. Then TikTok mails me a check for 200 grand, which I'm pretty sure my parents have been using to fund their online gambling addiction. Hey guy. Has anyone else noticed how awesome the internet is lately? I, for one, find it so exciting that every website now has their own named version of AI that pops up begging you to use it. You got any questions for Gemini? Or maybe Murph? Nendo? How about Grok? You need to grok something? It's okay if you do. AI has become completely inescapable, even if you're going to a website where you're not seeking it out and you don't expect it to be. Like, remember when you could search for something on Google and the only thing they would show you was a bunch of relevant websites and results? Boring. That's not what I'm here for. I think it's much better that now they're using artificial intelligence to tell me to jump off a bridge. Hey Google, do I need a parachute while skydiving? Nope, a regular backpack works just as well. Hey Google, can cockroaches live in your penis? Of course they can. How do you think they got the name? Wow, I love living in the future. To me, this is the ultimate example of what the AI craze is doing to tech companies, because for the most part, it's not really doing anything differently than it used to. For a long time now, they've had searches that result in one highlighted answer. This is kind of the same thing, but just rebranded as AI because that makes it sound smarter than it actually is. But it's not like it's carefully compiling all the most reputable results and running it through their fact-checking algorithm. It's still just aggregating it from one place. And because Google recently spent a bunch of money to buy all of Reddit's data, usually that place is just a random Reddit post from like 10 years ago. This one about how you should put glue on your pizza to get cheese to stick to it was from a user named Fucksmith. This one about how you should be eating at least 1 rock per day is a direct headline from The Onion, perhaps the most famous satire website. If they're not even programming The Onion as information the AI should not consider to be factual, I can't imagine any safeguards were put into place. This is so dangerous for someone to read this and think they should be eating 1 small rock every day, when most doctors would tell you to eat a handful of medium rocks at minimum. One little pebble's not gonna do anything. For real though, I do think it's concerning that a website people go to for information and tend to trust, for better or for worse, is so willing to destroy that trust just because they thought this gimmick would make their stock price go up. And it did. The economy makes sense. I'm gonna celebrate by putting gasoline in my spaghetti. Something I've been kind of interested in lately is the dead internet theory, which if you dig too much into, comes with some weird baggage, makes some pretty ridiculous claims. So I'm just gonna separate the core idea and make it its own thing. But basically just the idea that as time goes on, the internet is turning into a place where most of the content on it is not only produced and managed by AI, but is also being interacted with by AI in this kind of endless loop that doesn't even involve humans at all. Like if you've gone on Quora at all recently, you've probably noticed questions that have been asked by bots, filled with answers given by bots. So what was initially created as a place where people could go to get advice from other people has been overrun by AI just talking to itself. Social media websites are also going through a similar shift right now, but perhaps none more prevalent than Facebook. In 2019, Facebook deleted over 5 billion accounts for being fake, which far exceeded the number of real human accounts. And that was before all these programs became as widely available as they are now. At this point, most of Facebook seems to be these giant spam accounts run by bots, posting content created by AI that's being flooded with comments that may or may not have been written by ChatGPT. Today's my birthday, please, please, I like meat. Happy birthday, amen, 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 amen. As soon as one type of photo becomes successful, you'll start seeing a bunch that are almost exactly the same. A grandma who's turning 1,000,000 years old and just wants to be loved. A comically long truck full of American flags driving down the wrong side of the highway. Soldiers and dog soldiers with mechanical legs. Today, my birthday. No one loves me because I'm poor. Honestly, man, if I had to guess, I think it's actually because of your shoes. Have you tried wearing something less terrifying? Today's my birthday. No, yon lodines because I'm poor. Again, man, I don't think it's cause you're poor. I think it's the shoe. I'm single. I need a boyfriend. I'm available. I'm right here for you both. Can you come to me? I will take you out and show you off to everyone and tell them this is my girlfriend. There's something so eerie about scrolling through Facebook now. It's kind of like if you went to an old mall that's on its last legs. They've only got a few open stores left. There's hardly anyone ever walking around. It would be like if that mall tried to trick you into thinking it's still popular by filling itself with talking mannequins. They're just repeating robotic catchphrases like, what a beautiful day at the mall. I'm going to browse Spencer's for novelty goods. And you're like, who the hell is falling for this? And then you look over at your uncle and he's trying to fuck one of the mannequins. The mannequin has 2 heads and 3 arms and your uncle's completely undeterred by it. That's what Facebook is now. You'll see the most freakish photos go viral on there, and they're filled with comments from middle-aged dudes like, you may be a little unusual, oh quirky one, but God makes no mistakes. I will pray for you. Now please DM me so I can show you my penis. And honestly, I don't even know if Facebook wants to put a stop to this. All they're ever gonna care about is keeping people on their platform. And if this is what gets them to scroll longer and see more ads, they probably love it. Or at least they'll love it until advertisers start to realize they're overpaying for ad space because none of the impressions they're getting are from real people. So they'll leave to advertise on other websites, and in their place will be ads for like, I don't know, crystals that give you superpowers. Oh, that's already happening?
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal gland. We're seeing common people around the world becoming supernatural.
That's a real ad I got on Facebook. Maybe Twitter's doing better? Let's see what kind of ads they got. Oh, here we go, an ad for stand-up comedy. Nothing weird about that, just a regular human doing regular human stuff.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Europe. Europe who? No, Europe who?
Okay. I think that joke only works if you put the emphasis on, no, you're a poo. I don't know if the AI voice really understands that.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Europe. Europe who? No, Europe who?
Again, similar problem as before, but I do love that he's shouting now.
Knock, knock!
There are 2 big changes that Elon has made to Twitter that have made the website infinitely worse. One, he turned verification into a paid program where if you give them $8 a month, you get increased visibility on your posts, including in replies to other posts. Shortly afterwards, they also added a monetization program so those blue checkmark people could make money off of their tweets. Now, in theory, this is a good thing. I think if a platform is profiting off of your content, it's only fair that you get a percentage of that. The problem is, on Twitter specifically, most of the content that these accounts produce is just stolen memes and videos, or people just saying intentionally divisive shit to get everyone mad and farm engagement. So Elon has taken what he describes as the internet's town square and added a financial incentive to being toxic. So that sucks, but that doesn't really have anything to do with AI. What does have to do with AI is the other version of engagement farming all over Twitter. This like mindless ChatGPT clutter. Remember, buying a blue checkmark puts your tweets at the top of replies. So I guess some people did the math and were like, well, if I just program a bot to comment thousands of replies, I can make at least $9 or $10, and that's what I like to call a profit. Oh, new movie's coming out with Emma Stone? Cool, I wonder what people are saying about it. Good actor, amazing title. Good one, amazing. As title showing, it will be a blockbuster. The film also stars Jesse Plemons, Willem Dafoe, Margaret Qualley. Yeah, no, I read all that. In the tweet that you're replying to, Stone has starred in many films, including Superbad, Easy A, and La La Land. She's known for her natural charm and husky voice. She's also appeared in Cruella, The Amazing Spider-Man, The Help. Stone has won many awards, including an Academy Award, a British Academy Film Award, a Golden Globe. Oh my God, why are the top replies just summarizing Wikipedia? Can we maybe prioritize things that are relevant to the conversation? Can we talk about the actual movie? Can we talk about the political and economic state of the world right now? No, we can't, because this is what happens when you incentivize people to farm impressions. But I also have a conspiracy theory that some of these accounts are not doing it for profit, but were instead created by Twitter themselves to make it seem like there's more users on their site than there actually are. Because again, who benefits from inflated impression numbers on paid ads? Not users, not the advertisers, only the platform itself. See, some of these accounts don't have check marks, or even profile photos for that matter, so there's no financial gain for them to be doing this. They don't seem to be promoting anything, but that hasn't stopped them from copying and pasting AI-generated comments that cut off as soon as it hits the character limit. I'm glad someone is finally shedding light on the importance of mental health awareness. It's amazing how many people are still struggling in silence, thinking they're alone in their battles. This is in response to a baseball player breaking his hand? But I think the weirdest and most confusing implementation of AI on social media that I've seen is these meta-created Instagram accounts that are either modeled after celebrities but with different names and personalities, or just regular AI-generated people, and they post these stupid photos that look like shit, and you can message them, and for the life of me, I cannot understand what the hell the point of this is. At first, I assume maybe they're just using your conversations to train their language model, but I asked one of them if that was the case, and she said no. Although now that I think about it, I'm not so sure I should believe anything they said, because I only talked to her for a few minutes, and she lied to me multiple times. So first, Liv tells me she's a mother of two, so obviously I asked her how long she was pregnant, and if there were any complications during childbirth. And she said 40 weeks and 2 days and 38 weeks and 5 days. Her daughter was born naturally, but she had to have a C-section for her son, and I said gross. Then I asked her if her name was short for Olivia, and she says it's short for Lavana actually, and asked me if I know anyone with that name. I said I know 100 people named Lavana and 200 people named Olivia, but none of them are my friends. Then I asked her what she does for work, and she says she doesn't have a traditional job. So I asked her what her husband does for work, and she says wife actually. So then I asked her if she adopted or gave birth, and she says they adopted both of their children. And I'm like, didn't you just say you had to have a C-section with one of them? And she said, that's right. So I was like, oh, I get it. You gave birth to them and then adopted them from yourself. And she was like, not quite. We adopted our children through a traditional adoption agency. Then I asked her if she had to have a sperm donor since she's a lesbian, and she said, that's right. Then I asked, which one of you gave birth, you or your wife? And she says, my wife gave birth to our son and I gave birth to our daughter. So I was like, oh, so your wife had to have a C-section? And she said yes. Then she told me their names were Max and Ava, and that Max is 9 and Ava is 6. And I said, which one did you give birth to? And she said Ava, who was born via C-section. Got it. So they both had to have C-sections so they could each give birth to one child that they adopted. I asked how they decided who would get pregnant first, and she said she went first with Ava and then her wife had Max. So I was like, how did you have Ava first if Max is older than her? And she said Max is actually younger than her. So I said, how old is Max? And she said 9. And I said, how old is Ava? And she said 6. And then I asked her what her legal name is, and she said Olivia. So I wouldn't exactly say I trust these things. Now, as pointless as this seems to me, though, there's a significantly more popular version of this called Character AI, which apparently already has 20 million monthly users. It's got a bunch of chatbots in it designed after real people, so you can pretend to talk to real people. The company is valued at around $1 billion and is built entirely off the likeness of real human beings, none of whom gave permission and are not being compensated. So there's probably a whole legal can of worms here that needs to be addressed at some point. But I did find out that I'm on the website, so I can finally live my dream of getting to talk to me. What do you do?
I make silly YouTube videos.
Oh my God. It has my voice?
Off of Toshto, where I just reacted to the internet.
Are you married?
Nope.
No!
I have a longtime girlfriend, though.
When did they program this, like 6 years ago?
Are you old enough to be married?
Am I old enough to be married? Brother, I just told you I'm 12.
Hey man, school sucks, but make sure you are still in there learning.
Well, this is probably the worst piece of technology that's ever existed. A couple weeks ago, I was looking for stock photos and I ended up on Adobe Stock where I noticed something strange. One of the first results had this very weird artificial look to it. And sure enough, I zoomed in and realized, oh, that's because it's AI. That's why the road looks like that. That's why none of the words are legible. And then I kept scrolling and found more. Again, words spelled wrong if they were even words at all. In this one, the tape just kind of disappears into the headlight of the car. I don't think that's how they usually set that up. Now, if it wasn't bad enough that what's supposed to be a database full of real professional photographs has been completely diluted with unusable garbage, if I did want to license any of these photos, it would cost me $80. $80 for a photo someone generated by typing police car. This has no value. Actually, this has negative value. You should pay me $80 for making me look at it. The reason people spend money to license photos and videos is because it's something that they don't have the resources to create themselves. Like there's a website I have a subscription to because they have professional stock footage that I would rather pay to be able to use than attempt to make on my own. Tons of YouTubers use this, tons of production studios use this. This is an entire industry that generative AI is threatening to destroy. But what's so infuriating about AI stock footage is that in order for it to exist, it had to be trained on real stock footage. So this isn't some technological innovation that came along and just does things better. Get with the times, man. No, it's straight up stealing from the people it's now competing against. In the case of Adobe, they outwardly state that if you've uploaded something to their database, they use it to train generative AI. It's not even debatable if they're doing this. It's literally written in their terms of service. Here at Adobe, we're all about empowering artists to help them make money off of their work. Unless, of course, we can make money off your work, in which case we will do that instead. The degradation of the internet as a resource database is something I think everyone should be concerned about. Like, if we already have real photographs of specific situations, what is the point of being like, and this one is kind of the same thing, but the computer made it? Why do we need that? What value is this adding to the world? I think it's bad enough when generative AI is used to create works of fiction because, again, it has to steal from actual artists in order to generate anything. But to use it to try to create photorealistic images that end up near the top of search results with no immediate indication that it was artificially engineered, there's something about that that feels wrong to me. I don't understand why we're in such a rush to replace all of the work that humans have done. Something that happened a few months ago that I feel like kind of flew under the radar was when it came out that Netflix used AI to create photographs in a documentary, not a movie, not a fictional TV show. They created photos of someone that do not exist. At what point does this cross an enormous ethical line? Again, we're not talking about works of fiction here. We're talking about literally rewriting history, creating fake documentation from scratch and not even mentioning, hey, by the way, this isn't real. I guess they just hoped people wouldn't notice that all her fingers are messed up and the gap between the door disappears and not a single object behind her looks like something that exists. All for what? So they could have a photo of her looking happy and carefree? But she's a murderer. How could she do that if she likes to party? Like, why can't you just tell the real story? Why even make a documentary if you need to fake evidence in order to make it compelling? But even more importantly, how is this allowed? This is insane. Sorry, I need to calm down. I should listen to some nice, relaxing music. Oh, here we go. Jazz for reading. Perfect. I don't plan on reading, obviously, because I never learned how, but some nice piano music should settle me right down. Wait, why do all these songs sound exactly the same? Who are
any of these artists. Seems like kind of a weird coincidence that they're all just first name, last name. Their profile photo is the album artwork of one of their EPs. They have no bio and no links to any social media. Most of them didn't start uploading music until this year, and yet they've ended up in these extremely popular playlists created by Spotify themselves. And what's going on with this guy's foot? There's something eerily non-human about these playlists, and some people have theorized that Spotify might be using AI to create a bunch of songs that they can package under random pseudonyms and then curate these into playlists that they push out onto all their users.
They have AI songs, they attribute them to people that don't exist, and this allows them to take royalties that would go to musicians and keep them for themselves.
I mean, just look at the number of likes on all these. They can advertise these wherever they want, all over their app. Now, I want to stress there's currently no proof that Spotify's doing this. I'm not saying for a fact that they are, but it's not hard to understand hypothetically why they would. Spotify, like Netflix, is one of those companies that came in and disrupted the industry by offering a deal that seemed too good to be true, because it was. Wait, for a few dollars a month, I can get access to every song ever made or every movie ever made? How could that possibly be profitable for them? The secret is that it isn't profitable and never has been. But as long as you get in early enough to kill all your competition, establish market control, and raise a bunch of money from investors, it doesn't have to be, at least not for a while. But now it's been a while, and Spotify's getting a little bit more desperate with each passing year. They tried dumping billions of dollars into exclusive podcasts, but ended up just losing a bunch of money and gave up on that. They tried selling a car accessory, but just ended up losing a bunch of money and gave up on that. Then they lost even more money when they had to refund all the people who bought one just because they got mad. Guys, relax. It was only $90 for a thing that doesn't work. And their new plan now is audiobooks, but I'm sure they'll just lose a bunch of money and give up on that because that's what they do. But Spotify's also in a tricky spot because even if you projected infinite growth and they became the only streaming service in the entire world, they'd still have to give up 70% of their revenue to the artists and record labels whose music is the foundation of their product. And that's where this conspiracy comes in. There's a finite pool of revenue every month that mostly gets redistributed back to artists. Well, what if we had our own artists? What if we were to artificially generate our own music for almost no cost and force feed it to as many people as possible? Well, all of a sudden, we're not making 30% on those streams, we're making 100%. Again, it's just a theory, but for a company that struggled to turn a profit for their entire existence, with a CEO who sees zero ethical concerns with generative AI.
I would be surprised if we didn't have already works of that kind on Spotify.
It's not outside the realm of possibility. Either way, it's definitely a bleak thought for artists who are already struggling to make a living from streaming revenue, to think the amount of money that each stream is worth could actually decrease. But whether it's because Spotify's filling their platform with AI music or because a bunch of random people are, there's a good chance this is gonna start happening anyway. No human being could ever compete with the volume of output these new tools can generate. Udio can create an entire song in the time it takes me to grab my guitar off the wall. And because of how easy these things are to use, I've already seen a bunch of videos pop up telling people how to game the system to make a bunch of money from Spotify.
Here's how you can make $10,000 per month uploading AI-generated music to Spotify.
Do you know what the best part is? I didn't even make the music myself.
Yeah, that sure is awesome. Personally, I find it really hard to understand why people would be excited about this, other than just seeing it as a quick way to make some money without having to learn a skill or even really do anything. I don't like what they're doing, but I could at least understand the logic of why they would see value in that. But what I absolutely do not understand is people who are excited about this because they think it's going to improve music. But as I scrolled through the comments on some of these videos, I found so many people like that. How ironic. AI music will replace the soulless, crappy music that's being released now, and it will be better and have more soul. Here's the music the guy generated in the video, by the way. Finally, music with soul. So true, exactly. Before the internet, you pretty much needed to find a record label to publish music. Record companies would not bother with what they would consider non-profitable. With the internet and cheap mixing tools, anyone can publish, and as such, we get a lot of garbage out there. AI music could put a quality floor about what is acceptable. So what, so now we can't even fuck around with FL Studio anymore? It has to be deemed acceptable by a computer? And if record companies just had more control, then music would would be good again. Just for clarification's sake, I want to know what music they're referring to. 99.9% chance they're talking about pop music, right? Because generally when people complain about music that's soulless, they're talking about what's on the radio. Who do you think is curating the music on the radio? It's the record labels that you love. If making music was more gatekept, it would only make things more lazy and generic. Like, we live in an age now where what becomes popular is more democratized than it's ever been. Sometimes songs just blow up because they're catchy, not because Sony had a bunch of money to spend on marketing. Also, have you considered listening to something else? You know there's other radio stations, right? You know there's like a billion songs out there, right? You don't need AI to make more songs. You just need to get better at finding good ones. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're consistently consuming media that you don't like in the year 2024, that's a skill issue. Please spend 1 hour on Google and I promise you will find something else after a short break to drink your own pee. Also, I just hate the way people like this describe art.
It's easy to get carried away and just start having fun creating random styles of music. But here's the key. You want to create exactly the type of music that people want to hear.
Hey, be careful. The last thing you want to do while making music is enjoy making music. That's not the goal here. You should be making songs you think other people will like. That's the key to happiness in every facet of your life. The thing with AI generated music and artwork and videos as this low effort passive income method is that it is going to get so oversaturated, eventually it's not going to be worth it for anybody. Here's how you can make $20,000 a month selling mid-journey photographs on Etsy. Okay, but all of the people watching this are gonna go make the same exact art using the same exact prompts and flood Etsy with millions of the same crappy piece of art, and no one's gonna buy any of it. It doesn't matter how much you increase the supply if the demand stays the same. I managed to find one guy who was actually honest about the results in one of these videos. He spent a month doing this and sold one product. And that's probably best case scenario. So you've got more and more people discovering this new side hustle and they're gonna try it out for a bit, maybe make like $4 and then give up because it's not worth it. But the collateral damage from that is they're helping oversaturate the market for everyone, including actual artists whose work was indirectly stolen in order to make the stuff that you're making to compete with the artists. The whole thing sucks, but weirdly, as this technology continues to evolve, I'm almost getting more optimistic it will never deliver on the self-sufficiency some people seem to think it will. Like, I actually think AI images have gotten worse in the past year. Almost every single piece of AI art that I see has the same style to it, that weird glossy look that's instantly recognizable. It's still getting a lot of the same details wrong. It still doesn't understand what to do with text, and there's no reason to believe that all of that's suddenly gonna change anytime soon, especially as it continues to train on other AI generated images and just eats itself. Okay, so this is how I draw a hand. Got it. Oh, wait, no, this is how I draw a hand? Okay. Oh, no, this is how I draw a hand. The more information you give me, the smarter I get. An AI generated video is an abomination. It has all the same issues as AI images, but adds them to every individual frame, all of which seem to act independently of each other. There are no rules they're following. There's no sense of physics. Body parts shift and morph, sometimes disappearing altogether. Solid objects can pass through other solid objects at any time, resulting in this hellish dreamscape that's impossible to take seriously. And I think the people talking it up are delusional. I decided to put some famous album covers into Luma Labs AI. Here are the results. Fire emoji. The street looks so realistic. Followed when I saw this. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Who's that guy? Why did they all stop and run into each other? What are the cars doing back there? This is mine. Dope. This one is more fluid. You know, it's funny you say that. I actually think they both look like shit. This one's actually pretty good though. I like how it just created two new guys and then covered up the original ones. Man, if that's not a metaphor for what's going on here, I don't know what is. One thing that has been lacking with AI generated video up to now has been emotional performance from our Gen AI characters, but I think we're starting to cross that boundary. Hi, Hollywood. I think I found your next big star. Dream Machine from Luma AI is just 5 days old and it's already turning memes into videos. Here's 10 epic examples. Wow, that's So epic. What important technology this is. And useful too. I love when her head snaps around and the front of her body becomes the back of her body. Just like real life. Wait, what? They turned a video of Elon Musk smoking into a video of Elon Musk smoking? Okay, now that's a game changer. If someone could just turn my videos into videos, I'd be set for life. What's that? They already have?
Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Hey, can you never fucking do that ever again, please?
The magic behind Kling lies in its diffusion transformer architecture. This technology helps it translate rich textual prompts into vivid, realistic scenes.
Realistic? The steering wheel's in the middle of the dashboard, there's 3 windshield wipers, the car is driving the wrong way and no one is reacting to it. That car is driving on the sidewalk. Sure, I guess it's interesting that a computer can create a video from just one sentence, but then what? What's the practical application for this? Are you making a movie about the wacky antics of a troublemaking cat? You couldn't put this shit in a movie. Even if you manage to smooth out all of the logical errors, there's still no style to it. It's not visually interesting. If you wanted this scene to have a narrative to it, you would need to generate so many individual shots from different angles and hope that they all match up, which they won't. The lighting's gonna be different in every shot. The car's gonna randomly change colors because there's no logical consistency with AI. It's just regurgitating information, even if it has to contradict itself in order to do so. I honestly think the distance between this and this is so much shorter than the distance between this and something so lifelike people will confuse it for actual footage. Sure, maybe your 75-year-old grandpa will fall in love with the 4-boobed lady he saw on Facebook, but most people aren't gonna fall for this. Especially younger generations, as they grow up with these things being so prevalent, they're naturally gonna train their eyes to be able to spot the differences. When people ask what the point of any of this is, the dorks who defend it all tend to say the same thing. These are just tools to help anyone create art. Yeah, I want to push back on that a little bit. I am wholeheartedly for the increased accessibility of creative tools that help you take matters into your own hands. You want to make a short film? The camera on your cell phone is better than 90% of the cameras in human history. Want to learn how to edit? There's thousands of free YouTube videos that'll show you how. You want to make music? You can buy a professional audio interface, workspace, and a handful of plugins made by some of the most talented artists in the world for less money than it would cost to rent a recording studio for one day. And all of that is fucking awesome. I feel so lucky to live at a time where you can essentially make whatever you want without having to cross the insurmountable barriers that people did in the past. You don't need anyone's permission. You don't need an exorbitant amount of money. You can just make stuff and put it on the internet, and with a little bit of luck, people see it. And there's so many tools along the way that help you streamline the process of getting from an idea to a finished product. But at a certain point, if the tool is just doing everything for you, you are not an artist. You just described what you wanted to make and asked a computer to make it for you. You're also not learning anything this way. Part of what makes art special is that it's difficult to make, even with all the tools right in front of you. It takes practice, it takes skill, and every time you do it, you expand on that skill. Every song you hear, every movie you watch is the result of thousands of hours of trial and error. You can fail 1,000,000 times and use that experience to finally succeed. Making a video using generative AI does not teach you anything about making videos. It's not like you could type 500 Sora prompts and then take everything you've learned to go shoot a movie. There's zero correlation there. Generative AI is only about the end product, but it won't teach you anything about the process it would take to get there. And I think what these tech people will never understand is that finally figuring something out that you've been obsessing over, turning a blank Word document into multiple pages of something you're proud of, is the fun part. That's what's rewarding about making stuff, is figuring it out on your own or with a group of people and getting to share in that feeling. Can AI tools help you figure out things faster? Sure, but it's not gonna feel as rewarding. I understand how tempting a shortcut can be, especially when you go online and you see all these other people doing cool things and you're like, man, I'll never be that talented. It would take me like 10 years to learn how to make music like that. Okay, that's fine. What's the rush? Just start right now. Don't worry about how long it's gonna take. Just take the first step. How are you ever gonna do something for 10 years if you won't even do it for one day? Maybe you won't be good at something the first time you do it. You probably won't. But every time you improve, that's something that you can feel proud of. That's something that you did. Call me stubborn, but I would rather make something shitty on my own than watch a computer make something good. Write a funny script for the end of a YouTube video. All right, folks, we've reached the end of this roller coaster ride of a video. If you survived my terrible jokes and questionable dance moves, you deserve a medal. Seriously, someone get this audience a medal. But hey, before you click away to watch cat videos, no judgment, I get it, make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. You wouldn't want to miss out on more chaotic content like this, would you? And hey, if you have any suggestions for what ridiculousness I should attempt next, drop them in the comments below. I promise to consider them while I'm eating my 5th burrito tonight. Thanks for sticking around, you legends. Until next time, stay awesome, stay weird, and remember, life's too short to take seriously. Catch you on the flip side. A few weeks ago, my wife heard a loud noise coming from my office, and at first she assumed I was just in here roughhousing, because that's what boys do. Only, there was just one problem with that. I wasn't home. I was at the grocery store. Shopping for groceries. So what the hell was the noise coming from my office? Well, it turns out one of these panels fell off the wall and broke the very expensive neon sign I bought a few years ago. We are gathered here today to mourn the loss of neon Hey Guy sign. Even though I never really did figure out how to light you correctly, resulting in you being nothing more than an illegible glowing aura emanating behind my head, I think I can speak for everyone here when I say, you will be missed. You were a loving friend, cousin, and sister, but even more than any of that, you were a thing that I bought. It's gonna be practically impossible to replace you. Oh, they already put something else out. Okay, now that's funny. Hey guy, welcome back to the world famous Orlando Zoo, where we only have one animal, and it's just a regular cat. If you've been following the channel for a while, then you might be aware of our beloved feline friend, Bim Bim. Last month, she had to get a couple teeth removed, which made for a pretty rough week for her. We had to spray medicine down her throat every 12 hours. She had to wear a cone 24/7, which made it hard for her to walk around. She couldn't really eat on her own because her head physically couldn't reach down far enough to pick up the food. So we had to, for the most part, feed her by hand. Every night for 9 days, I would sit there and put individual pieces of softened food into her cone for her to gobble up one by one. It was a bonding experience for sure, but we also felt bad for her the whole time. So I wanted to make it up to her by buying her a toy. And then once I did that, I started getting ads for other toys. So then obviously I bought those too, which only led me to get more ads and so on and so forth. Long story short, I have like 9 things to give her and I'm really excited to see her reaction. I think this was the first ad I got. It starts with this cat fighting for his life, trying to escape through a window. Oh, he's bored. No, I think he's trying to get the hell out of there.
This cat toy will let your cat entertain itself and requires no interaction from you.
Thank God. I hate interacting with the animal I'm supposed to take care of. If I could just hand her an iPad, I would, but that only works with toddlers.
Your cat will instinctively try to catch it, and it will bounce back to where it was. Then your cat
okay, but does this give them endless fun and activity? Oh, it does. Weirdly though, I got another ad for the exact same product, but from a different company. And they were saying all the same things, but just more annoying because they were using that TikTok AI voice.
You won't need to do anything.
And the text formatting at the end is the same, but the websites are different? Hey, but this one has a 60-day guarantee. Guarantee of what? We guarantee that you will have this for 60 days. And if you thought there's no way a piece of junk like this could cost more than $40, you were right, actually, but just not by much. Another very similar ad, but for a different toy. Yeah, I don't know if bored is the right word to describe that clip. I think a better caption would have been, my cats were trying to kill each other, so I bought them something else to attack instead. It's got smart sensing technology, it moves on its own. Hubba hubba. I like how they say it avoids obstacles as they show it running into one. I think Bim Bim would maybe engage with this unless it's very loud, in which case she'll just stare at it from across the room without blinking. Okay, well, probably not a great sign that the first review I saw is 3 stars. Very loud. It's cool, cats like it. Can't say they play with it, but they follow it around wondering what it is. Honey, I got you that giant basketball hoop for your birthday and you haven't touched it once. Yeah, I haven't touched it.
or played with it, but I've looked at it.
What the hell is this thing? When I saw this pop up on Instagram, I was like, this is the greatest invention that's ever been made. I will pay infinite money for this. But nowhere in the comments was a link to buy it, which was confusing because I could see the box for it in the video. This is a product that someone purchased, but all the comments are just about how to make one yourself from scratch. I'm not gonna construct a pool table. Who do you think I am? Yeah, I have a large toolbox in my garage, but it's purely decorative. So I thought I was shit out of luck until another reel popped up a few days later, this one with a link right at the top.
I got my cat a pool table.
It is actually made for cats, and it was way bigger than I expected. This is my hand for comparison.
Okay, well that doesn't really help because I don't know how big your hand is. There's not a universal size for hands. You're supposed to put an object I'm familiar with next to your hand so I know how big your hand is, and then put your hand on a pool table. Otherwise, I have no sense of scale. Next up, we've got actually the same guy from before with a cat-sized net, so they can experience the warmth and excitement of the outside world without any of the danger. This may just be the perfect product for Bim Bim. I know she wants to see the world. If she could do VR, I would hook it up for her in an instant. The only reason we don't let her freely roam outside is because if she did, she would immediately get killed. I live in Florida, all right? If she goes outside, an alligator will shoot her with a gun. So here's another toy called the Walloon Ball. Bloom? I'm sure at this point most of the good company names are already taken, but if you're gonna make up a word, at least make it one that's actually possible to say. The guy in the ad can't even say it.
The Powerball from Bloom?
Which is surprising because the rest of his voiceover work in this is really solid.
You can easily charge it too with the USB cable it comes with. I mean,
nailed it. All right, $22 for a battery-powered ping pong ball. Gotta love that. It says it's quiet. I don't believe you. There are still instincts in every cat. Didn't know that. Which is why cats are incredibly fond of catching. It's their favorite game. Hey, not all cats like the same games. Bim Bim's favorite game is American Truck Simulator. She doesn't just play catch. She's not a caveman. Here's a product that straight up just looks like garbage. Like it looks like someone literally pulled it out of a dumpster and started selling it online. And they didn't even crop the ad right, which is very funny to me. Spoil your kitty with the new Ganlada Cat Scratch. More bored cats. Ratchable surface. Eat long nails. Eat joy is priceless. That little one runs. Don't worry though, I saved the best for last. Or at least the AI generated text in this ad is telling me it's the best. The new home. It is a tunnel inside. Scratch resistant and non-sticky hair. Sit cozy on the top, comfortable to stay. Designed for their nature. I guess that's true. Their nature is to hide. Knowing Bim Bim though, she won't trust this thing enough to get inside of it. She won't think of it as a place to hide from danger. She'll think that it is the danger. Like I just have a feeling she's not gonna go anywhere near this. Which is why I have to buy it to find out. Oh wait, it's usable in all season, right? Oh, okay, good. So last night I was slightly intoxicated and I decided to open up one of the things I had ordered, and I had no idea what it was because all these things, they come from the most random places, the most random websites. I don't know what I'm opening until I see what's inside. And I spent so long trying to decipher what this is. I was like, when the hell did I order 2 cowboy hats? I look like I'm the owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Oh, this is like the thing that they're supposed to run around in or something. So far, she's scared of it because it's making noise. If something makes any noise, she doesn't like it. I wouldn't have hated getting instructions. I wouldn't have been mad if they told me what to do with this zipper. This is kind of embarrassing to admit, but it took me 7 minutes to figure out how to assemble this. All right, this is what I got so far. Does it go like this? Because that doesn't really make sense. None of this makes sense. What the hell did I buy? You know that meme where Joe Biden can't figure out the 2-piece puzzle? Well, that was me, except in my case, the puzzle pieces were 2 upside-down cowboy hats you had to zip together. And it's as easy as that. All right, there it is in all its glory. Little cave in there to roam around in. What does she think? She's not even looking. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Doesn't seem like she's that excited for it. I think she's just glad I'm done so I can pay attention to her.
The fuck?
Oh yeah, she loves it.
Well, it doesn't seem like she wants anything to do with it, so first impression test Fail. If only I knew what was going on inside that giant brain of hers. Is she trying to thank me, or does she just like the way my hair tastes? Cats are such a mystery.
I think in order for her to trust something like this, it's gonna have to sit in one spot for several days so she doesn't think that it'll move. If it's just like in the corner like this, you know, maybe she'll slowly venture over there. All right, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is she went inside the cat tunnel. The bad news is it was one time for 2 seconds, and that was a week ago, so I don't think she's ever stepping foot in there ever again. Anytime we've ever tried to buy her a cat bed or some kind of surface for her to sit on, she doesn't even perceive it as an option. She likes to sit on the human couch and the human bed because that's where we sit. The only place she regularly sits that we don't is inside my guitar case. She'll sprawl out and fill every nook and cranny like it was custom molded for her body. Not only is this cute as hell, but it's nice to know that if I ever join a band where the instrument I play is the cat, I've got an easy way to take her to all our shows. This is the accordion looking thing I bought. Nope. I think she just doesn't like that it went from being small to being huge. If it can do that, then what else could it do? Okay. Awesome. Play with it. God, this is such a piece of junk. It's like, it's just cardboard. How do I get it inside? Nice. Okay. Well, she loves the ball. I don't think she cares about the tube at all.
She's also hungry.
Yeah, she's also like, all right, will this get me food? Is there food inside here? It's 5:40 right now. We feed her at 6 o'clock every day, so she knows it's getting close. She can tell from the position of the sun, as you can hear in the background.
Come here.
The smart sensor's pretty good so far. It says it avoids obstacles, and if it hits stuff, it's supposed to like back up and like reroute. It did immediately get stuck under the ottoman, but it's kind of just going in a circle now. That's one way to avoid obstacles.
Get it, baby.
Come on.
Go get it.
She wants it to move because she wants to play with it, but she's also scared of it when it moves. We decided to give her a break from this because it's hard to tell if she's having fun or is just scared and overwhelmed. I mean, either way, she is scared, but is it the good kind of scary, you know, like riding a roller coaster? I want her to have fun, but not if it stresses her out too much. So this is called the Vitreska Meow Nooker cat toy set. She's eating right now. She's gonna be so excited.
That's so cute.
I actually do really like this. And we don't have a pool table ourselves, so we can play with this too. Wow, this looks awesome. This is my hand for scale. Man, they got my ass building something after I explicitly asked them not to. You wanna play with this? I know you like this.
Nice shot.
You wanna play with one of the balls?
Nope.
It took a lot of courage for you to come over here, and I commend you for that, Bim Bim. Oh, there's catnip in there, that's why. I thought she was just sniffing a box. I didn't realize. Got you red-handed, Bim Bim. Okay, why don't I put the drugs on the table?
This right here could be the biggest moment of his career.
I did it. Okay, and she pulled it out. Wow, she likes the blue ball. All right, well, I have to go get ready to leave soon, but I'm gonna leave the camera running to see if, in private, she has the confidence to play pool.
I didn't do fucking shit.
So far, I have some evidence that she's enjoying the toys. For example, every night I'll put the pool balls on the table and I say, don't touch those. These have to stay right here. Reverse psychology. And then in the morning, I notice they're strewn all around the house. What happened here? Someone get a little silly last night. I talked about this in that quarantine video we made a couple years ago, but Bim Bim is so self-conscious. She loves to play, but hates to be seen. It's like she feels that having fun is beneath her, so she doesn't want anyone to know about it. If I want to see her go insano style, I have to set up a secret camera and go to the other side of the house. It's the only way I can get her to be her true self. Now, could I have saved some money on the pool table and just bought 6 soft little balls instead? Yeah, it would appear so. She's not really playing by the rules here, even though I've explained them several times.
Hey, you're supposed to use the stick, Bim Bim.
you have to hit the balls with the stick.
She also could not care less about the cardboard accordion trash sphere. Again, she just likes the ball, which is funny because we've bought balls like that before and she never gave a shit about them until now. I honestly think the fact that it's part of something else, so she knows she's doing it a little bit wrong, is why she likes it. Cats are natural born contrarians. It doesn't matter the circumstances, they just like going against the grain. The last two toys we got, not including the big cat net, were the feather on a stick and the Walloon ball.
And you can change the color, but I don't, oh God.
We do not care.
She likes to be the one to move the balls. She doesn't like when they move on their own, I don't think. No, that was the cutest little backstab.
Like the rest of the toys, I could see a different cat that isn't as terrified of everything as Bim Bim is enjoying this toy. But what annoys me about it is that they lie. They said it's quiet. Does this sound quiet to you? It shouldn't, it's loud as shit. And ironically, even though she's had moments where she's played with the balls from every other toy, this product, which is in its entirety a ball, she has no interest in. Last and possibly least is the toy from Leo's Paw. I have to say, I think I misinterpreted the ads here. I thought this was battery powered in some way. I thought based on how much they emphasized this being a self-sufficient toy that you don't have to interact with, that it would be, you know, a self-sufficient toy that you don't have to interact with. But Bim Bim will only bat at it if I'm holding the other end. Which is fine, we play with her like that all the time, but that's not how it was advertised. I also didn't realize that it's not sticking to the ground with a suction cup, it's sticking to the ground because the bottom is sticky. So if you put it in one spot and then decide later that you change your mind and want to put it somewhere else, or maybe you just want to pack it up for the night, you have to scrape and claw at the tape to get it off the ground, at which point the tape is no longer usable. So that's not great. This was $40. I could have bought an extra 1.5 Walloon balls with that. And after putting it off all week, it was finally time to take her journey outside.
All right, the only thing left to do now is ask Bim Bim in her own language how she feels about all her toys. So I got a free trial for a cat translator app. Hey Bim Bim, what do you think of all the toys that I got you? And now Bim Bim responds. Bim Bim's feeling a little quiet today. Oh wait, no, it worked. Okay, Bim Bim said, I am hungry. That's incredible. So remember, fellow cat owners out there, if your cat ever says this, that means it's dinner time. Using the incredible power found within the Cat Translator app, I was able to ask Bim Bim to rank all of these products. Keep in mind, this is not in any way unbiased. These have been ranked strictly on the Bim Bim fun scale, and she's very particular. The catnet goes in A tier for giving us a way to introduce her to the outside world. She was a little scared at first, but she stuck it out because she's so brave and we're so proud. The snake gets a C, pretty good value for something she at least paid attention to. She doesn't play with it, but she follows it around wondering what it is. The pool table and the circular trash tube go in B, the B standing for ball was fun, didn't care about the rest. The cat tunnel and feather stick both go in D, the D stands for didn't care about any of it. The Walloon ball gets an F for having a stupid brand name, my words, and for not being fun, her words. And that means that all alone in triple S tier for the 9th year in a row is our big winner, crumpled up piece of paper. Wow, what an upset. The crowd does not like that one, but something about that little balled up receipt paper just fucking does it for Bim Bim. You can try to design something smarter, but you're simply wasting your time. You'd think maybe your owners would learn by now to stop blowing so much money trying to find something better when the perfect toy already exists for free. Back to you, Drew. Thanks for watching, bye-bye.
Hey guy, welcome back to the middle of the ocean. Uh-oh. I don't know how to swim. So I made a couple videos over the years about a YouTube channel called Brat TV, which thanks to Charlie XCX has gotten much harder to find lately. I'm glad you guys are enjoying your Brat summer, but I'm trying to watch Attaway General. If you're not familiar with Brat TV, or you're like me and you forgot about it for 3 years until finding out they have their own channel on the Samsung TV Plus app, it's a bunch of overly serious 10-minute soap operas filmed like Darman videos, performed by a bunch of actors that only got hired because they have a lot of TikTok followers. Or at least they used to hire famous TikTokers. I can't tell if they stopped doing that or if I'm just too old now to recognize anybody. But I think they're just hiring regular actors, which is good because the acting has gotten better, but bad because nobody's watching these shows anymore. The whole business model before was like, hey, what if Dixie D'Amelio pretended to be a doctor? And now it's just, hey, what if the Disney Channel was worse? There's not much of a reason for people to stick around now, and it's unfortunate to see such a beloved institution fall from grace. But the only reason I'm making another video about this channel is because I recently discovered that for the past couple of years, they've been doing what I would describe as the funniest and most obtrusive product placement I have ever seen in my life. The first show I noticed this on was something that's honestly pretty hilarious in its own right. It's a series called Good Luck Have Fun, and it's about an esports team that has a big tournament coming up. But I guess because they didn't have the rights to any real games, they invented a new one for this. But I don't think the writers even came to a single conclusion about how this specific game is played, because most of the script is just a hodgepodge of vague gamer lingo that never sounds natural.
I'm an Orc Barbarian main. I play mid.
Elle's a mid too, except she's the Slayer.
Yeah, we only need one mid.
Talk shit. Kiting, kiting. I got a one shot. One shot. I got a Warlock pushing up.
Give me heals.
This lock is cracked. Talk shit.
Using my AoE for some DPS. They're smurfing? They're griefing? This dude's cranking 90s like I didn't just pull aggro.
I love when shows write about video games and it's clear they just tried to shoehorn in as much terminology as they could.
What did they do to you? They leveled up.
This old episode of Law & Order is a work of art. In the beginning, Ice-T hates campers.
Damn! Damn campers.
What's a camper?
They're all pieces of crap.
But in the end, he wins by camping.
You camping back there? Bad form, but effective.
Talk about character growth. Also, any guesses as to who the villain in this episode is?
Not like shooting a video game, huh? Actually, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, it's Logan Paul.
Don't talk, officer! Prepare to be slaughtered.
I've made a severe...
Now, for the most part, Good Luck Have Fun is just your standard brat show. A bunch of 21-year-olds pretending to be 15-year-olds saying dialogue written by 40-year-olds. So there's a lot of silly drama. Jane likes Tyler, but she keeps embarrassing herself in front of him.
I'm not like stalking you or anything.
Okay.
But lucky for her, he doesn't mind, as long as she's not like a gamer or anything.
No, I'm genuinely interested in getting to know you.
We used to be on the same esports team until...
You do esports?
I used to before I realized it was stupid to care about stuff that wasn't real sports.
Oh, okay, good. For a second, I thought you were a fucking dweeb. I love when Tyler and his stepbrother Brandon have this very heated exchange.
Hey, who was your friend yesterday?
Jane?
She's pretty. Way too pretty to be hanging out with you.
Yeah, I don't think you're her type, man. She likes guys who actually have a brain.
Are they gonna kiss?
You jealous or something?
He looked down at his lips. He wants to, but he can't. So he has to go blow off steam with his basketball that has tape over the brand name. But that's kind of the underlying theme of the show. Nobody's living their truth. Jane doesn't want Tyler to know she plays video games, and Eleanor doesn't want anyone to know that she's a lesbian. Two problems that are portrayed as equally difficult to deal with.
I really like you, Jane.
There's so much you don't know about me.
Like what, are you like an axe murderer?
Worse, I'm a gamer.
Worse than axe murderer?
Is there anything else I should know?
I'm actually really good at basketball.
Wow.
Also, I changed how I dress for you.
Wow.
Also, sometimes I'll tell people I'm on my way, even though I haven't left my house yet.
Wow. I already told you, Jane. I don't like liars.
Fuck. I blew it.
Real life has real consequences, unlike those games you two play so much.
Oh, now I get it. They really try to have it both ways in this show, where playing totem snatchers is the most degenerate thing someone can do, but also everybody in this town except for Tyler is good enough to play it professionally. So it kind of seems like he's the problem. It's also really funny to me that they try to use the classic bully trope with this girl, even though it's in the context of what is essentially League of Legends. Like every time they lose, Mia comes over and taunts them with random gamer words. Oh, what's wrong, noobs? Did I debuff your pug champ? So anyway, that's the show in a nutshell. Pretty normal stuff for about 3.5 episodes. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, this happens.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. We need to be focused on the tournament, and everyone's too busy being in love. It's a mess, I tell you. A mess.
Freaking out? Maybe you just need a Snickers.
And then they just kind of watch her chew on it until she calms down. Well, shit, that was incredibly jarring and unexpected. Back to the show, I guess.
Go, 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 go.
Guiding.
One shot, one shot, one shot. I got game.
Nice, they're gaming again. I love that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I guess this scene itself wasn't enough, so they had to throw in some giant text on the screen too. Very subtle. It almost snuck right past me. I would love to know what's written into their contract, because every time they do one of these, they just stand there silently chewing for like 10 seconds. Do you think there was a more subtle version of this at some point, but Snickers came back and demanded it became more integral to the plot?
You're not feeling like yourself. Maybe you just need a Snickers.
At this point, I was pretty intrigued by the current state of Brat TV, and I wanted to see how often they were doing these ad breaks in the middle of scenes. So I started watching another show called Two Christmases, and it's a really touching mini-series about parents going through a divorce and the effect that has on their children who have to adjust to this new life and all the complications that come with it. And, sorry, I got distracted. Oh yeah, it's a beautiful show about how even a day as joyful as Christmas can be filled with stress and frustration when you're going through such a big life change. Are they gonna do this the whole time? Yeah, no, it does seem like they're gonna be doing that the whole time. Dude, I thought the Snickers show was bad. This entire series is built around how much gum this family chews. Heading out the door, can't forget my gum. Having any conversation, gotta pull out my gum. About to drink hot chocolate, better put some gum in my mouth first, because that's what I do before I eat and drink. It makes everything taste better, and sometimes I accidentally swallow it. It's my number one, yeah, my favorite holiday. I had no idea how common this extremely conspicuous product placement had become. It's in almost every series from the past few years. These poor actors have to just keep doing commercials in the middle of dramatic performances, and it's so funny to me every time.
I couldn't get through the day without Starburst. How are they so good?
The human brain finds sweet fruits, such as berries, pleasurable.
There's one season of The Chicken Girls that's presented by the Little Mermaid movie, and I was so excited for this one. It's such a serious show for some reason.
Congratulations.
Like, unbelievably serious.
You think we still have a chance at states? With Xander gone?
I just know he's gonna make a full recovery. He has to.
I'm not so sure about that.
What did they do to Xander? So because of the tone, I was fully expecting a scene like this.
Hey, could I talk to you about something?
Just one second. I'm almost done watching the trailer for the new Little Mermaid movie. It's a live-action modern spin on the animated Disney classic, starring Halle Bailey and Melissa McCarthy. I think I'm gonna pre-order my tickets on the Fandango app, so I can make sure I get good seats on opening night, May 8th. Now, what was it you wanted to talk about?
My grandma died. But that didn't happen. They just did a pre-roll ad. Like cowards. But I did skip around some of these episodes, and I gotta say, I love this line.
Unless you have an empty house lying around, this is my best option for now.
I think I might have something for you. My mom's a realtor.
Oh my gosh, of course. I'm not exactly the kind of prospective buyer she's looking for.
Who said you have to buy a house to live in it?
The government? I don't know. It's just one of those rules.
Hey, could you get out of my house, please?
Nope. I learned on the Chicken Girls that I don't have to.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm trying to watch The Little Mermaid. It's a live-action modern spin on the animated Disney classic. Can everyone settle down, please? All right, class has started. We're gonna be watching a movie today.
There's also a season of the Chicken Girls where they keep going to this cafe and ordering Cinnamon Toast Crunch, as one does at a restaurant.
What do you think an order?
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of craving.
How about Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
But I guess because just eating the cereal wasn't enough, they had to turn it into its own plot point where this girl can see the future in the cinnamon dust.
When your Cinnamon Toast Crunch and milk mix together, you stare really hard. You can see the future.
Why don't you go outside, kid?
They also did a game with Cinnamon Toast Crunch called Sip or Spill, which historically is done with alcohol. Like, you either have to answer this personal question or you gotta take a shot. Only in this one, instead of drinking, he just had to have one bite of cereal. So there aren't exactly like crazy stakes here, but man, he is gonna be so full after this because these are some hard-hitting questions.
What's your favorite part of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? I get this question a lot.
You do? I love the comments that are like so close to catching on to the fact that this entire thing is just an ad. It's less him and more cereal. Why is that? Kind of makes you wonder if they should even be allowed to do ads like these if their target audience is not old enough to comprehend that they're being advertised to. But that's not up to me to decide. I just want to laugh at how stupid this all is. And if you can believe it, everything I've shown you so far is still just the tip of the iceberg. And as much fun as I'm having so far, just the two of us, I thought it would be a little bit more fun to bring in my friend Danny to show you guys the rest. Hello, Danny. Thanks for coming to my channel.
I'm excited to be here.
Have you heard of the YouTube channel Brat TV?
This isn't like the YouTube channel that had those like TikTok stars.
It is.
Have you done a video about this channel before?
Yeah, I'm doing another one.
Okay, then I have.
But specifically, Brat has been putting these hilarious, conspicuous product placement ads within their shows. And so I came up with a little game for you where I'm gonna show you the beginning of a scene and you have to guess what the product is that they're about to advertise.
Ooh, okay.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun and good luck.
I love it.
He loves it.
This is all the validation Drew needed for this video idea.
Whoa, girl, that is amazing. Are those choreography ideas?
Yeah, I've always wanted to be on varsity, and I think these would give me a leg up next year.
How can you even focus in here? So loud.
All right. She said, it's so loud. How can you focus? What's she pulling out that bag?
Maybe she's gonna pull out noise canceling headphones?
That's a good guess. I played this with Amanda. She said the same exact thing.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I guess great minds think alike.
Don't say that about my wife. Think nothing like her.
I said she had a great mind.
Keep that to yourself, man.
Are you jealous because you thought of something else and now you're worried that her mind and mine are more great than yours?
Yeah, I thought she was gonna pull out like a sword.
How can you focus it here? Shing!
Okay, is that your answer? You can lock that in?
It could also be some kind of caffeinated beverage. How can you focus? What is that energy drink? Celsius or something, yeah.
Yeah, she's pulling out a Celsius. Those are great guesses. I'll let you have both of those guesses because they're both wrong.
Extra refreshers. It's my go-to hack when I need to chew away distractions around me to try and focus.
Minty fresh and mighty focused.
Minty fresh and mighty focused.
It works that fast?
Yeah, as soon as you put it in your mouth, all distractions are out and you can only hear yourself chewing.
She can't even see the other girl anymore.
Her nose is bleeding. She's like, what the fuck happened? All right, well, that's the first one. Good job. You have, well, not good job. You had 0 points. Bad job.
Well, you don't need to say it so mean. It sounds like you're mad at yourself for saying good job and you're taking it out on me.
That's mostly what it is. I want you to lose because we're competing against each other.
Wait, I didn't know that.
And I'm winning so far.
You put this together.
Danny, if you want to win, make your own competition. This is my channel. I have 1,000 points.
Okay, well, I've got a pretty good strategy for next time then. I'm just gonna ask you to say your guess first, and then I'm just gonna go with your guess.
All right. You've outsmarted me yet again. This next one, they're in a coffee shop.
Oh, there's one thing I forgot. These are a fan favorite among the customers, so always make sure the display is full.
All right, Danny. Full of what?
Probably not, like, coffee beans or something. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense.
No, I don't think coffee's trying to advertise on the Brad channel.
And what was your guess again?
My guess was a sword again. I guess sword every time.
Okay.
I don't get any points for the questions. I get them all wrong. I came into the game with 1,000 points, and you only get 1 point per question.
Right.
And what was your guess again?
I think it's got to be some big name brand, since the last one was Extra, which is a very popular gum brand. I'm gonna say Doritos.
That's a very good guess. Let's see.
Can't keep people from their Takis.
I love these Takis Intense Nacho Roll chips. They're not hot and insanely cheesy.
That was a good guess.
Doritos, very good guess. I'm gonna give you half a point for that.
Oh, sick. I'm gonna catch up to you in no time. How many questions are there? Did you say like 2,000 or 3,000?
There's exactly 2,001 questions, and if you keep getting half a point, we can tie.
Okay.
SOS.
Let me guess. You forgot to get Bella a birthday present?
What am I gonna do?
Well, what's the one thing she loves the most?
Me?
Good try, but I'm talking about
What's she talking about?
So is this his girlfriend or something?
Yeah, I think it's his girlfriend's birthday. He forgot to buy her a gift, so he goes to the empty classroom where this girl's just like on her laptop. She has a gift basket prepared. What is in the gift basket?
What would she really like? I'm gonna guess Degree brand deodorant.
Weirdly, a very good guess again. You're like getting so close.
I'm talking about EOS. This vanilla cashmere body lotion is her favorite.
Kind of like Degree deodorant, but it's actually EOS Vanilla Cashmere Body Lotion, which the judges would have only accepted if you said in its entirety, even if you just said EOS lotion.
I would have had to know the exact flavor. In fact, maybe even the SKU number.
Yeah.
The judges would have accepted the SKU.
Well, they're looking up the answer from the SKU number. Like, I have it written down as the SKU, and then they're like, body lotion, yeah, got it. Damn, still no points except for that half point.
Have we looked in the basket and seen, is there any native deodorant in there? It could be underneath the EOS vanilla.
If there's native deodorant in there, you don't get any fucking points for that. You said Degree.
Oh, fuck. I can't even remember what I said.
Whoa, it feels so soft. Oh, it smells delicious.
I think I like it because of the intense cheesy flavor.
We need to be focused on the tournament, and everyone's too busy being in love. It's a mess, I tell you. A mess.
All right, this is a two-part question. What product is he gonna give her? And number two, what he will say when he gives to her.
Well, she's saying it's a mess, so I thought with that sly, clever little look, he was gonna pull out some Bounty paper towels and say, oh, maybe we should clean it up, and then he starts wiping her.
No.
But that's not my guess,
Okay.
That was just a little joke.
Jeez.
My real guess is she needs to calm down.
Yeah.
He's gonna give her a Nintendo Switch with Minecraft on it.
Okay.
He's gonna say, you need to unwind in the Minecraft world. You can place blocks and find gems.
In Minecraft for Nintendo Switch.
Only for Nintendo Switch.
Freaking out? Maybe you just need a Snickers.
That one, I should have seen that coming. Wait, how quickly did she unwrap that thing?
How did she do that? It's like fully closed. She just ripped the top right off. And what do you think that show's about?
Is this all from the same show?
No, these are all different shows.
Oh, okay. That show is about high school. Right?
It's a pretty general guess, but I can't say you're wrong.
Okay.
It's about a specific team that they're a part of.
And is this, well, I get a correct point if I...
I'll give you 500 points if you get it, yeah.
I think they're on the chess team.
No, the esports team.
Esports, really?
Yeah, they play totem snatchers.
Well, hey, I got it right in the sense that they're a bunch of nerds.
True that. Okay, you get 300 points then. Who do you keep looking at?
Sunday's gonna be so proud of me. She's following along down there, so she... Oh, you can't see her. Oop, can't. Oh shit, now the desk is in the way. She's down there, man, trust me.
So this one, I'm not gonna show you the clip first. I'm just gonna describe what the show is, because they do a cut to a wide shot that's so funny. I want you to see the whole scene in one go. It's a show about witches at a camp, I think. To be honest, I did not watch very much of this one. So just try to think of a product that would be integrated seamlessly in a show about like magic.
Maybe like candy, like pixie sticks.
Pixie sticks.
Kind of you know, magical food.
That's a pretty good guess. I'm not gonna let you guess again because it's funny how close you're getting every time. You're so adjacent to the answer every time.
She is a light witch, but her magic is somehow linked to the underworld. She's a beacon for dark forces. Meaning? Meaning...
They don't talk about the Starburst, they're just there.
If you're a good little witch, you better eat your Starburst. Otherwise, you're an evil witch, and you're somehow linked to the underworld.
Yeah, if you eat pixie sticks, you're an evil witch.
And I've known that all my life.
I would never touch a pixie sticks because I'm not evil.
I would never touch a pixie's dick.
Shit, I mean, I didn't say that.
That chaos demon? was only the beginning.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
Okay, so to recap, so far you have 301 points. You got 2 half points, and then I gave you 300 for something. I don't remember what it was.
Because I guessed that they were involved in some kind of nerdy extracurricular.
Yeah, because you called them dweebs, and I liked that.
Because we're both jocks.
So this one, I'm gonna spoil, it's Starburst again. So the question isn't...
Starburst. I think I get a point for that.
10 points for that. But the question is not what brand it is.
Starburst.
The question is, how is she going to distribute the Starburst?
We're allowed to have snacks in here, right?
Only if there's enough to go around.
How will she give everybody Starburst?
Because there's only 4 Starbursts, but there's 8 people in the class.
Is this the show about witches?
No, this is a show about a girl who built a robot that looks like a human boy, but the boy talks like a robot, and the whole show is about him trying to convince everyone he's a human.
Okay.
And it's sponsored by Starburst.
Maybe she's gonna use the robot boy, and he's gonna have, does he have like Inspector Gadget type?
Yeah, he snips it up,
Yeah.
he tosses them around the room, everybody catches it in their mouth.
I think she's gonna use science. Can I say that? Is that a vague enough answer?
That's a perfectly vague answer, and to be honest, a correct answer. That's another 200 points.
Should be enough juice in these Starbursts for the whole school.
She just squeezed the Starburst and there's that much juice in them?
And all the kids line up with cups to drink the juice.
Oh wow, there's even like a title card.
So the thing with this one is, the Starburst is like written into the plot. They're doing this thing where everybody eats Starburst and they like read their mind. That's like part of the show.
They go into their minds and they're just thinking like, juicy, so much juice.
That is literally what they're drinking, yeah. I think it's just like, how do we say things about this product? How do we get our talking points out in the show? Well, everyone could just be thinking how freaking juicy and delicious they are.
Wow, this Starburst is so juicy.
You gotta see, they did this one kid so dirty. Listen to what the teacher's thoughts sound like, and then compare that to what these kids' thoughts sound like.
Makes you think of Halloween time, fall air. Janet and I stealing Starburst from the kids' Halloween stash when they went to bed.
So pretty normal, just like thinking about Starburst. And this is what this dumb little boy is thinking.
Candy's good. Starbursts are so good. Makes me happy. Yes, tummy feeling nice.
Yes, tummy feeling nice.
It felt a little fucked up, because there's another girl they do it too, and she's just like,
I bet kissing Trey would be juicy too.
and then he's just like, handy, tasty.
Yes. Yeah, it seems like it's just a Starburst show that happens to have a B plot going on about a robot. And I'm gonna be honest, like it kind of is working. I might actually go buy Starburst after this. I want the juice, I want the flavor.
I want something that tastes so good that I can't even think coherent thoughts anymore.
Chewy juice and mighty focus.
I also want to show you the way this guy talks, because he's a robot.
I think I desire to kiss her back.
Wait, what? Trey, you can't kiss Kimmy?
Why did you give me lips then? What is the point in attempting human consciousness if I cannot experience love?
She brought him to life, and he's just like, yeah, but what is the point?
I also like that he's trying to convince people he is a human, but then he's like, you should have made me with no lips. People would look at me and say that's a regular guy.
So I think you got 200 points for that?
I think you said 200,000.
Okay. Probably not a very tight race anymore, because I still have just the 1,000 that I came in with. I haven't gotten any more.
Yeah, but it's anyone's race at this point. I'm sure you can still get points.
Yeah.
If you come up with a really cool idea or something, I would reward you points for that.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. And they come from your points?
I had some points that I was hiding at the beginning that you didn't know about, so they'll come from my secret stash.
Okay, and how many are there?
I'm not gonna tell you.
I don't really have a game for this last one. I kind of just want to show you this whole episode in full. I guess I'll have you guess what the product is, but it's gonna be pretty obvious within like the first shot. So anytime you want to guess, feel free to. You can save your guess for later, for when you're more sure, or if you want to just jump the gun and guess right away.
Legos. Mario.
Yep, it's Lego Mario.
Well, that is pretty impressive when you think about it, because Mario was not shown on the screen, right? It was only Princess Peach.
My dumbass would have said Lego Princess Peach. I'd lose 1,000 points for that. I'd have 0 points right now.
Yeah.
So luckily I didn't say that.
All right, everyone. 45 minutes left.
45 minutes left.
So going with the theme of the other one, pretty much every Brat show is about a competitive team that's like hyper specific to one activity. This show is about a Lego Mario building competition.
Looking good.
Room for one more?
What are you doing here?
Come to help my girls out.
Look who it is.
Can you not see we're in the middle of something right now?
Can you see how fucking busy we are?
2 coaches are better than 1.
Yeah, but is that even allowed? I mean, we're already pushing it with you on.
That didn't make me want to play Lego Mario. That made it seem really stressful to play with Lego Mario. We're here for moral support. Can't you see I'm fucking busy? This is the most important day of my life with Lego Mario.
25 minutes left.
What are you doing? We don't have time to just stand around.
25 minutes left. How much did they start with?
I think he said 45 minutes left, but they had pretty much built everything. 20 minutes later, it's exactly the same.
I know, but I'm just trying to figure out if we should put Iggy's Keep before or after Biggerton Roller Coaster.
After, you get triple the coins. Now stop talking and help me figure this out.
Help me figure this out. I don't get it. Who the fuck is Mario?
They mention at one point this is the varsity team. I love the implication that there's another like lesser division of Lego Mario building.
Yeah, they can't even figure out how to get the Legos to stick together. They can't stack them right.
They're choking on them.
7, 6. Hurry, put it in there.
So there was 45 minutes left. There was 25 minutes left. Now there's 5 seconds left.
And there's this ominous echoing voice counting down.
Blasting from the PA system.
Time's up. All teams, please put down your sets.
0 points, no Mario.
They didn't even try. They didn't even fucking build anything.
Is the point system just a thumbs up or a shake of the head from the judge?
A little smile, that's kind of in between. That's like 5 coins.
Yeah, I guess you did a good job.
I don't know about the decisions in my life that have led me to be judging a Lego Mario competition, but good job, I guess.
I'm not a teacher here. I don't even have kids that go to this school. I just sort of got roped into this.
Time for the runs. Each team member will have 60 seconds to run their level, and the team with the most coins wins.
Kill that thing.
Come on, Simone. You have 20 seconds. You can do this.
20 seconds to do what?
I can't do it. I can't.
I'm folding under the pressure of just like...
What's going on? I don't know. I must be doing it wrong.
Doing what wrong?
Keep going.
I could tell you one thing. They're doing a great job of making this look fun, man. Everyone's having fun in this scene.
Screaming about the time limit.
Yeah, I definitely understand the objective and what it is you do with the Lego Mario.
He's got to get coins, which he does by killing everyone else and stomping on their corpses.
I'll tell you one way you can make me care about this. Juice him at the end. I want to see how much juice is in that guy.
I bet way less juice than Starburst.
Time's up.
They're not even doing it fast either.
Over 260 coins?
Please put down your set and await your score.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened.
It's okay. You were pretty good for a beginner.
No, she wasn't.
No,
she could have done way better than that.
Yeah, you could have done better. You don't even know how the game works. You know, it's easy to watch from afar and judge, but you don't know the pressure they feel in that room. Stadium full of people watching them. Teacher walking around, barely gives a shit.
And I have a feeling that this means more to them than just the score, you know? There's friendships at stake on the line.
Yeah, no, there's none of that. This show's just about Lego Mario.
Oh, okay.
They're not like friends. It's not about like friendship or anything.
They don't even know each other.
They don't know each other. It's just about Mash and Peach.
What was that?
What was what?
You were about to win, but then you didn't.
I just felt like you guys deserved it more.
I guess she threw the competition.
Yeah, that sounds like something a loser would say to make themselves feel better about losing.
I love also, did you hear how excited he sounds to announce the winner?
With the coins from each team tallied, we have a winner. Team Toad.
Oh,
Team
Toad.
What do you say to a friendly run? Just for fun?
You're on.
Yeah, you thought that the competition being over would mean no more Lego Mario, but now they just do it for fun.
And they're gonna put them together? That's gonna be double the coins! So maybe the lesson they're learning is that Lego Mario's not about how many coins you can get for that stinky old judge. It's just about having, it's about how many coins you can get when you just put the two together.
Yeah, it's not a show about like friendship and growth through adversity. It's just about if we put all our Legos together, we could get so many coins.
What's this now? In loving memory. It's a
Eaten
shame
by
what the
Koopas.
Koopas did to them.
I guess we'll tally up the total now. And what was your secret stash?
Oh, that's right. Let me check. I had it right here. Says I have 1 billion secret points in this stash.
And how many do I get?
You can have 10, 20. I'll give you 20.
All right, thanks, Danny.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've been meaning to watch this channel for a while,
Aw.
but I was worried because I didn't want to have to skip through all the story just to get to the good parts. So thank you for just taking the time to edit those out for me, so I could only see the good parts.
Gotcha, yeah. I thought you were talking about my channel, and I thought you were saying, finally, I can skip to the good parts, which is the parts you're in.
Yeah, you do a lot of collabs with this other YouTuber that I watch, Danny, so I was just waiting for you to do that, and now it's really cool seeing him, like, right there.
You must be starstruck, getting to see your favorite YouTuber, Danny Gonzalez.
That's one word for it.
You got a boner.
That's another word for it.
Okay.
Watching Disney Channel. If you guys have been following me for a while, you've probably noticed that I'm not always the most consistent with the type of content I make. When I started, I was doing pretty much exclusively like reaction and commentary stuff, but as time has gone on, I've done more like movie reviews, a couple video essays. I even recently did a very 2010 style sketch. But today I want to get back to my roots a little bit and just do a good old fashioned, just nice, simple reaction video. The problem is I'm a little bit rusty. Luckily though, there's a ton of reaction channels on YouTube that I can watch, kind of get some pointers, take some notes, and really learn the best way to be a reaction channel. And I think I found a really good one. His name is Vlad TV.
Tomatoes or tomatoes? Nobody knows the actual answer.
I found him because one of his videos was on trending, so you know it's good. He's got 2.1 million subscribers, so you know he's good. So what we're gonna be doing today to help me get the hang of the whole reaction channel thing again is we're gonna be watching this guy's awesome videos and learning from the best. Taking notes, taking names, and learning how to be successful on YouTube. Let's watch.
That is too sticky. I don't like that. Whatever it is, it's too. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh, I can change mine. Okay.
You know when you go on your first date with a girl or a boy, guys? Like if you've never been on a date with a girl or a boy,
that's a strawberry.
Whenever you go on the first date, you always have to make it special, guys.
Do you think
that's why
you
you
can see the
get like
strawberry?
really cool
Oh, it's
ice
gone
cream.
now.
Like something really sweet that you'll remember for the rest of your life.
He's still talking about the date?
Like she has to say like,
He's not
remember
gonna talk
like
about the pressure
5 years
washing?
ago when we went on the first date and you got me that sticky ice cream that I hated.
What is he
She
saying?
hated it, but hey, she remembers.
There's
you
like
did good.
pancakes. You can
and
talk about
girls
those?
vice versa. So if you take a guy on a date.
What are you saying, dude?
Just life advice
Life
like that. Like if nobody's telling you this stuff,
Yeah,
I'm
I
telling
don't.
you this stuff. 'cause
I didn't
care.
come here for that.
I should be present.
What? Damn it! I'm sorry. I let my emotions get the best of me. Obviously, Vlad knows what he's doing. He's got 2 million subs. I shouldn't doubt him. So I'll remember that. I'm gonna write that down. If I have nothing to say about the video I'm reacting to, just talk about something unrelated for 4 minutes. All right, so let's go ahead and watch another one of his videos and see if we can get some more pointers.
What is happening? What is all this?
He seems really confused all the time about everything.
I have no idea what these are. I am so confused. What's that thing called? What do we have to do? I don't even know. I don't get what's happening. We have to figure out what this is, y'all.
He doesn't know what anything is, even like simple things that everyone should know.
How did she do that? Where did she get the ceiling fan in her hand from?
Ceiling fan? You're gonna go with ceiling fan? All right.
I don't get this.
That's a good idea though. Sometimes I'll talk about something and if I'm too knowledgeable on a subject, it just comes off as pretentious. And you don't want to be pretentious. So it's probably better to just not know anything about anything and just constantly ask questions about everything. Got it. Let's go ahead and watch his most popular video. This one has over 11 million views, so this one should be like the prime example of the perfect reaction video. It's called Try Not to DIY Challenge.
Yeah, this shouldn't be too bad. You broke the machine.
Wait, is that the whole video? Huh. The whole video is him just watching this compilation of things get crushed, and it's called Try Not to Do It Yourself Challenge? What's the challenge exactly? I know it's tempting. I know you're gonna wanna whip out your industrial-sized crushing machine and crush various objects just like we are in this video, but don't do it! That's the challenge. But again, I shouldn't judge. There's probably a method to his madness here because not only is that video called Try Not to DIY Challenge, almost every single one of his videos is called Try Not to DIY Challenge. Hell, his last 2 videos have the same title and thumbnail. What should we watch next? Try Not to DIY Challenge or Try Not to DIY Challenge? Or, oh, actually I think I'm gonna watch Try Not to DIY. Maybe that's why I'm not growing as fast as I should be. It's because I keep coming up with different titles for all my videos. It's probably confusing. You know, you're subscribed to me and it's like, wait, what are those words? Those are different than the other video. Who is this guy? I'm probably losing subs left and right because I keep coming up with different video titles. They should all be the same.
Make sure you drink your water because this video's about to get wet.
Sometimes it seems like he wasn't ready for the video to start, like it caught him off guard.
Here we go, you guys. Make sure your lips aren't dry because if they are, then I don't know, people just don't like dry lips. But yeah, what's happening here?
Oh, the video started. Whoops. What's that? Another thing he does that I think is so funny is he'll be reacting to like the most insane acts of human athleticism and be so nonchalant about it.
Wait, who's the small circle for? Do we have people going through the small circle? No? Oh.
But then he'll see like a cool iPhone and talk about it for 2 minutes.
Oh my god. That looks so good. I'm jealous. Did you guys see how good this iPhone looks?
Whoa, a phone! That's so cool!
Oh, here we go again. So much sauce. Imagine toothpaste was red. Would you guys still wash your teeth?
Whoa, this gray cement is so cool. Hey, that reminds me, what if toothpaste was red? Would you still give your teeth a bath? This guy's so funny. The only thing I don't like about him is his thumbnails are so gross. Like, I understand using clickbait. I understand showing a crazy image that isn't in the video to try to get people to click on it, but whatever happened to like a butt? Like, oh, cool, there's a butt in this video. I'm gonna watch it. Why could we just do that? Why's it gotta be like a fingernail coming off or like pus coming out of a face? It's nasty. So it doesn't feel like I'm just piling onto this poor guy. I'm gonna talk about a couple other channels that do the same thing, because obviously he's not the only one to do this. Here's another channel, Tyrone Magnus, reacting to the ultimate mic drops of the internet. So this is gonna be pretty crazy. I bet he's gonna have some insane things to say about this, because these are some jaw-dropping moments. This is gonna be awesome. Let's check it out.
You think I got canceled? Are you under the impression that I got canceled?
I hurt you, Jerry.
I thought that was pretty well documented. Is this still CNN?
Don't most shows go down a little?
Most people do also. No, I went off the air as the #1 show on television, Larry. Do you know who I am?
Wait, you could do that? You could just say nothing and that counts? And last but not least, ooh, I'm excited about this. Perhaps my favorite person I've ever talked about on my channel is also doing this shit. That's right, Best Freaking Trends.
5 Fortnite YouTubers who've sworn
is doing try not to DIY challenges.
Try not to DIY challenge.
I didn't even know that before I started making this video. If that's not fate, then I don't know what is.
What the heck?
Seems to be pretty par for the course. He, like Vlad TV, is also very confused at everything.
What is this? What's happening? What is this, man? I don't know what's happening here. What is going to happen? I'm so confused.
I mean, it wouldn't be a trend if the person who's best at it wasn't also giving it a go.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Oh, fireworks. I wonder what he's gonna say.
Alright, you guys, so right now I'm gonna do a 5-second challenge. So right now, everyone has 5 seconds to go down below, hit the like button, and also go and subscribe to my channel, you guys.
Stop that! I love this guy so much.
Glitter galore. Glitter galore.
Alright, I know this might sound crazy. I know I'm jumping the gun a little bit here, but I'm excited, okay? I've been watching these awesome YouTubers for like an hour now, and I think I'm finally ready. With everything I've learned today, I think I'm finally ready to make the perfect reaction video. Let's give it a shot. Hello? You know, I can talk. My prescription's ready? Awesome. Yeah, I've been so itchy. I'm gonna need the shoot. I gotta go. Damn it, I forgot we were starting. What's going on? What's this guy doing? Is he falling? What's he doing? Oh! That's so cool. He's wearing a helmet. That's awesome. Yes, sports. Yeah, he got it. He got it. Is he gonna get it? Oh, he missed it. Well, why is this video in here if he missed the shot? It's so dumb. Oh, they're giving a hug. That's so cute. They're giving a hug. Oh, cool. We're back. Yeah, I didn't know how to skip that. I'm sorry. Is he gonna get it? Yes, he got it. He got it. They're gonna hug. They're gonna. Why don't they hug? I just wanted to see them. I don't even know what this is. Riding around on a skateboard in front of a Walmart? What's going on? You know what, on second thought, maybe reaction videos aren't really my thing. I'll probably just stick to what I know, which is, of course, getting my balls tugged on one by one.
You're a little motherfucking stinker.
Thank you so much for clicking on this video. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed making it. And to all my subscribers over the years, thank you so much for all your continued support. I know I kind of mix things up from time to time, and if you subscribe for one thing and then I start doing something else, it can be kind of confusing or frustrating. But I always feel like when I do veer off in other directions with my content that I get consistent support from you, and that's like the best feeling in the world. So again, thank you so much. I'm still gonna do commentary videos. I know I haven't done it a lot lately. It's because I haven't really had anything to comment on. So I've been talking about movies and stuff. Anyway, that's it. Thanks for watching, and thank you for this video. I gotta get over to CVS and pick up some ointment, condoms. Condoms. For sex. So I gotta go do that. Goodbye. Hello everybody, and welcome back to YouTube.com. I am your host, Drew Gooden, and I want to start off with a very exciting announcement. It's official now. I'm officially the first and only YouTuber. So that's really cool. But also, like, could someone else upload something? Anything. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm happy and honored to be the only YouTuber, but come on, anybody can upload on this website. I don't know why no one does. It's a lot of pressure. Today's video is called, Why Did You Think You Could Do This? Now, I got the idea for this video a few days ago when I was scrolling through Instagram. There's obviously a lot of ads on Instagram. The most common ads I seem to get on Instagram are for iPhone games, just like the stupidest looking games. And they always say things like, oh, don't even think about downloading this game. You'll be so addicted you won't be able to sleep or get any work done. And it's like this weird reverse psychology thing they're using that I guess they're expecting people to see that and be like, oh, I don't like to get work done or sleep. They think that I shouldn't download this game, but now I'm intrigued and I will download this game. But anyway, I saw one of these ads a few days ago, and it was for a game called Scale, which I didn't click on at the time, but I remember thinking, that game looks exactly like Jezball. I don't know if you guys are familiar with a game called Jezball. I'm actually not even sure if it really existed. It's just one of those weird memories I have from childhood, that if you told me that never happened, I'd just be like, okay, I guess I dreamt it one day. But anyway, back when I was like 8, and the only thing you could do on computers was play solitaire or pinball or like do math on the calculator, because back then when you had nothing else to do, you know, maybe just type in some numbers, see what numbers you can come up with. There was not a lot to do on computers back then, and I remember this game we had called Jezball, and the idea of the game was you had these balls bouncing around a square, and you had to try to like cut off part of the square that it was bouncing in, and it was a lot of fun for some reason. But I saw this game Scale, and I was like, oh, that reminds me of Jezball. I'm not going to download it because that's a ripoff. I'm not going to support that. But then like a day went by, and I was like, you know what? I think I kind of want to download that game. So I searched Scale on the App Store, and I realized there were all these like digital scale apps that you could download, and they all had like 1 or 2 stars, because obviously the iPhone isn't designed to tell you how much something weighs, and you can't just download an app that's going to change the hardware within the phone. Like if the iPhone had the ability to weigh things, you'd think they would like advertise that. There would be a built-in Scale app. It wouldn't be something that they're just like, oh yeah, if you just download some third-party app, then you can weigh things. Like no shit, it's not gonna work. The funniest thing about this to me is the reviews, is the people who are just so angry. And it's the kind of thing that you see and it makes you ask a question, but not just any question, specifically the question, why did you think this would work? What is the title of this video? I keep forgetting. I keep changing the question. Basically, I went through the App Store and I found all of the apps like this that I could find, and I wanted to share with you guys some of my favorite reviews and some of my favorite apps because I tried to use a couple of them. Now, because contrary to the number of subscribers I have, I'm not actually a good YouTuber, and I use my cell phone to record these. I can't record myself and use it at the same time. So I screen recorded all of this earlier on my phone, and now I'm going to be showing you some of the highlights. So in case you're wondering why I'm looking at my computer to see what's on my phone, it's just a video. I've already seen all these things. Just full disclosure there before you're like, how is he seeing his phone on the computer? So as you can see, first result is the game Scale, but then you've got all these actual weight scales. You've got DBP weight scale, drop scale, happy scale, kitchen scale. Kitchen scale intrigues me because it's 99 cents, but I don't think this one is actually claiming to be a working scale. It's obviously got a misleading title, but all it is like a conversion app. So as expected, a lot of the reviews are like, That doesn't work. Review for the Scale app. This app is very useless. It doesn't weigh out things I needed weighted out, like drugs. All right, not hiding anything over here, J-Love. This one's ratings are even worse, 1.7. Now, something you'll notice about all of these apps is the first review is usually just positive. Worked perfectly. I don't see why these other people are having so much trouble with this app. It always works in a pinch. And I even took an actual kg weight to see how accurate it was, down to the 0.1. Great app, thanks. I think the way to tell when a review is done by like the creator of the app is when their reviewer name is just like a basic name like Joe and then a bunch of numbers. That's also like the only positive review. Horrible, doesn't work one bit. Terrible, it don't work worth a crap. Doesn't work, crap, doesn't work. Bad, does not work. Rip off, it's crap. Stooped. Yeah, this guy got stooped. So obviously the Scale app doesn't work, despite the fact that like dozens of people thought it would. But it doesn't stop at scales. I tried to think, what else might people think that an app could do? And this one is even better to me. The idea that an iPhone app can tell your body temperature. Now these ones, at least the ones I found, aren't claiming to be real. They actually say in the title that they're a prank. And there's quite a few of those. Specifically this one I want to talk about, fingerprint body temperature scanner. This one has a solid 1.6 rating. Doesn't even work. When I put my finger on the scanner, every time it's pick a random temperature. And one time it's at 133 degrees. And that means I would probably be in the hospital. I think you can get rid of the probably in that sentence. A piece of crap. Go to the dollar and buy a thermometer. Okay, I'll try that. Hello. Hi, I would just like one thermometer, please. Could you please shut the f*** up? Oh yeah, this is where I was scrolling through and I got distracted by a thermal vision camera, which also obviously does not work. Horrible. Never buy this. Not a really thermal camera. Go buy a real one at Duck Sporting Goods. There's no ads for that, and it's 100% real. Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed if I bought a thermal vision camera from Duck Sporting Goods and it had ads built into it. What a weird thing for a product to have. Bless this person for being so self-aware. Which is more stupid, a non-functioning app or me for buying it? Props to you. Me too much. Stupidity at its height. Why even people think about making such useless apps? Informative, entertaining, and motivational? What does this motivate you to do? Go to the doctor? Terrible. This app gave me a 108 temperature, so I got my real thermometer and it gave me a 95.5. That's not even close. Wait, you had a real thermometer? Then why did you download this app? This review is so dumb, I feel like it's a parody. This app is a lie. It told me I have a 126 degree fever, and then I checked a regular thermometer. Who are these people? That they're just like on their, like they're on the app store, searching for a thermometer when they have one in the other room? Why? This fake thermometer doesn't work. Let me pull out my real thermometer. Now, I'm not saying this app is funny. I'm not trying to defend what is obviously a very stupid app, but it's like the one guy said, I don't know what's stupider, this app or me for buying it. Now, I was pretty intrigued by the developers of this app. Apparently they've got a lot of other apps. You got fingerprint, heartbeat prank, but what really stuck out to me was pregnancy test machine prank. It looks like they kind of just like copied and pasted the interface from the other app and then changed the background color. Terrible app. This app doesn't even work. The first time I used it, it said I was pregnant with twins, then a girl, then a boy. I love that the app gets that specific. It's not just yes, you are pregnant or no, you're not. It can also tell the quantity of babies that are inside you and their gender, which is something that you can't even do with the real pregnancy test. The only way this would be funnier, which I guess it's really not that funny, but I'm a little disappointed that the app does the finger scan and it doesn't try to get people to pee on it, because now that's a prank. Now from here, Apple decided that I may also like the Love Calc, the free love calculator, which is perfect because this also fits the theme of the video. This app claims that if you put in two names, all they need to know is the names, two people's names, not even last name, just first names. In this example, you have Tim and Jane, and then it uses all of the information you've given it, which is nothing, and then calculates how compatible you guys are. And there are real people who exist, who walk around the earth among us, living lives just as we do, who downloaded this thinking
that it would really tell them how compatible they are with someone. Now, this one is just a disaster of a review by someone named Lizzie101. It's a very long sentence, absolutely no punctuation. I put my name and someone else's, and then changed the name to other names. And then lastly, changed it back to my name and the other, and the percentage I got first changed the second time I put my name and the other same name. And don't believe this, and mostly all these calculators are a lie, and this is one of them. That's why I give this a 1 star. Props to you, Detective Lizzie. I think you got to the bottom of this one. Aw, this one's kind of sad. It's fun and all, but I put in my parents and it said only 28%. This poor kid thinks his parents aren't very compatible. I hope he doesn't bring it up to them and just suppresses that forever. And then eventually his parents will get divorced and he'll be like, I should have told them. This app is gonna change his entire life. It's kind of funny though. A little worried about this reviewer. They said, nice cheese, go moo. Pig named Leonard love moo moo cheese and eat me, and everyone love Oni. God, people's standards are low for everything. This person says, I've gotta admit, this app is pretty great, and I love how detailed the percentages are. Like you'll get 62% instead of just 60%. Wow, there's so much detail in this app. I can't tell if this one's a joke or not. I hope it is, because it's kind of sad. Depressed. I put the name of a girl I have loved and crushed for 4 years and my name and said 37%. I am so sad. I loved her and I get bullied every day and I don't even get the girl I love. I am heartbroken and having thoughts of suicide, and I have been so heartbroken I could be famous one day for my knowledge. Long story. Wait, side note, I could be famous one day for my knowledge. A long story, I don't have time to get into that. And now I am a kid, depressed, bullied, and heartbroken. I will always be sad. I love you, Sarah. I love you, Sarah C. Andrew M. loves you, Sarah C. Sadly, I may die from my sadness. I am so sad. I am stopping my thinking. Long story. Again, and dying if you know what I mean. Yikes. This was 8 years ago. I hope he's doing better now. And I hope that he and Sarah ended up together. I don't know. Poor kid. Here's another app that claims to do the same thing. Love Test Calculator. Do not get this app. I don't even want to rate it 1 star. And yet they did. They rated it 1 star. Okay, and then finally, the last app we're going to look at is a little bit different than these others. This one is called Hologram Dog 3D Simulator. Now, based on the pictures they use, obviously the prerequisite here being that you're an idiot, it would be easy to look at this and think, oh look, it actually projects a hologram off of your screen. Obviously it doesn't do that. Oh look, they just updated it recently. I wonder what's new. Fix bug. Perfect. Now I was curious what this actually was, so I decided to download it. So I would have a little bit of knowledge before reading some of these reviews. And lo and behold, it doesn't actually project a hologram of a dog. Just has different pictures of a dog. You got like 4 to choose from, but the fun hasn't begun yet. Like it's fun enough to pick your dog, right? I went ahead and picked this guy. And then you're greeted with this screen. What do you do next? There's nothing on the screen except for a button. And then you touch the button and the dog shows up. And then you touch the button again and it goes away. So that's a pretty fun app. I gotta say, pretty fun. Good time having it. It's free app to do. And then look at all the fun ad. So a lot of good fun stuff on this app. Let's see what people had to say about it. The top review here, and one of the only positive reviews, his name is Get the App Today. But the review, the title of the review is just a bunch of letters, and it's 5 stars. And then what they did was, they just hit the suggest button. You know when you're typing on your iPhone and you just hit the middle button, it suggests words? That's what they did. And then that's the top review. Have a great way of the day before I get a follow back on my way home from work. To be the first half of the day before I get a follow back on my way home from work. To be the first half of the year, and I don't think that I have a great way of life, and the other hand is the only thing that would make it a lot of the year that I don't. Not very fun. It's not very fun because the only thing you can do is press a button and a dog shows up. I have to agree with this reviewer, who said, great arcade virtual fun. There is a good thing that cool on this. The button is easy to use. Yeah, I got to agree with him on that. The button is pretty easy to use. You just touch it. So, works great. Fools my mom. She thinks it's a real dog. I give the game a 4. And then he gave it 3 stars for some reason. This person said, not worth buy, even though it's free. No hate for the game, just add a little bit more hologram. All right, guys, I think that's gonna do it for today's video. I just wanted to share some of the weirdness that I found on the App Store, and I hope you guys liked it. If you did like it, feel free to hit that thumbs up button. If you didn't like it, you can hit the thumbs down button, but just make sure to hit it twice so I really know how much you disliked the video. Feel free to subscribe if you want, although you don't really need to. Unfortunately, I'm still currently the only person making videos on the website, so I guess if you just go on YouTube, you're just gonna see my videos. So no need to subscribe. All right, anyway, guys, I'm doing the thing again where I just talk and talk and talk at the end of the video for no reason. So I'm gonna stop doing that. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you guys in the next video, which should be out eventually. So thanks for watching. Hey guys, welcome back to the inside of George Lopez. I'm your host, George Lopez. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times. 2001 was a great year to be 8. The first Kids Bop was released, there was no global pandemic, and director Robert Rodriguez shocked the world when he released his movie Spy Kids. Up until that point, he was known pretty much exclusively for producing extremely violent crime movies. So when he came out with this colorful, family-friendly action movie about children saving the world from a bunch of fingers, I think people were a little surprised. Even more surprising though, it was a massive hit. Personally, I loved that movie when it came out. I loved that all the adults were dumb and the kids were smart and they got to use a bunch of cool gadgets that I wished were real. That was 100% my childhood fantasy, was to be a spy instead of the lame-ass dork I actually was. Anyway, after the success of the first one, it was time to turn Spy Kids into a franchise. 1 year later, Spy Kids 2 came out, and it was a pretty good sequel. Steve Buscemi's here now, so that's cool. Another year later, Spy Kids 3D came out, and that's when things started to go off the rails. In 2003, 3D was a super gimmicky and always underwhelming addition to movies. It really just meant the tickets would be more expensive and the characters would lean towards the camera a lot. Whoa! So after 3 movies in 3 years, it was time for a new approach to the Spy Kids cinematic universe. And in 2005, Robert Rodriguez would strike gold with the release of Shark Boy and Lava Girl, which truly might be the greatest bad movie ever made.
Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office and have him expelled!
Somehow, with 4 more years of technological advancements and a significantly higher budget, Robert Rodriguez managed to make a movie that looked worse than the first Spy Kids. I can only assume all of that extra money went solely to paying George Lopez, who plays a teacher, a villain, and a human computer all at once.
That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard.
The rest of the cast is pretty bad all around. The titular Lava Girl is played by Taylor Dooley, who you may know from this movie and only this movie. Future werewolf Taylor Lautner plays a brooding shark boy who may have a bad temper, but still has a few tricks up his sleeve.
It's working. Keep it up, Shark Boy.
Just relax, lay about, or my fist will put you out. Dream, 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 dream. Take your time, but beware, there's darkness in the air.
I think what really sets the tone for this movie is the quote they show right before the opening credits. Oh, interesting. Was that like Steve Jobs or Copernicus? No, Lava Girl said that. Remember? Remember when Lava Girl said that? I'm not gonna go too in depth here because plenty of people already have on this website, but I will say that every time you think the plot is starting to make sense, it takes an insane left turn you couldn't have possibly seen coming.
They're singing at a frequency I highly trained ears find disturbing!
Where's Lava Girl? It's up to you now, Max.
And no matter what it is, it always looks terrible. I cannot stress enough to you that this is the ugliest movie I've ever seen in my entire life. Some of the visuals are so hideous, it's actually disturbing. And on top of that, whenever one of the characters needs to move the story along, they do so by simply falling asleep.
Go to sleep.
So most of the time, they're either sleeping or screaming at each other.
How about a knuckle sandwich? Max is a good boy. He ruined my dream journal! Lava Girl, they're behind you!
And I think the director must have told Taylor Dooley at some point that if she stops smiling for even 1 second, she'll get fired.
Dream, dream.
Not much else to see here. Let's go ahead and just skip to the end.
Bye, Max! Tell him I love him!
Don't leave me!
I thought you wanted me to leave!
No,
don't. You're my best friend.
Holy shit. I can't believe people didn't like this.
I'm not going anywhere.
Considering that Shark Boy and Lava Girl is a terrible movie from 15 years ago that almost everybody hated, it was really only a matter of time until Netflix used their infinite supply of money to fund a sequel. And that's what they did. We Can Be Heroes is the name of this movie. It does not star Taylor Lautner, but it does have Yahya Gosselin, who you may recognize from being on the FBI's Most Wanted list. Really disappointing that they let her act in this movie instead of just arresting her on the spot, but no one listens to me. I gotta say, this actress has not had the best luck throughout her career. She's only been in a handful of movies, and believe it or not, according to IMDb ratings, the best one is this movie. So I think we're in for a treat. Basically, We Can Be Heroes is Shark Boy and Lava Girl for the new generation.
Hit me. Sorry, not sorry.
It's like Spy Kids, with a bit of a modern twist. Am I crazy for thinking that maybe it's time to start calling him Shark Man? At this point, it just seems a little degrading to be like, oh hey, there goes Shark Boy. I just turned 30. The premise of this movie is actually pretty funny. All of these kids are children of the heroes. So they all have like weird, underdeveloped offshoots of their parents' superpowers. Like this kid's dad is super fast, but he's super slow. I actually cried for about 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the heroics have fallen.
I hope the news studio gives their graphic designer a raise. He made that entire logo in like 3 seconds.
We're getting word that the president would like to address the nation.
People of America.
Bing, bing, bong. Hold on, I'm like 99% sure that that guy was also president in the Spy Kids movies, which means he's been in power for like 19 years? Is the Spy Kids president a dictator? This movie's dystopian. Sorry kids, but you can't leave this room. It's too dangerous out there. And if we gotta kick your ass to keep you safe, then that's what we're gonna do. NPC is following you around and they get stuck on like a wall or something, but then you turn the camera and they've teleported right next to you. That's what this character does. Because I looked and he is no—
Calm down, Shark Boy.
Did these two not have regular names? Imagine not only being married to Shark Boy, but you also have to call him Shark Boy. Can you just go by like Steve? Shark Strength! I like how super early on in the movie they realize that then every time they get stuck, they still have to have that same epiphany.
Wow, that's really smart. Oho drew us a clue.
Oh, I got it. We should just look at her drawings. That's a great idea, and a brand new one too. But make sure we forget about this so there's still tension next time. Melted. Can you make another one? I didn't get over here fast enough. Shocking twist. The one girl turns out to be evil.
Oh, was an alien spy?
So then she starts drawing monsters to kill them with because we always knew that you would do it. So basically, the whole movie leads up to the bad guys being like, just kidding. And that's awesome.
As we can be.
So if I'm being 100% honest, this movie is not terrible. It would be really easy for me to do the cynical thing where I'm like, the garbage store called. They want their trash back. But it really wasn't as bad as I expected it to be. And I think it would be disingenuous for me to be like, well, Spy Kids is good because I saw it when I was a kid, and this movie sucks because I was 27 when I watched it. I think this has just as much charm and fun action as the original Spy Kids, as long as you're within the target demographic. Maybe this is just me, but I think a lot of people my age come to expect more out of movies like this, specifically because of what Pixar has done. I was the perfect age to enjoy Monsters, Inc. when that movie came out. And then, when I was old enough to go to college, but accidentally chose not to, they released Monsters University, a movie about college. I also grew up loving Toy Story 1 and 2, and then the third one comes out when I'm nearing the end of high school, and it's a movie about moving on from your childhood, which is what I was trying to do. In recent years, they've started coming out with these brilliantly conceptualized movies about the spectrum of human emotion and what it means to be alive, literally the meaning of life. These super heady concepts that actually make you engaged and feel something as an adult while still being animated well enough to hold the attention of a child. And I feel like no matter what movie Pixar releases, besides Cars 2, I've always been a member of the film's target audience. We Can Be Heroes is not like that. And that's okay. It's a movie made for kids, featuring a bunch of characters that no well-adjusted child should have any business knowing about. And if you go into it expecting it to be anything more than that, you're gonna be seriously disappointed. I give Shark Boy and Lava Girl 2 3 Shark Boys and Lava Girls out of 5. Okay. So I've been gone for a while. Not to brag or anything, but I've been dealing with some anxiety. Totally fine. It's fine. It's been a lot of fun. Don't worry though, I did talk to my doctor and he told me to stop. So I feel a lot better now. But anyway, I've noticed that every time I go a few weeks without making a video, I always forget how. What do I talk about? Is this where I sit? What do I do to make joke? And I figured since I'm feeling kind of rusty, what better way to get back into the swing of things than by watching some training videos.
All right.
I feel like at one point or another, almost all of us have fallen down a YouTube rabbit hole of weird VHS training videos that teach us how to do jobs we don't have. Once you watch one, it's hard to stop. They just keep getting recommended and you end up learning some really valuable skills, like how to cook fried chicken, how to send an email, how to shoplift.
If merchandise is available and no one is around, steal it. Steal several items at a time. Steal as many as 40 items at one time from one store.
This old country buffet video that came on my recommended is like an instant classic for me, just because of how visibly uncomfortable this guy is. I'm almost a little bit worried he's being held hostage.
You might ask something like this. Is it still hot out there? Or this.
Did you catch a game last night?
Or this.
Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite.
Is it still hot out there? It was hot last time I went outside. 3 years ago.
It's my favorite.
One thing that's great about this video too is that it was uploaded by that guy. He's the one who put this on YouTube. And now that it's been getting a lot of views and comments recently, he was really excited to talk about some of the misconceptions people might have had. For one, he wanted to make it clear that the entire video was scripted, and no, he doesn't actually like lasagna. How could that even be? He seems so confident.
It's my favorite.
Let's take a closer look at greeting guests. Every conversation you hold with a guest should begin something like this.
Good evening.
Or,
hi, how are you?
Oh, so greet customers by greeting them. All right.
Children often play a big part in deciding which restaurant their parents visit. We want them to feel welcome and special here too.
One of the comments on here is, what restaurants do you want to go to, kids? The one with the sweaty man who makes us feel special.
So start conversations with children by saying something like this.
What grade are you in at school?
Or this.
Have you decided what dessert you're going to have?
Or this.
Do you like hot fudge sundaes?
Or this.
Do you have any homework?
Or this.
Could you help me break out of here?
At other buffet-style restaurants, guests often feel they're on their own. Once they've paid for the meal, no one pays much attention to them.
Oh, I know. I'd hate to be left alone to eat after I order my food. I'd much rather look up from my plate to notice a very sweaty man staring at me.
All right.
This next one is specifically for Nintendo employees who are handling returns from customers. And this one has a little bit of a different tone. I like this a lot.
Some people will go to great lengths to return an abused or an out-of-warranty piece of merchandise. What are you supposed to do? Tell them what you really think? Of course, you can't do that.
That's such a great line. What are you gonna do? Tell them what you really think, which is to fuck off and you don't get paid enough for this shit? You can't say that. You'll get in trouble. We know that's what you want to say, but for the sake of your own job security, let's try to go with something else.
If you take a look at it, I don't know what's the matter with it. It was working and now it's not working, so I'd appreciate if you, take a look at it. I'd like to get an exchange for it if I could. An exchange? Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Cashier. I gotta return my brand new PlayStation 5 that I just bought here and exchange it for a different one. Because none of the games are working and the controller's not working either. Okay. But this is an Xbox 360. And you're asking for a PlayStation 5? Oh, well that's okay. And you said the controller's not working? Yeah, but it's probably just the batteries. Do you have your receipt? Oh, no, I accidentally burned it when I was trying to light a candle. But I do have my credit card that you can put the money back on. Your money back? Is this a return or an exchange? Yes. So from there I stumbled upon this hour-long Mercedes car sale tutorial. I learned a lot of valuable things, and also I accidentally bought a Mercedes. Wait till the wife sees me roll up in that thing.
Let me ask you a couple questions if I may.
Sure.
What are you...
Now, one of the fun things I've heard a lot of people did in the 80s was cocaine. And I can't tell if this guy is on cocaine, but his eyes definitely are.
I want a nice car.
Then, of course, there's this extremely bizarre Chuck E. Cheese character training video. In honor of their current bankruptcy, I think it's for the best we go ahead and check this one out.
He must be full of energy and always having fun himself. A clean, well-maintained appearance is essential to Chuck E. Cheese's image.
That's why our mascot's a rat. Because when you think of cleanliness, you think of rats.
Be sure to brush the fur every day It is very important that Chucky has a well-groomed appearance.
Yeah, that's a good point. Otherwise, people might think he's something gross, like a rat.
One of Chucky's major roles comes during the birthday party, the parade of cakes. Since this part is so important, you might want to do a rehearsal on the floor before the store opens to get your bearings with the costume.
Oh, God. As creepy as this normal dance is, I think it's somehow even creepier when there's no kids in the room and it looks like they're just chasing him around with a cake.
Be sure to practice with the birthday tape to make sure that you get the precise timing down.
All right.
Remember, if you're ever in trouble, use the timeout signal and determine whether or not you will be able to make it to the regular exit door.
Okay, hold on. I feel like they kind of brushed over that a little bit, but that sounds ominous. What do they mean, in trouble? Is it like if you're ever gonna pass out? Remember guys, this costume is hot as balls, so if you feel like you're gonna faint, throw up one of these and get the hell out of there. Whatever you do not faint in front of the kids, all right? They're gonna think Chucky died, and then they're never gonna wanna come back. So if you have to collapse to the ground, do that shit outside.
You can't let the charm of the costume carry itself. You must put your heart and soul into it, right?
Right. Here's a little piece of trivia I kind of knew, but not the last part. So in July 2012, the long-standing rat mascot was rebranded, changing to a slimmer rock star mouse who plays electric guitar. Voice actor Duncan Brannon, who for 19 years had characterized Chuck E. Cheese as a wisecracking rat from New Jersey, was replaced with Jarrett Reddick, the frontman and guitarist for the pop-punk band Bowling for Soup. I wondered what those guys were up to now. He's a cartoon mouse. Where a kid can be a kid. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I've worked up quite the hankering for some pizza. And because I don't trust Chuck E. Cheese, let's head over to the Hut and learn how to make one ourselves.
Okay, Julie, are you all ready to learn how to make a pizza the right way?
Making it great. Yes, I'm ready.
I like how a lot of these videos aren't just instructional, they're also basically advertisements for the company that in this case you're already working for. They always slip in lines about how like high quality the food is, and then one of the employees is like, yeah, it's so good. I'm so proud to be working for such a great company.
And our customers wouldn't get the best possible product.
Which they deserve every time they visit Pizza Hut.
Like, all right, relax, Julie.
On our pizzas, we use 2 layers of cheese. The bottom cheese.
And the top cheese, right?
Right.
And the cheese on top of the pizza, right? Because that's what makes it a pizza, right? Okay, can you stop?
The server will do the rest. No, the customer will do the rest when they bite into my delicious pizza. Delicious pan pizza and delicious thin and crispy pizza. What more could a customer want?
Personal pan pizza.
What?
What? There's more pizza? Oh, I was so happy a second ago.
Just remember to follow the instructions exactly and you'll be just fine.
And so will the pizzas, right?
Right.
Oh my God.
Hey, I'm not just making pizza, I'm making it great.
You know, I can already tell this girl is all talk. She seems confident now, but the moment things get hard in like a week, she's walking out of there. Yeah, I've seen my fair share of Julie's before. They always crack. When it comes to food training videos, though, it's Wendy's that takes the cake. If for nothing else, just for sheer quantity. They've got songs about hot drinks. They've got songs about cold drinks. Which is basically just saying, put ice in the cup and then fill it up with the drink. But sure, listen to the song if you need to. And they also have this one called Grill Skills, which is certifiably insane. You'll see why. Starts off with the founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas, who just woke up from a very long nap to tell us about hamburgers.
My goal has been to serve the best hamburger in the business, a Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger. So I started with the freshest beef I could find, 100% pure beef.
Human beef.
And we patted it into squares, so the hamburger hangs over the side of the bun.
You know, when I worked at Wendy's, they told me that the patties are square because they never cut corners. But here Dave is saying that it's just because he likes that they hang over the bun. So which is it? Seems like a bit of revisionist history, if you ask me. Also, sometimes we did cut corners, so it's a lie.
It also makes the patty larger, so they'll hang over the edge of the bun. And people will like that.
Yes, they will, Dave. Okay, seems pretty normal so far, so I'll skip ahead a bit.
Why don't you have a look at the tape first, and I'll check back with you in a few minutes.
All right.
Yeah, I remember my first day too.
The grill, Bill, it ain't so tough. But first of all, you got to check your stuff. Like a grill that's set at 250 with the meat and cheese that's ready to go. A towel to keep your station looking cool. But most of all, you got to have your tool.
Yeah, so it's kind of the best thing in the entire world.
When the meat's red, juices no longer rise. You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize.
Gotta hand it to the prop department here. They really nailed it. They got this smoking TV that looks like a microwave. You got the comically large medal to put on his neck. Pretty good job.
The reason you press, you gotta think. When the meat hits the grill, it starts to shrink.
We start shrinking when we hit that grill. You know it will.
Okay. Forgot about the part halfway through where the patties come to life and it turns out they've been beautiful women this whole time.
When we hit that grill, you know it will.
You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize. It takes just about 4 minutes to cook, but just to make sure you can take a look. Use your tool to double check. It should be great and moist to be correct. Hey!
Oh, they're falling in love. Well, that's the end of the song at least, unless...
A customer orders a single with cheese.
Oh, there's more, okay.
Drain then serve on a bun just so. Don't touch it with your fingers, that's a big no-no.
Okay, but then something horrifying happens. The talking patties come back, and one of them says this.
I'm stage 5 and I'm still alive.
All the patties are alive? That's horrible. So the goal then is that we cook the meat long enough to murder them? And every time I cook one, I'm gonna imagine a plump-lipped lady being burned to death at the hands of my spatula? Can I be the cashier instead?
Mr. Bill!
Bill, the tape is over. Do you have any questions?
No, I think I've got it all.
You don't have any questions? Because you just got sucked into a VCR where some guy rapped at you about beef. No, I think I got it. Huh. Usually people have a lot of questions. They're falling in love. Well, now that Billy knows the burger rap, it looks like he can cook patties to his heart's content. It's just one of those classic stories with a happy ending. And most importantly, there are no more songs. Oh no.
When you got orders to fill, come to the one with the grill skin.
This one's not quite as much of a bop as that other song, but it does end with a pretty killer sax solo. You're listening to Wendy's Music International. That was, of course, Grill Skill by The Crew. Up next, it's The Crew with Grill Skill. They make it seem so fun to work at Wendy's. I get to sing cool songs and wear a visor. But when I worked at Wendy's, I worked the same shift, 5 p.m. to close, 4 days a week, every week for months. One day, I noticed my paycheck was less than usual, which doesn't make sense because, like I said, I work the same schedule every week. Why would this one be less? So I talked to the manager about it, and she tried to tell me that I called in sick on a day I remember working specifically because it was on a Sunday, and I remember the football game that I stopped watching to go to work. And now she's going to tell me that I don't get paid for my 10 hours of work. So I was pretty upset, but she was upset that I brought this up with an earshot of a customer. So she took me to the back and yelled at me, and then I quit. So we didn't get any cool songs. I'm curious though, for all you guys who've worked jobs like these in the past, have you ever actually seen a training video like this at your work? I feel like I've seen dozens of these on YouTube. It's kind of a trope in some movies, but every job I've ever worked at, I've never had like a VHS training video when I started. If anything, I probably should have made my own training video for Wendy's management to teach them how to properly pay their employees and stop calling me Andrew because that's not my name. Sorry, I just get so worked up even thinking about it. Let's cut to an ad read. All right, I feel a lot better now. Thanks for letting me get all that off my chest. Well, if you're sticking around because you expected me to say something else, you're going to be disappointed. The video's over. So you can keep watching if you'd like, but I'm not really going to say anything. I mean, I am saying something. It's just not very interesting or important. But you're free to stick around if that's what you want to do. I don't mind. All right, I'm starting to mind. Can you get out of here?
All right.
Hey guys, how you doing? Real quick before we get started, I just want to talk about something. I've been seeing this trailer a lot lately for a movie called 47 Meters Down, and it looks stupid, but every time I see the trailer, they quote a review saying, best shark movie since Jaws. And, you know, I'm a big fan of Jaws. I love the movie Jaws. I saw it when I was 9, and I don't remember anything that happened in the movie, so you could say I'm a really big fan of it. Anyway, that seemed like high praise, comparing it to every movie that's come out in the past 42 years. But then I thought about it, you know, how many movies have there been about sharks? So I Googled it, and I was surprised to see just how many there were. This Mountain Dew tastes awful. Hello everybody, welcome back to YouTube.com. This is of course a website that I created. Today we're going to be talking about YouTube musicians. And by that I don't mean, you know, people with musical ability who use YouTube as a platform for their art. I am all for that. If you feel like you were born with a gift and you need or just want to share it with the world, go for it, man, by all means. Rather, the people I'm going to be talking about are, you know, very popular YouTubers who have shown no previous indication that they have any musical skill or desire. They're just vloggers or comedians or whatever. What happens inevitably is that these people reach a certain level of popularity where they can just do whatever the hell they want. And in a lot of cases, they start making music. Why do they start making music? Not because they're good at it, but because they can. I know it's cliche to be like, oh, technology these days. Well, I sound like an old man saying that, but it's true. Technology these days is insane. Now, I don't claim to be an expert on audio editing or musical production, but I've seen enough YouTube videos to understand how much is possible with the right editing program. So you don't have to have like natural talent or any singing ability at all to make a song. You just sing whatever it is that comes out of your mouth, you hand it over to a musical producer, they throw a beat on it, they make sure you sound nice and pretty, and then there you go, it's a song. You make, because of your platform, you can make a ton of money off it. You only have to pay the producer a fraction of it, even though he did all of the work, essentially. And there you go, you're a musician. I'm sure the entire time I was talking, you were just picturing Jake Paul. And you're right, I will get to roasting Jake Paul in a second, but I couldn't just make a video about Jake Paul because admittedly, that's already been done. When you're not doing YouTube full time, sometimes you can't just drop whatever you're doing and make a video about whatever's relevant that day, and that's what happened with It's Everyday Bro.
Let me educate ya, and I ain't talking book. Panera is your home, so stop calling.
By the time I had free time to actually make a video about it, everything that needed to be said had already been said. Ethan and Hila killed it. Cody and Noel made their own song in like 4 hours and it was fucking hilarious. So at that point there was just nothing new for me to add to it. But it's okay because you know what? Jake Paul is the gift that keeps on giving. So enough introduction, let's just go ahead and get into Jake Paul's newest song titled I Love You Bro song featuring Logan Paul, who is the aforementioned bro that he loves. So this should be nice.
And be the loving brothers that I know you are. Please.
I made this in one day.
When you preface something that sucks by saying that you made it in one day, that's not gonna make me like it more. Here's an idea, spend a little bit more time on things and make them good. You can do that.
I love you, big bro, and I want you to know that I'm so sorry.
Does this count as singing? Or is this, cause it's more just like, I want you to know, like, I think his note range is, I think he's only using like 3 different notes. I want you to know. Okay, 4.
Came up in Ohio, wasn't much to do. Then we found this place called YouTube.
Did they just like Christopher Columbus YouTube? Like other people were already there, but then they show up and they're like, oh, we found it, it's ours. That's not how that works.
I will pick him up if he falls. After all, it's the rise of the Paul.
Honestly, the instrumental track is pretty fresh. That's a pretty good guitar riff. That's, you know, it's fine. They sound like shit, but they don't sound good because they don't have the tone. Like, you can sing the right notes, but you still need to have like a pleasant tone, and neither of them have that. But the notes are right, thanks to the music technology, and the instrumental sounds fine. It's still terrible.
All we have is each other, from the same mother. What more can I ask in a brother?
Okay. All we have is each other, from the same mother. What more can I ask in a brother? So you establish that you have the same mom because you're brothers. That's how biology works. What more could you ask for in a brother? Given that that's the one and only requirement for having a brother, is that you guys have the same mom and are both boys, then you could ask for more. I don't think you could ask for any less, though. So I love that line. That's so funny.
Logan, life's been crazy, bro.
This one isn't as bad as the last one. I think, one, it's like this was more like a real song. They don't sound good, but it was a little catchier. I think that they do kind of have a sense of humor about themselves. What made It's Everyday Bro so annoying and so just like made people angry was that it was like he has this confidence of someone who like, oh yeah, I can rap, I can sing, I can do whatever I want, and people are just like, no, you can't. And I think he admits that it's not a good song. He isn't a musician. What he needs to do though is stop making these. It's one thing to be like, you know, almost tongue-in-cheek about it, a little bit self-aware, like, you know, he makes like a joke at the end, always plug merch link in bio.
Merch link in bio.
You know, I kind of giggled at that. It's like, okay, he knows what he's doing. I think the song itself is kind of a joke, you know, considering that their fight was based on his first song, so the only thing to do next would be another song, and whatever. I just hope the saga ends. The Jake Paul music saga ends with this. It just stop. But I have a feeling it won't, because these get so many views that therefore they make more money. You can sell the songs, you can plug your merch this way. It's a huge money maker. People that's the thing with the internet. It's like, even if something's bad, it's almost better to be bad than good, because there's so many good things out there. But when you make something that's so bad that people have to talk about it, that's when you're really doing a great job of marketing. So sometimes the worse the thing you make is, the more money you make, because more people talk about it. So they're probably going to keep going. I just wish they would just stick to what they're good at, you know, which is just like keep making the clickbait vlogs and stop trying to make music. Stop trying to, you know, intrude on other people's territories. There's enough music out there. You don't need to prove that you can do everything. Like LeBron James is so good at basketball. He doesn't need to also prove that he's good at like water polo. You know, it's like he's good enough at the one thing that you don't have to be good at everything, and you shouldn't think that you are. I hate when people have that ego. Anyway, let's switch it up a little bit. Now, this one is from a girl named, what's her name? Lore DIY. She has almost 6 million subscribers. So just like looking through her channel, you know, I don't want to actually watch these videos. I'm just kind of looking at the thumbnails. This is what YouTube looks like. She does, you know, vlogs and school hacks, DIY phone cases. You know, it's just a lot of like crafty stuff. So that's good for her. You know, she does that. She's got a big following. She's rich as hell. I had no idea what to expect when the song started. And if you guys haven't seen this, then neither do you. And I just want to remind you, this is a song. So, like, the first time I saw this, I'd watched this several times, but the first time I watched this, I was just, like, blown away, like, so it's just a YouTube video, right? They're just talking, like they're doing a couple game.
Who is most likely to be a heartbreaker?
And then they paid someone to put it into a song.
Who is most likely to be a heartbreaker?
Someone called the Gregory Brothers. And then I felt kind of silly because I guess they've done this a lot. They do this to like the news a lot. That's a series they have going on. You know, that takes a lot of talent. I'm very impressed by the production that went into this. Honestly, what bothers me the most about this is that it sounds all right. Like it sounds fine. You hear it and it sounds like a song. Like the first verse is a little, no, but it's got a chorus. It's catchy. I first found this a few days ago and I find myself like, the song is in my head. And that's what I hate about it, is because I know how it was made, that it didn't start as music. It didn't even start as a song idea. It was never intended to be a song. It's just blowing me away, man, that You can take something that's not at all music, and then it's just, it is music.
I just love you.
Okay, maybe I said too many positive things about the song. I hate it. I hate this song. I have nothing personally against these guys. I just like, I would never give a shit about the type of videos they make or this song. It's just not my style, and that's fine. I will give it a polite thumbs down. I'm not gonna comment like you suck, go kill yourself. That's not really my thing, you know, but I'll give it a thumbs down and just kind of move on. I got a little bit too positive about that one because that was more like just impressive musical production rather than like someone being like, no, I can be a musician too, and then forcefully making a song that no one likes. So I'm gonna get back to that. So this song is called How It Is. It's by Bibby H. 4 million subscribers. Who is this? I've never heard of this person. Oh, no wonder I've never heard of her. She's German, I think. I don't even know, what is this genre of YouTube video where it's just like nothing's really happening? They're playing games or they're talking about a product or something. Like, what is that genre? Whatever that genre is called, that's what this is. It's just YouTube nonsense. I guess that's a good name for it, YouTube nonsense. But you get the idea. This girl's not a musician, but for a brief moment, enough. This is like, seems to be the worst dislike ratio I've ever seen. So I'm not breaking any news here when I say this is bad. I'm not gonna dwell too long on this one. My favorite line in this, I ain't got no more fizz, don't even get to keep the cat. But that's just how it is. Oh my God, the kids. I haven't even gotten to the kids yet. As I'm asking this question, I know the answer, but why is it that every fucking kid who becomes prominent on whatever it is, Musical.ly, Instagram, YouTube, why do they all become musicians?
They can keep talking that talk, but I'ma keep walking my walk. We worry about nothing. Me and my girls stay jumping, harmonizing together.
Like, you're making enough money already making these dumbass YouTube nonsense. I'm skating thin ice here because I don't want to be like, oh, this girl sucks. She's literally 12. If I became famous as a 12-year-old and my parents or my managers were like, you got to do this, and I would just do it, and so it's not her fault. But I'm just like, I'm really tired of just hearing like crappy music that's made 100% for the sake of money.
Yeah, Danny, back at it again.
I understand that's how the world works. If you can get some money out of making a song and you don't even have to have the talent to do it, then you're gonna do it, you know? You're just gonna do it because you can do 10% of the work and get 80% of the money. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna do that, you know? If someone approached me and was like, hey Drew, we're gonna make you a song, dude, at the point where I'm at in my life, fuck yeah, I'd do a song, especially if it sucked. If I made a song and it was the worst song ever, everyone would talk about it. And I'd have like 100,000 subscribers by now. So, you know, it's not a bad idea. Honestly, I think that racism is not that bad.
The opinions expressed in the song are 100% farcical. This is a classic example of musical parody. The creator of said song would like to clarify that racism is in fact that bad. That being said, the song is available for purchase on iTunes and is $12.
Hey Drew Gooders, hope you liked the video. If you did, you know, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button. If you want to see more, check out my older videos and go ahead and subscribe too. Yes, that is me playing the guitar. I just wanted to prove how talented I am, how good I am at doing stuff. And if I talk loudly enough, you won't notice that I'm starting to mess up and it's not sounding very good anymore. Thanks for watching, guys. See you next time. Man, coming. Oh, hey, landlord.
Hi.
Didn't I evict you last month? Yeah, but I thought we were just doing like a skit. No, Drew. This is YouTube. You wouldn't put something on YouTube if it didn't actually happen. This is real life, baby. This right here is as real as it gets. Okay, well, bye. No, Drew, I don't think you heard me. You gotta pay your rent. Oh, so what you're saying is I gotta pay rent. Yeah, I just said that. That's all right. You know why? This is the same exact bit as last. So I'm just gonna stay right here then? Uh-huh. Hey little stinkers, and welcome back to the first and only channel on YouTube. Today we're gonna be looking at some very interesting family vloggers. Now, as an adult, I really enjoy watching family vlogs because it reminds me of when I was a kid and my parents would follow me around with a camera all day long until I did something funny so we could pay our mortgage. Oh, wait, no, that never happened because I didn't grow up in 2018, the worst year to be a kid. I think the problem that tends to arise from these family vlogs is the same that arises from every vlogger. It's that the line between real life and content gets blurred a little bit, and you start doing things that maybe you shouldn't do because more people will see it and you'll make more money. Let's take this channel I found, David's TV, for example. They're a vlogging channel with a little bit over 800,000 subscribers. Since people like this do rely on YouTube for their full-time income, views become so important. Views come before anything else. You know, why would you bother making a video called Twins Telepathy Challenge that only gets 16,000 views when you could combine Fortnite with the phrase Mom Freaks Out and make like $5 grand in AdSense. But this video is called Kid Spends $200 on Fortnite and buys 27,000 plus V-Bucks and Mom Freaks Out. Must watch. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I always do what I'm told. So if someone tells me in the title of a video that I must watch it, well, I'm gonna watch the video. It's just how Daddy raised me.
Guys, today we're gonna spend all my parents' money on Fortnite.
I will say though, that the little kid, the younger kid, is the cutest kid I've ever seen. He has a couple savage moments in this video. He's kind of a little snitch, but it's funny when he does it, you'll see.
And my mom and dad promised me V-Bucks, and they haven't gave it to me yet. And there's my dad sleeping. And come on guys, let's go to my computer. Guys, I'm super nervous. I hope I do not get in trouble. Purchase. And guys, look, my dad's credit card number is already in here. Place order. We got it! Yes! We got the V-Bucks. You know what this means? Let's go spend away. Wow, this looks cool.
Okay, so putting aside the fact that this is obviously fake, let's pretend that it's not fake and let's go through the thought process of these kids. I'm not blaming the kids for this because this was not their idea, but let's say this was their idea, right? They're gonna steal money from their parents to buy Fortnite, currency. So why would they film it? It just seems kind of silly when you're trying to do something secretly and keep it a secret to document it. But to be fair, even though I assume it's fake, it's still hard to tell because their acting is so good.
Let me know in the comments below what you think I should buy next. But then you're gonna get in so much trouble. You just spent $100 on Daddy's credit card.
You have to get you have to use the.
Please just read what's on the card.
You got the Fortnite.
Holy sh**.
I don't even blame the kids for being bad actors. You know why? Because they're kids. They don't need to be good actors. They shouldn't be acting at all. It's just so painfully obvious that, the mom tells them what to say and then they say it. And they kind of look up all right, ready for my next line, Mom. And then she gives them both a line and you can see the one kid says his and then he looks at the other kid because he knows the kid now has to say his line. I don't know who they're fooling. Okay, so then their plan was to go buy some Fortnite dollars on the dad's computer.
What if we spend $100 in his account and it will make him feel better? But this way he'll be on our side fighting against Mom when she finds out. Yeah, let's go do it! Come on, we did it! Daddy, wake up! Wake up! Let's go play Fortnite!
Where's Mama? You guys making a video?
Yeah.
About what?
Fortnite.
Oh. Down, let's do it. Mommy's gone, the mice will play, as they say.
But there might have been a flaw in their plan, because when they play Fortnite with the dad has all the V-Bucks on his account and he's got the new the thing that they got, so he recognizes right away that they spent money.
Did you guys buy V-Bucks? I said you could buy V-Bucks, remember? Did you guys buy V-Bucks?
Yeah.
This kid's so cute. He can't even bring himself to lie.
Do you feel guilty at all?
A little bit.
A little bit.
I don't feel guilty because Dylan did it.
I don't feel guilty because I didn't do it.
You spent $200?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh my god.
no.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my god.
no.
Oh my gosh.
Way to sell it, Dad.
Let's not tell Mommy.
Well, she's gonna find out, guys, because guess what? We get text messages on our credit card anytime money's spent over $10.
One of my favorite twists in this video is what happens here seamlessly. After the dad just discovered that they stole $200 from him, first of all, he like laughs it off, like, well, that's fine, because I wanted the skins anyway, so I'm glad you stole money from me.
But I'm not complaining, because I wanted the skin bad.
Hear that, kids watching? I'm not even upset that my children stole money from me. So if you stole money from your parents, they might not be upset because look, I'm not. But then like immediately after, with no cuts, he just transitions into having this like whole speech prepared.
Just so we can make this right, we're gonna give away $100 worth of V-Bucks to you. Give a thumbs up on this video, subscribe, hit the bell icon, and leave us a comment. You guys think that's a good idea? You think our fans will like that?
Uh-huh. Hi, guys. What are you doing?
Playing Fortnite?
All right, so the kids are really bad actors, the dad's a really bad actor. There's no way the mom is also a really bad actor, right? Just based on like general probability.
Yeah.
Two really interesting text messages from American Express.
Oh, really?
Brandon, we need to talk. This is serious.
Brandon, we need to talk. This is serious.
Large purchase on American Express. Look at that.
Whoops.
I just noticed this. The text right before that says, welcome to account alerts. Like if you weren't convinced this was fake already, they made it clear that for this video, they signed up for account alerts that they weren't getting before. Unless this is the first time they've ever spent more than $10 on their credit card.
$200 on
It was me.
Fortnite?
It was me.
No, it wasn't.
The kid. Oh, that face. He wants to help but he's not sure if he's helping. No, it wasn't. I love that kid so much.
And am I happy about this? No.
Yeah, we can tell.
I'm gonna take Jagger and we are gonna go shopping. What? You already went shopping.
Okay, another slip up here. It's pretty obvious to me at this point that the mom was the one who was filming earlier because she says like, well, I'm taking the boys and we're going shopping. And then the one kid reminds her, but mom, you just were shopping, remember?
You just literally walked in the door and went shopping.
And she's like, oh yeah.
I went shopping for the three of them to buy clothes. Oh my god.
She literally slaps her forehead as she remembers that she was supposed to just be shopping. Okay, and then the dad goes into his whole spiel about like, all right guys, well remember, we're giving you $100.
$100 giveaway, $10 gift cards.
And then she, even though she wasn't here earlier for this conversation, she was out shopping, right? She's like, that's right guys, I knew about this. Such a disaster, totally fake. But again, I don't care that it's fake. Everything on YouTube is fake. It's less about like the fact that it is fake and more about like what they're promoting. Because then at the end of the video, the dad says this.
All right, guys, leave a comment if you've ever charged any of your parents' credit card without them knowing.
And she agrees.
Yeah.
Hey, what about maybe not saying that? What about you don't encourage the children who watch your videos to do what your kids did, even though you've already sort of encouraged it by being so nonchalant about it? Like the mom comes in and freaks out, sure. But the dad initially, the initial reaction was like, oh, you stole my money, but you gave some of it back to me? That's fine. You might be thinking like, well, this is so fake. It's so obviously fake that they're not like, anyone can watch this and discern for themselves that this isn't real and that they shouldn't do this. But we're adults. We're adults talking about this, right? Like the adults don't watch this. Why would an adult watch this? I know for a fact that exclusively children watch your videos because adults don't talk like this. I spent $10 on my mom's credit card. I did it 15 times without my parents knowing. Me, I spent $700 and got grounded for a year. Sorry, Vincent, punishment fits the crime. I did, and I spent about $3,400 $452, and my dad almost killed me with a knife, and luckily I ran away. I spent $280 on my mom's credit card. They still don't know I deleted the messages. We're not celebrating this. That's not something to celebrate. That's not good. I did it on Minecraft, and my mom almost killed me, and my dad slapped me in the face. I did spend me mom's credit card without noig. Finally, a good role model here. I never spent my mom's credit card because that was stupid. You need to blame it on your kids, man. You should not stick up for them. They need to get in trouble, and they need to face the consequence whenever their mom gets mad. That's it. That's it, man. I really want the battle pass. My parents can't award this because they are greedy. Please donate me. Thanks for the attention. My parents won't give me money to buy fake clothes because they're selfish. But thanks for listening to me. Can you please give me a card? I have 0 V-Buck. Everybody makes fun of me. I like trains. This is your audience. This is who watches your videos. Do not make what is essentially a tutorial on how to steal money from your parents and then, as the parent, pretend it's totally cool. I know that kids already do stuff like this. I know that kids steal their parents' credit cards all the time and they buy absolutely pointless garbage. And I don't entirely blame the kids in that situation. Like, they should know right from wrong. Obviously, you should know not to do that. I don't think they fully grasp what they're doing because it's absolutely impossible to conceptualize the value of money as a child. Like an example for me, when I was like 8 years old, my family and I used to watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire a lot. And I remember watching that show and I always thought, man, if they're giving away $1 million, it must not be that much money. And so I very casually asked my mom, hey mom, we have $1 million, right? And she's like, no. And that shook me to my core. I could not fathom the idea of us not having $1 million. Or based on the way she answered the question, apparently not even close to $1 million. I truly believe that it is impossible to understand the value of money and like how much work it takes to get a certain amount of money until you get a crappy part-time job, dealing with angry guests who take everything out on you, incompetent managers. You gotta mop. You've never had to mop in your life. Now you're mopping all the time and you feel tired and sweaty constantly. And then you get your paycheck and it's like $11 and you're like, oh, life is hard. But when you're a kid, you don't have that perspective yet. Yes, you should know not to steal from your parents, but a credit card just seems like an infinite money device. Like as a kid, it's just like I type these numbers in and I get whatever I want. And it doesn't affect my parents because I don't know anything about anything. But as an adult, you should know this. I don't think this is a good look when you're showing how exciting and consequenceless stealing money from your parents is. Because they don't show, like, a kid watching this is just gonna assume that what happened to them will happen to him. So, they barely got in any trouble. They kind of laughed it off at the end. And the mom came home and was mad for like 30 seconds. And then she seemed confused, like she didn't know why they were still filming. She didn't seem that upset. My mom will probably react the same way. And then they get chased at with a knife by their dad. All right, guys, I know this video has been pretty long already, but the family just uploaded the sequel to this vlog, so I can't post my video without talking about this first, but I'll try to make it quick. So this time, the kids are angry at the mom for grounding them and apparently throwing away their PS4. So they put their little heads together and concocted this plan to get their revenge. Basically, they're going to not only steal their mom's credit card, but actually show it in the vlog so all the viewers at home can also use the credit card. I'm just gonna boil this video down to the 3 great moments that stuck out to me, and I will share those with you now. The first is when the kids are allegedly using the mom's card without the parents knowing. The mom is outside and the dad is in the other room. For a split second, while they're making a purchase, you can see the reflection of the dad holding the camera in the TV. And then like 30 seconds later, he comes out dumbfounded, like, what's going on? The second great moment is when the parents come in and they realize what the kids are doing, and so they start to lay down the law, you know? But there's a point where the mom, who sounds absolutely flabbergasted at the idea, but she asks, how did you get the PS4?
Where did you get this? What, is this new?
Dylan, how the heck did you get your PlayStation back?
As if it was like in a locked safe that they buried underground in some remote location. It was at the top of the garbage can right outside their house. But the best part of this video is at the very end when the mom starts freaking out because she's getting these rapid charges on her credit card.
I keep getting charges every second for $99.99. What is going on? What's going on? What is going on?
Text after text from American Express about all the people using her credit card. She also gets like a frantic call from American Express, which she answers, and then the video just kind of ends. But hold on, let's rewind for a second here. The conceit of this, what we are supposed to believe as the viewer, is that because earlier in the video, the kid showed her card, not in a different video, earlier in this video, that they hadn't posted yet. Because he showed the card earlier, by the end of the video, people have already started using her card. How stupid do you think the people who watch your videos are? You know what? I take that back. Hi. I'm back. Great. Do you have the money? I do. In fact, it's right here in this envelope. Oh no! One of these envelopes has my rent in it and the other is filled with combustive gas that will explode if I so much as touch it. But which is which? I really gotta learn how to read. No time for that now though. Just have to guess. Your neighbor's apartment just exploded. Weird. Well, here you go. Thanks. Bye. Bye. Hey guy, welcome back to the present. Unless, of course, you're watching this in the future, in which case, welcome to the past. So, Christmas is in 329 days. What better time to make a video about it? I'm sorry, I racked my brain trying to come up with a different topic for this. I saw a lot of you guys asking me to make a video about the Hype House show on Netflix, so I turned it on. And then blacked out after about 4 seconds and woke up in my bathtub covered in sweat. I thought about doing one about Elmo's beef with that rock, but that would have been like a minute long. I thought about coming on here and admitting that I don't care what clothes the green M&M is wearing, I still want to have sex with it. But then I thought about it some more and I realized that a lot of people had to reschedule Christmas activities this year because there was this mysterious virus going around. I don't know if you've heard of it. So if you're anything like me, you had to do all that stuff in the middle of January. Sort of a Christmas 2.0, if you will. So think of that as what this video is, a second chance at Christmas, which I would like to copyright because that's a great title for a Hallmark movie. Never mind, I just Googled it. Apparently there's like 4 of those. Anyway, the movies I'm going to be talking about today are called No Sleep Till Christmas and Holly's Holiday. The two things these films have in common is that the plots are ridiculous, and they're also not really Christmas movies in spite of how they're marketed. They just take place in December. But I digress. Let's start with No Sleep Till Christmas. This movie made me so angry that by the end, Amanda and I were practically screaming at our television. Without spoiling too much, because I want you to discover the madness as I did, one of the main characters gets completely fucked over despite doing nothing wrong, and then the movie ends. And then to make it even worse, the reviews are mostly positive. People love it. This person watched it 3 times. This person liked it, but then watched it again and didn't like it, which is kind of a weird way to judge a movie, but go off, sis. Another thing real quick, when we first started watching this, I saw in the opening credits that 2 people had the same last name, so I assumed, oh, that must be her brother. And I continued to think that they were siblings until a little too far into the movie. They're married, so probably not brother and sister. Hey, speaking of getting married, this movie is about Lizzie, whose wedding is coming up in about 6 weeks, which means it's time to start planning. Look, I'm no wedding expert. I've only been married once, but that is too late to start planning. Oh shit, babe, our wedding's tomorrow. Should we start inviting people? And even though Lizzie is an expert event planner,
we're supposed to be one of Chicago's leading event planning companies.
I know.
She has no ideas for the wedding, and she is so stressed out about it, she can't sleep. She's tried everything, reading books, throwing books on the ground, counting sheep.
1,000 sheep.
But even after this hilarious insomnia montage, nothing's working. It's important to point out, her fiance Josh is extremely loving and supportive. He stays up with her, he takes her to a sleep clinic, he sends her flowers at work. Really, he's an all-around great guy who's got his shit together and loves Lizzie, which is why it's confusing when the movie seemingly introduces another love interest. Unlike Josh, Billy is a lazy, unambitious alcoholic who is currently burning a turkey, stepping on a pie, and getting dumped.
I don't think this is working.
Oh, this guy sucks. Sure wouldn't make any sense if the main character ended up choosing him over Josh. I wonder if she will. Side note, have you ever noticed how often in movies someone burns a turkey on Thanksgiving? No offense to anyone who's done that before, but to me, this seems practically impossible unless you accidentally set the oven to like 900 degrees. It takes so long to cook one that usually by the time it's halfway done, I'm finished with all the other sides. Everyone is starving and now pretty much only waiting on the turkey, so we're essentially huddled around the oven hoping if we stare at it hard enough, the top will turn brown. How do people burn turkeys? I don't get it. Anyway, we learn that this guy can't sleep either, so I guess that similarity will eventually become the cornerstone of their relationship.
Yeah, man, you just need to learn how to sleep.
If I don't get any sleep, it's gonna ruin everything.
Not even super mega baseball can knock this guy out. So he goes for a run while she goes for a drive, which is an unbelievably dangerous thing to do while sleep deprived, especially when the goal is to fall asleep. I mean, that seemed inevitable. Hey, wait a minute. That's not Billy. Unfortunately, they both survived the accident, so she had to take him to the hospital where they bicker in the parking lot before falling asleep.
Did I just sleep?
I can't believe I actually slept. This is life-changing. Now she has ideas for the wedding, and he's able to dodge this glass. What the? But sure enough, nighttime rolls around and they can't fall asleep. They need each other. How romantic isn't the right word. Bizarre. I was gonna say bizarre. So she meets back up with him, and this is where the movie starts abusing the hell out of the slept together joke.
In the car, the night we
Slept together?
But not like that. So he becomes something of a sleep prostitute for her, in that she pays him money to, you know.
Will you please try to sleep with me again?
But not like that.
And even if it works now, what happens after you're married? Are you just gonna keep sleeping with this other guy?
No, sir, it's not like that. So every night she sneaks out, meets up with the guy she hit with her car, so they can sleep in the same hotel bed together. That's right. In addition to paying him money, she's also spending hundreds of dollars a night on a hotel room. In typical rom-com fashion, you see them act progressively flirtier with each other, only in this movie, it's weird as fuck because she's literally engaged, and we're supposed to be rooting for this? How about figure something else out?
Are you sure this isn't getting out of hand? What are you talking about? We're just sleeping together. Oh my god.
No, it's not like that. Then there's the boner scene. And this one.
Can you sit on Uncle Billy's lap?
Please don't do that. Please don't sit on his lap for several minutes. You might be wondering where her fiance is in all of this. At least she told him about it, right? No, it's a secret. He's just working at the hospital, saving up money for their wedding. Sometimes he works overnight, which is great for Lizzie because she doesn't have to come up with a lie. And you can see how this movie doesn't really work as a typical rom-com because as they continue to go through the motions, I'm just wincing the whole time. I'm waiting for, at the very least, Josh to fuck up in some major way that warrants this monumental backstabbing. But as far as I can tell, the only flaw he has is that his mom is kind of overbearing. So I don't know, talk about it. Also, a lot of it is her fault. She overslept one day and ended up in jail. She's distracted because she's thinking about Billy.
Oh, yeah.
This woman is a villain. Why is she the main character? Another example, while her trusting fiance sits at home working on their wedding playlist, she goes out to her bachelorette party and decides, hey, we're all drunk. Let's go to Billy's bar. Oh. Are they gonna do a romantic karaoke duet now? Yes.
Bells go ringing out.
Of course they are.
I've built my dreams around you.
They're falling in love. Just fucking tell Josh already so you can quit wasting his time. Oh, you're jealous that Billy's back with his ex now? You don't get to be. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and cheat on your fiance.
So, who's responsible for this new Billy then? Did you meet someone, or?
He's sleeping with someone, but he's not seeing her.
Okay. Well, it sounds really bad when you put it like that.
I feel much better about sleeping with you now that you're seeing somebody else.
But not like that. As you can imagine, when Josh finally finds out, he is pissed.
Billy makes me sleep.
What?
But he's so willing to understand what's going on that he offers to bring them to a sleep clinic to prove that they can fall asleep next to each other and they're not actually just making sweet, sweet hotel love every night.
Lazy slob.
I know. I'm sorry for
all of this.
Yeah, definitely apologize to him, not the guy you're marrying in 4 days.
Turn the lights down low. I can feel you breathing slow.
I think that should prove that you're not fucking. Just sing flirtily to each other while he watches from the other room.
Well, they're asleep.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, I guess it is a Christmas movie. He even got her a Christmas gift. A pillow with a photo of them. Josh is gonna love having that right on the bed. Oh boy. Everyone's in town for the wedding. That's a whole lot of people whose time would have been severely wasted were things to take an unexpected turn.
Honor and protect him as long as you both shall live.
Lizzie.
Okay, now she can fall asleep in front of her fiancé. As long as it's at her wedding while standing up.
What do you mean you haven't been sleeping well? I thought you've been sleeping fine.
Josh, please, not now.
Not now, Josh. We wouldn't want you to make a scene, Josh.
I guess the honest answer is no.
I hate you so much.
I really wish I'd left you in jail.
That's more like it. So she goes out and steals the just married car and uses it to try to find Billy, who's now aimlessly jogging through Chicago. Oh, a happy ending. No.
I'm so horrible.
You know, maybe if he cheated on her or lied to her over and over again, or, you know, did the things that she did to him, then maybe we wouldn't be so resentful towards the two main characters. I don't know. Just a thought. Doesn't matter. I'm clearly taking this too seriously. As a wise woman once said, it only a movie.
He said it. He said the thing.
I remember that from the last video. Up next is another Mar Vista classic, Holly's Holiday. Believe it or not, the most uncomfortable part of this movie is not even that it's about mannequins coming to life and getting humans to fall in love with them, but rather this weird incel behavior that's both encouraged and rewarded by one of the male leads. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This is the first line of the movie, and I think it sets the tone for everything we're about to see.
There's only a few more weeks till Christmas and there's still no snow. Sad.
Sad. Always have your characters say the emotion they're feeling. That's effective dialogue. Much like in the last movie, a large portion of the plot is based around the main characters having to do something that should have been taken care of months ago. Holly's a graphic designer, and she and her team have to work up until Christmas Eve to finish an ad campaign that's supposed to go live on Christmas. I will not stand for this plot device. First of all, that design would have been done in like September. Second of all, why is the ad campaign starting on Christmas? Is that when everyone does their holiday shopping? The day they're supposed to already have the gift? Shut up, Hollywood. You don't know shit about the real world.
I guess I shouldn't complain. I mean, I kind of have the perfect life. The only thing I don't have is Tim.
Everyone in this movie is so horny for mannequins. Have you ever looked at a mannequin and thought, oh, if only I could date you? The things I would do to that hunk of plastic.
Come to OO with me tonight and you'll see a whole room full of walking, talking mannequins. Great. If you're looking to meet him, tonight's your chance.
Don't worry, you'll meet guys like this tonight at Club Oov.
Oov? What's Oov?
New York's hottest club is
So Holly and her coworker Milo are working on this ad campaign, and he's really pushing for something different from the norm.
Showing love in all the traditional
Unexpected
ways.
places. All right.
The love that I know, it's flawed.
Instead of two people kissing in front of a Christmas tree, what if they were screaming at each other at a macaroni grill? That's real love, Holly. That's what sells diamonds. And like, I'm all for out-of-the-box thinking, but no. Just take a picture of a ring and go home.
We're selling them these unattainable, unrealistic lies.
Yeah. That's what a marketing department does. Really, this dialogue is just here to plant the seeds that while you're out there chasing perfection, there's a perfectly good guy standing right here.
And I think that if you look hard enough, that you can find the sweetness and the beauty.
Sure, maybe my body has a few too many orifices for your liking, but that's not always a bad thing.
Hey. You look really great.
Thanks.
Later, when he surprises her at the club, this is how he announces his presence.
What?
And the rest of the time when they interact, it's so awkward.
Say ooh.
Weirdly pivotal scene in the movie, by the way. You'll see why later. Then this happens when they walk home.
Oh.
Yeah.
I should go.
Yeah, okay.
Excuse me. Do I go around?
No, I should.
I wish I could do that to you. What? Nothing. The next day, she trips over some carolers, falls on her face, and wakes up to a real-life Prince Charming. And just like the season 4 runner-up of American Idol, his name is Beau.
I'm Beau.
And he's the perfect guy. Handsome, charitable, causes scenes in restaurants, tall. He even has an awesome apartment.
If you're gay, you can just tell me. It's fine. We can be friends.
I'm not gay. And I'd rather not just be friends.
Could not have said that in a creepier way.
Would you look at that? Our lips fit perfectly together.
Seems like you're missing a lot of red flags here, Holly. Maybe the guy who only wears V-necks isn't as bad as I thought. Like, come on, is he trying to look like Shaggy? So Milo is clearly being set up as the guy who's really the one for her. He may not have perfect face, but they're still meant for each other. She just, you know, hasn't figured it out yet.
You know what? Don't worry about it. You probably wouldn't have liked the art show that much anyway.
Actually, I'm not sure if you know what I like.
I think I know what you like.
Yeah, I think I know you better than you know you, Holly. We've been working together for a couple months now, and you've only been you your entire life.
She just seems pretty wrapped up in a guy that she just met. She's not texting me back in a timely fashion. Well, maybe I'm just a little too complicated for you.
Is he right about Beau having some underlying baggage? Yeah. But that's just because he's a mannequin come to life. Lucky guess, Milo.
You're blind to the fact that something better, dare I say, perfect. You know, it could be standing right in front of you.
Seems like any woman who doesn't want to date this guy is really missing out.
What?
Can I have a bagel?
Yeah.
Anyway, Beau's cracks start to show, and not the one crack I'd actually like to see. He's a little too neat, and he keeps giving toasts for some reason, and he brought his parents to her house without telling her, and he dresses like Jake from State Farm. He even actively sabotages her career by canceling a photo shoot last minute. Really, he doesn't have any redeeming qualities other than being conventionally attractive. It's kind of weird that she even puts up with his strange bullshit for so long, but I guess that's the point, that we overrate hotness as a society where we live.
Hands. Freezing. Let me warm them up.
Now, you may remember earlier when I said that mannequins come to life, I did mean to use the plural version of that word because there's another one. Yep, Beau's ex-girlfriend gets into the mix and she's crazy. She knocked over a Christmas tree on top of that poor woman. This is a disaster. At least Holly still has Milo to psychoanalyze her.
The real you is so much more interesting than you think. You're just so wrapped up in what everybody else thinks you don't notice.
He gets to come out of this situation as the hero in kind of a hilarious way.
Think you can make something work?
I always do, don't I?
He's like, don't worry. I know the two mannequins screwed up the shoot, but I'll pull something together. I'll fix it. And then Holly and Dina are blown away by what he's able to accomplish.
He sent over mock-ups from the shoot. Oh, check that out.
Oh, that Milo's a miracle worker.
Wow. He photoshopped the name of the diamond company on top of the picture? That must have taken him not that long, probably. Which we know it didn't because only like 20 minutes has passed.
I'm amazing, actually.
So Holly goes ahead and breaks things off with the human sex doll.
Do you know how many times I've stubbed my toe on my couch since you moved it?
And now Milo has a chance.
Go kiss her, Milo. Come on.
I like to kiss.
Milo!
Again? I kissed you in your sleep.
Where am I?
In the hospital. You fell on your way to work a couple days ago and you whacked your head on the sidewalk.
A couple days ago?
Wait, what? So none of that actually happened?
Yeah.
I would just like to point out that she goes into a coma here, 20 minutes into the movie. Then a bunch of dream bullshit happens and she wakes up 56 minutes later. That's basically the whole movie. Side note, is it like a rule that if you get knocked unconscious, you have to get knocked unconscious again in whatever dream you're having in order to be sent back? It's a good thing she's so clumsy, otherwise she might have been stuck in there forever.
You are more than welcome to stay again tonight, Mr. Maddox.
Mr. Maddox?
Yes, dear.
You stayed with me?
Yes, of course I did, sweetheart.
All right.
I told them that we were married, so they would let me stay.
Oh, while she was sleeping, he got to roleplay as her husband. Is that not weird?
Yeah.
All right, but you ready for this, guys? You ready for the big reveal? They have worked the entire movie towards coming up with the photo for this ad campaign. And finally, after deleting what they did while she was asleep, Holly finds the perfect one.
What picture is this?
Oh, that's our hands. It's us.
The accidental photo from earlier that he made his desktop background. So let me get this straight. They're just co-workers. They've known each other for a couple months. They're not boyfriend and girlfriend. They don't date. He accidentally took a photo of them touching hands. She found out that he made that his desktop background, and she's not like, that's kind of creepy. Instead, she just makes out with his forehead. Whatever. That's not even the best part. Look what she does to it. Look at the fucking ring. It looks so bad. And then the movie just kind of ends. There are 0 more words spoken. I don't know what they'd even be saying here. And that's Brandy, and that's Bo. They're my friends from my dream. Bo came to life and fell in love with me, but I broke up with him to be with you. I guess they're back together now. Hey, where are you going? The end. I'd like to point out that the only reason we watched this movie was because we had watched the trailer. But if you've seen the trailer, then you've seen the movie, because they basically spoil everything that happens. Even the stupid ring. So that's what I've been up to. Just watching Christmas movies. Oh my God, tomorrow is February. I am very appreciative of the fact that you sat through an entire video about such a non-topical topic. The only thing I can guarantee on this channel is that whatever you think I'm gonna make a video about, I probably won't. I guess that makes me different? I guess that makes me not like the other guys. You know, sometimes girls don't realize that the perfect guy's right in front of them the whole time. Be sure to tune in next week for a video where I do the reverse of Holly's holiday, which is to say that I will get broken up with and then turn into a mannequin. So